right, here we are, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Neil with Portal to Ascension. Welcome back to the 11-day awakening of humanity. I did go live a minute ago, and I wasn't live, so you missed my epic introduction. So I got to try to channel myself again. But basically, just want to welcome you all to this amazing experience. We've had so many incredible speakers here, and we're going to keep going today. And I'm really happy with all of the awareness. I really feel like we've done a really good job here with all the speakers, all the MCs, and all of your energy combined together for the collective good of humanity. And I'm really happy. I do feel on some level, I was walking home today to start the event, and I was like, man, could I keep going on for a few more weeks? Because it's really fun, just like doing this, hearing all the different perspectives, and receiving all these downloads and all this awareness. So we're going to keep going today, and today we're going to get a little more galactic, and I'm going to tell you the schedule in a bit of who's going to be coming up. But for all of you tuning in, especially if you're on YouTube, if you want to join the webinar on our webinar room, you can go to 11daysofawakening.com. The schedule is there as well at 11 Days of Awakening. Scroll down, you can see who's there. And let's just check in with everybody. How are you all doing? How is everybody today? If this is, maybe you want to just put in where you're from, even though you might have done it before. Let's go ahead and put our energy in the field as we're connecting the dots all over the planet. And before we get started, the last couple of days we've been hitting it pretty hard. A lot of great information, especially yesterday. If you were here yesterday, we had Dan Winter, we had Jonathan Goldman, we had Avi Loeb. And so I figured today would be a good day to start a little slower, maybe do a little bit of connecting to the breath before we get the MCs on, and then we go into it. Because as I said, today we're going galactic. And the presenters for today, we're going to start out with Laura Eisenhower herself. She'll be in a few moments. And we have Craig Campobasso, who created a book called 82 Extraterrestrial Species in the Universe. And we've done a few presentations with him. Incredible information, amazing documentarian. We have Ashlea herself, the one and only Ashlea, the one that has been here emceeing and hosting graciously and gracefully over the last week and a half. We have Constance Briggs, who does Galactic Anomalies, Moon Anomalies. Deborah Catz, we got remote viewing today. We have Mary Rodwell, who works with hybrids, works with Starseed children. And then we're ending it with Nadia Gledhill, who is a QHHT practitioner and has dived deep, just like Dolores Cannon, on many past lives, ET lives, and life between lives. So a lot of incredible information. Your MCs for today, your main two MCs are Isha and Victor, who we'll bring in a moment. But before we do that, I just want to take a moment, make a quick announcement about my brother and friend, Tyler. He is an MC that has been on this event for the last week and a half or so. You guys might have experienced him. So Tyler has a podcast called the Immersive Podcast, and he actually right now was going to the All Shift Happily Now conference in Germany that started a couple days ago with Tim Tactics, Sarah Brexman Cosme. He suffered an injury and fell and broke his nose, and he has a brain bleed right now going on, and he is going into surgery tomorrow. He is a really good friend of the Portal to Ascension, myself. We just spent a week and a half together in England, and we became good friends. And he cannot make it for the rest of the conference because of what has happened here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, if you guys want to support, if you are figuring that you want to donate to Portal to Ascension today, I would ask that you donate to him instead, because he's going to be in bedridden after his surgery in Germany for 2 weeks. So I'm going to post that in a bit. So if you can reroute today any donations, if you choose to donate to Portal Ascension, to Tyler to help him out, that'd be great. And I also wanted to let you know that our good dear friend Victor as well, who's going to be in here in a second, he has actually been just had knee surgery, and he had his knee replaced with a titanium knee and is suffering a lot of pain from it. And these are really close people to myself and Portal to Ascension. So I'd like for you to join me in this first intro here to not only center ourselves and breathe, but to please send energy to Victor and to also Tyler and his surgery tomorrow, and just so that everything heals and just we can create harmony for a smooth process so that they can both be at the utmost health and heal quickly. So we're going to start with just 3 breaths in and out as we breathe together. And just say real quick, Mystifying Mark, go to 11daysofawakening.com and check it out, and you can see the schedule there. So join me, everybody, in just closing your eyes, and we're gonna do 3 breaths in and out, synergize the energy field, and then I would ask that at the end to send healing vibrations and frequencies to Victor, to Tyler, to yourself, as we step into the experience for today and the last day tomorrow. So go ahead and close your eyes. And we're going to start in silence. Just feeling the energy in your body. Feeling all the vibrations, the subtle and the strong vibrations in your body. We experience a lot of information, and today, I would say today will be the most galactic. So in honor of the galaxy, we're going to breathe in, and then we're going to breathe out and encompass the whole of Earth with our heart. We're going to breathe in again, breathe out, and this time the whole of the solar system. And as you do this, imagine your heart having an auric field that expands, and then the whole planet is in your heart, the whole solar system is in your heart, the entire galaxy is in your heart, okay? And then on the last breath, on the 3rd breath, we have all of the galaxy in our heart. And we'll do a 4th breath. In the 4th breath, we will encompass all of creation because we are creation itself. So the next exhale, I invite you to take your first deep inhale as we expand our heart around the earth. Deep inhale. And exhale out. Around the earth is in your heart. Deep inhale. And exhale around the solar system. The solar system now resides inside of your heart. Deep inhale. Exhale around the galaxy. All beings within the galaxy, all civilizations, all planets, all black holes, all suns, all stars reside inside your heart. Now the deepest big inhale for the whole of creation, inhaling the creative life force, expanding your heart out to all of creation. Let's take a moment. Okay, go ahead and open your eyes. All right. So welcome everybody to day 10 once again. Let's go ahead and bring on your MCs and let's begin.
Hey everyone.
Hey, great day. You know, I was thinking, Neil, why don't we do a whole month, and maybe we'll take the weekends off, but we could do Monday to Friday. It'd be like a real job or something.
Are you serious?
Well, it's possible.
No, it's crazy because I literally was walking home 20 minutes ago, and that's the exact thought I had. I was like, I wonder if this could be my full-time job, just 5 days a week, free event.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
There's so many people who want a platform like this that we would not run out of people, you know?
No, yeah.
Anyway, just a thought. We'll see how it manifests.
We'll see. Good to see you, Victor.
Good to see you, and good to see everybody. Thank you so much for the healing thoughts for my knee. You know, it's funny. I had put this off for quite some time, and I finally had the surgery back in September. And it's a difficult heal, but I'm getting there. And I'm grateful for all of the healing energy and Tyler, in my heart, to Tyler healing energy. That's That's
Yeah.
sad. That's really so sad. So
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed like such a good guy. I've never met him, but just being online here, he seemed like a fantastic person.
Yeah.
He is
So
a fantastic person.
exactly. So thank you to everybody who's been sending energy their way. And so Isha, how are you today?
Fabulous. I have to say though, the late nights, if you want me to do this for a month, we might have to shift to a Australian time zone for some of us.
We could do it around the world, you know, different countries.
What time is it there now?
Just after 11 p.m.
That's why we need to go 24/7 so that we can hit every time zone.
Well, you know what? That's what we're doing for the 11/11 gateway. We've got a bunch of people and we're literally doing 48 hours nonstop. Because I thought, why stop at like 12 hours or 24? So we just decided to go around the clock.
We're doing 48 hours nonstop.
We are.
11/11?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's going to be insane.
The ET diplomacy event that we're doing, I think, is like 18 hours straight.
Yeah. I'm hosting for a section of that, which is in the Australian time zone. So
when is that ET diplomacy event?
3rd of November.
I think I'm involved with that somehow.
You are a speaker on there.
You are,
okay.
yeah.
I knew it was involved somehow. It's like I've been so booked this last few months for event, and I'm doing your event, Isha. We're doing the interview live on you gave me
for the 11/11. Yeah, we're gonna do the remote viewing, and yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Good. All right, that's good. And Victor, what's up for you besides healing? What else?
Healing, and then you know, I retired from my quote unquote day job back at the end of March, but I've never been retired. And the gentleman who I was working for wants me to come back to work for him. I'm fully healed, so that's a possibility. We'll see what happens. Neil, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. What were you saying? Sorry.
Neil, you know, with Tyler, keeping Tyler in mind, I have a poem about healing. Can I share that? I think it would be a good thing to share this morning.
Please.
For all. The poem is called Broken, and it goes like this. From time to time, may we all feel broken. We may all feel broken by challenges, loss, and words unspoken. And although these things may lead to despair, with life and faith, there is always repair. No tools are needed to make this fix, nor parts, nor manuals, or video tricks. Just the true knowing that things will heal with clearest intentions and energy real. So when that feeling of broken sets in, take a slow, deep breath and go within. And visualize the path to heal and to mend, and know in your heart you'll be whole again.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Epic, another epic moment there for Victor. Yeah, actually, we should do a whole thing on Victor's poetry there, you know.
We should do one. And Victor, is really amazing how every time we talk about something, you have the perfect poem. Not even like maybe somewhat perfect, but the perfect poem for that moment.
Yeah,
that's incredible. Like you earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like here's the perfect piece already ready to go.
and you have the perfect voice. You have a great voice too. But I wanted to ask you, Victor, are you going to the New Life Expo this weekend in New York?
I am not. I'm still not ready to go out and negotiate anything of that nature. So, but I'm looking forward to next year. Next year is the year. Next year is the year we're going to go traveling and go all over the world, and we're going to go to Glastonbury. My wife's going to attend the Priestess Festival in Glastonbury and teach there. She's taught remotely for many years, but she's going to actually physically teach.
The Goddess event, right?
Goddess event, yes.
Yeah. Margaret, you know Margaret Rigoloso?
Yes, absolutely.
She'll be there too.
Yes.
Yeah, one of my favorite people.
Next year, what time of year is that Goddess event happening?
In the spring.
In the spring. Okay. Yeah. I like Margarita. She's really the top of the priestess goddess line. You know, she has a real solid sense. We should have her in the next portal.
Yeah. You know, as I was doing the event and halfway into it, I'm like, why didn't I ask Marguerite to come? Because she's like amazing. I love her.
Why don't we do like a whole day goddess thing? You know, 5-6 speakers talking about that.
We can do that. Yeah, we can do a lot of things.
I can take photos of our house. My wife has so many goddess statues in this house. It's unbelievable. We have a museum, literally a goddess museum here. So.
Wow.
Whoa. You should take photos and show it to us one time. on like a presentation or something. We'd love to see it.
Mhm.
All right,
Yes.
so we're going to begin, everybody. But firstly, I want to just Alan. You know some of these people. I know some of them. So just we'd love for us just to give a little intro from us on each of these individuals today.
Yes.
And so Laura Eisenhower. Today, as I said, a lot of galactic up around. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 7 speakers, and 5 of them are taking us into the universe. Okay, Laura Eisenhower, frequent flyer at Portal to Ascension. She has some of my first events I ever did were with Laura. We've done, I don't even know, like 100 events or something, but a lot of awareness and content. One of my favorite people that I love so much. We have Craig Campobasso. Do you want to speak about Craig for a second, Alan?
Yeah, Craig's done a few really important books, UFO hotspots around the country, where he points out different people, places where these ships appear, and also the what is it, ET Almanac, I think he's calling it, the Alien Almanac, where he names, I think, 50
82.
different races.
I think
And
it's
he's
like
just
80, like it's over 80.
82. Yeah.
Yeah, 82 different races.
82, and he's just done a film with my friends Tanya and Frank about that, which is also fantastic. So he's a real resource. And who else do we have today?
So then we have Ashlea. Not sure what her presentation's on, but she's been a part of Port Ascension for the last 2 months, and she's emceed many events. She's on the cruise with us, so you get to experience what Ashlea wants to share today.
I talked to Ashlea. I talked to Ashlea about her work, and her work is about embodiment. You know, we're not going anywhere until we're really in the body. I mean, otherwise it's like spiritual bypassing. We have to be grounded, solid in form in order to ascend the frequencies of this molecular vibration to the next realm. But we have to be here to do that. And I think that's some of what she talks about.
Yeah, beautiful. And then Constance Briggs, as I was saying, galactic historian, but also very much in tune with the moon anomalies on the moon. So hopefully she gives us some of that today. Deborah Catz shared yesterday, she worked for one of the 3-letter agencies as a remote viewer. So she has firsthand experience working behind the scenes in one of these black budget programs. And so she'll be speaking about remote viewing. And then Alan, Mary Rodwell.
Mary Rodwell is really the grandmother of the Star Children stories. She's been all over the world talking to these young kids who remembered where they came from other star systems. She has a whole book called The New Humanity and the Awakening, and she's very funny and a great resource, and just an important person in this field to understand our cosmic connection. So one of my favorite people. I'm so happy she's here. Yes,
she's amazing. And then we close out with Nadia Gledhill, who I would say is the foremost QHHT practitioner in Australia. So, and like a lot of, we've had like 4 or 5 QHHT practitioners on this event, and all these individuals are really moving forward Dolores Cannon's work, because, you know, a lot of people do QHHT for self-empowerment healing, but then Dolores Cannon obviously tapped into the Akashic records, tapped into the universal mind beyond the subconscious, and went to ET lives, the life between lives. So she's been doing a lot of that work as well. So we're going to close out with her today. So we have
one more thing I want to say about the moon anomaly person. Who's that? Who's speaking on that?
Constance Briggs.
Right. I think the moon is not a natural satellite. I think it was placed there to balance the energies of the Earth. There's so many strange anomalies about the moon that makes it an artificial satellite. I mean, maybe it was natural, but I think there was an ET race that's a little out there, pulled it into place to help the Earth, protect it against meteors, and move the tides in the ocean, but also move the atmosphere as well. If it can move the water, it's certainly having an effect on our weather.
So, well, I mean, don't get me started, Alan, please. Because if we start talking about the moon, it's going to be like, so I'll just say next year in April, we're doing a Moon Anomalies, Mars, and Inner Earth conference. But the moon, every time I look up at it, I'm like, who are you?
Let's do it. Let's do it on the moon. Let's actually go to the moon and have the conference on the moon. How's that?
I was talking to someone who literally wants to do a conference, like a meeting on the International Space Station. Like I know someone who's actually trying to make that happen. So you never.
We could remote view it or astral project
We
there.
should. That's what I'm saying. And one thing I will say about the moon that I just found out recently is, okay, so over 50%, up to maybe 60% of the oxygen on Earth actually comes from the water. And the water, the way that the way the oxygen is released is through waves crashing. And if it wasn't for the moon, we wouldn't have those waves crashing the oxygen, creating the perfect balance. So
Right.
just the fine tune and how everything is so perfectly done is too much to kind of be a coincidence.
Of course, and the fact that it's the same size as the sun as seen from Earth, so it completely eclipses.
We're giving away her presentation.
Okay, never mind. Let's just so fascinating. This thing is out there and no one thinks anything about it. Oh yeah, that's the moon, but there's so much more.
I know. So, okay, and today everybody's presentations are 50 minutes. We're going a little deeper today. Everybody has a little longer, and that's what's happening for the rest of the weekend. We've had a lot of downloads. Now we're getting even more deeper. These are becoming, everything's been to class early, but these are becoming a little longer so we can have more time to go deeper. So, shall we begin?
Let's do it.
Okay, Isha, it's all yours.
Amazing. All right. Is Laura here?
She is.
Hello. Hi, Laura. Welcome. It's so nice to meet you. I think you're one of the few speakers at this event that I haven't yet personally met. So I just want to say I'm really grateful to be here and have the honor of introducing you to our conference today.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's great to meet you.
Beautiful. So let me read out your bio. So Laura Eisenhower, I think probably needs very little introduction to the people here. I can see you've got a lot of fans already in the comments that are excited to hear from you today. And Laura is an internationally acclaimed speaker who has presented her work worldwide. She's the great-granddaughter of President Dwight David Eisenhower, and she reveals exopolitical information about his administration that has been largely held in secrecy. And so we're definitely going a little bit more galactic today, as Laura's all about exopolitics, alchemy, metaphysics, and galactic history. So Laura, very excited to have you on today.
Oh, it's great to be here. It's just such an epic event, 11 days of just amazing speakers, and wow, what a journey Portal to Ascension has been. So yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. I do have a PowerPoint. I don't know if
yeah, so we can get your PowerPoint on. Neil can quickly help you with that one.
Yeah, just present share screen, entire screen, select the screen and click share.
And Laura, did you want to just present the whole time, or do you want some like Q&As at the end, or you just want to
probably fill up the time? I'll try and make room for that. I can move through pretty. I'll keep my eye on the time. Okay, so I am gonna try and get this up on the share screen. For some reason, I'm just not seeing it in my tabs, even though I have it open.
Did you click present at the bottom?
Yep. So I've got the presentation here. I've done this before.
Then click entire screen. Yeah, because we did it on StreamYard before. So don't click Chrome tab window, click entire screen, and then select the screen.
Oh, right.
See it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, got it. Yes.
You guys
okay,
got
now
this?
go to your. Yep, perfect. And go ahead and make your presentation full screen.
How's that?
Beautiful. Yes, we got you on. All right, Laura, I'll let you take it away. You're going to take us full galactic today.
Awesome. All right. So we're all good. I hope you guys can see this. Thank you so much, Neil, for all the years of Portal to Ascension that you've hosted for so many people. You've brought so many amazing individuals together and consolidated like all the information one could ever need. It's like a university. It's just beautiful. So it's been wonderful to be just a part of your platform and this family for so long. So this is sort of the first slide that I usually start off with, so people know where I got my information from. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but you know, I think anybody who's heard about my work knows I was recruited to go to Mars, and I refused to go. So everything sort of before that has been the training ground. I feel like there's definitely like a pre-targeting on me, and it just was very much a catalyst to dig deep into like what is really going on. So there were a lot of realizations and epiphanies along the way. I studied the I Ching, Tarot, astrology. That was like my main education, was self-knowledge. And this is some of my background. I ran a Living Earth organic food and shipping delivery company in the early 90s, certified wilderness expedition leadership with a science degree, whistleblower testimony and research, meeting other contactees and experiencers, connecting a lot of dots, and then my own cosmic mythology studies. And I do medical intuitive astrology readings, and I've learned a lot from the Keelantic science, Ashiana DN, and a lot of what I've learned from clients I work with who have, had contact experiences, abduction experiences, survivors of MK Ultra and SRA, and, star seeds, all sorts of individuals on their awakening path as well. Some of my information in this presentation comes from Ascension Glossary, and most of the pictures is Lisa Renee. And you'll see under some of my material, it says ES material, which is energeticsynthesis.com. And I formed a really, really close friendship with Lisa. We've been working together for a long time. So yes, a little bit just about that Mars thing. In 2006, they attempted to recruit me into a hidden operation regarding the alternative 3 colonization of Mars scenario with the target date 2012. This was something that was actually established in the Eisenhower administration. And there's so many layers to all of this. And part of why I came in and this confronted me was to really dig deep and get to the truth. And that's always been sort of my inner GPS is, okay, get to the truth and be sovereign and don't allow any control forces to manipulate you, really. So there's pre-targeting before birth with Looking Glass Technologies. They were able to locate me and a significant partner, and they actually pulled him into their program to use him as bait to try and get me there. So I learned so much confronting this in my personal life that it just in my quest for truth, it helped to answer a lot of questions about what I was sensing as a child, because my mission definitely got lit up really young. Just kind of like, oh my gosh, I'm in the Eisenhower family. How did that happen? And my connection with him, and like he's visiting me, and it's just really wild. So I've been very familiar with the whole concept of engineering events so that one fails. It's actually been said to me many times that this is what my targeting has been about, that many events in my life that have taken place were set up in order to break me down and defeat me. There's a whole bunch of us out there that are contending with this. And I would say the whole planet is contending with this. And we all are individually to varying degrees. There are the engineered versions of our traumatic experiences that come from the global villains that are vampiric. And then there is facing your maker and karma and agreements to experience something so that a transformation and upgrade can occur. And it's almost like they're both simultaneously happening. And when you guys were talking about the moon, and we, look at, the planets, and we look at the earth, and we look at ourselves, there's sort of that shadow side or like different levels that we experience, these energies, and how they're so much a part of us, our DNA, our organs, every part of our being, our chakras. And it's really up to us to move through these challenges to unlock our dormant DNA and the things that have been asleep. And that is the Great Awakening. The amnesia that we're born with is what we're kind of waking up to, just like, whoa, wait a second. There's so much more to all that we are. So the artificial is trying to control a narrative, a timeline, using geoengineering, indoctrination, psyops, weaponizing elements in consciousness in order to control the trajectory of life and destiny. And it uses vampiric harvesting methods that infect our creative channels into manifesting a future we don't want. But we de-weaponize the weapons when we clear and purify our inner elementals, and we are in our divine consciousness. We support one another, and we know what to do. And we all, have come together to work on this. And when we look at a lot of the destruction and a lot of the craziness, engineered or not, it's really like the death and tower archetype that resides within our soul to rebirth, rebuild, heal, awaken, and restore. So when we are devoted to that, when we are in alignment with that, when we devote to that within ourselves, then we're really in relationship with creation instead of the inverted matrix. The relationship with the inverted matrix is like a dependency bond with a false parent or, bad partner that has manipulated our sense of self-worth. And is just really leveraging traumas and wounds and creating trigger events, right? To just keep us bound to this problem action solution game. But all these events can have a different effect on us if we, align with what's true, when we align with the healing process that the earth has been under, that we're a part of. The galactic history is so vast, and in a lot of presentations that you can find on Portal to Ascension, I go really deep into that. And so many speakers here as well. But the ascending hub would be the high frequency. It's more stable. It's more able to perceive things from the higher mind, gaining wisdom and upgrades along the way. And it begins to really collapse, the weapons, because the ultimate goal of the weapons is to infect our creative energy, our minds, our emotions, to keep us very much in a dependency bond that siphons and harvests our energy to produce artificial timelines. So mass biological and mind control devices exist well beyond the technology of implanting tiny physical chips into humans, which accompanied many of the abductions by the Greys and non-benevolent Zetas, and also are an impending application of such electronic devices by the one world government to the population. Even brain signatures radiated by government HARP and Gwen towers are relatively superficial compared with ancient existing global grid systems, which can be used for manipulating the evolution of all life on the planet, including the planet's evolution itself. So that's Noel Hutley. And I put this in like a lot of my presentations because it's a really important foundation to understand our world from. It's like, wow, when we look at, the fake news that we know is fake, that others don't realize is fake. And a lot of the false flags and the, engineered events, people are really hooked into those storylines. And a lot of those storylines are producing, and have produced fragmentation and divide and conquer. And this is so that we don't switch each other on and restore the 12-strand DNA template. And the reversal technologies and everything that has been put in place is to really hold us in that, loop of inversion. So during the Atlantean cataclysm, about 26 to 30,000 years ago, this is actually when the planetary stargates, the planetary grids and ley lines became controlled by the negative alien races. When we look at negative alien, what is that? To me, it's service to self. It's vampiric. It has lost its true connection to source. So it plugs into humans to harvest and siphon energy, our imagination, our creativity, our kundalini, and preying upon the innocent and children and all the deeper layers of, what is coming to light are revealing how ancient this is and how far back it goes and how it's still operating very strongly today. But we're in this showdown of forces, and literally when you break up with it, when you cut the cords, when you really, see where you are bound to it, that is when you begin to find your liberation. And it takes so much mindfulness, but, this is what every waking moment allows us to deeply understand. What is our body telling us? What messages are coming through? What does our intuition say? Can we shut down everything long enough to be able to listen to that? Because we're encoded with the antidote and solution. So our distorted and rewritten history, current and past mind control dogmas, mutations within all nature, endless wars and conflicts in general, are all products of the invader ET's quest for the Holy Grail, which is connected to the planetary grid network and this whole process of inner alchemy and the Christ Sophia divine template, and the alchemical laws of creation. And of course, we see, the Magdalene and the Yeshua energy, the Christ Sophia, in representations on Earth, Guinevere and Arthur. So Earth's civilization has been thoroughly programmed via the resident on-planet Illuminati representatives to believe such chaos is natural and to occlude any memory of our true heritage. So inspired by research of Noel Hutley, who talks about the global grid network. And that's the thing, our true heritage. We don't learn about our true heritage in school. It's not passed down from our ancestors as readily as, maybe indigenous cultures in other places that we see in the world. And to preserve that we see, in these tribes and cultures, has been very, very targeted all throughout history. The Essenes, the Christ Templars, indigenous, races, Native Americans, advanced civilizations that have fallen, we know all this. So when we look at the 12 houses of the zodiac, this is really where in each of these segments of our life, we're targeted. They're like the pillars of society, these different aspects of self and our relationship to society. So the bottom half houses 1 to 6 is very much more about the personal and our own, kind of development. So, the first house, self, appearances, the beginnings, your first impression, your attitude. It's like the bow of the boat, what others see and how you sort of view and navigate life. And depending on your birth time, that'll determine, your rising sign and where the planets fall in all these houses. So the zodiac is going through massive alterations, and there's a major, major cleansing of all these houses from inversions, programmings, indoctrination, and distortions. So when, you look at your chart, you can see where there's energies that show breakthroughs and where you're thriving and where your purpose or your soul work resides, and also where you might be looping in a negative pattern or, stuck or compartmentalized from your greater potential. So it's been really wonderful to learn astrology and to understand the galactic history and the dark weapons to better help a person, liberate themselves from a lot of, what's in the lunar zodiac, which is going through an alteration back into the alchemical laws, which I'll explain. So money, values, work environment, daily routines, how has that been targeted? Our self-worth is completely wrapped up in the money system, in the punishment reward matrix. And, this is how you should be. And this is what success means. So that's, all this is going through alterations. Like the first house, it's not so compartmentalized where it's all about labels or the indoctrinated ego personality that doesn't feel into the rest. Although we see that increasing as far as the indoctrination and the attempts to make it a lot harder for the next generations, it's cracking and breaking through. And every person that cracks through and breaks through becomes like a frequency generator of these override frequencies that break down the dark weapons. So connections, siblings, friends, neighbors, community, like, how are those influences in our lives? Home, roots, family, your emotional foundation, our biological parents, and the conditions of our early life. I see a lot of starseeds coming in and just withstand a lot, and they're there to clear the patterns or really kind of go through it and carry the pain and then resolve it, transmute it, and find a healing path that is not the trajectory of medical tyranny and all that. So going through all these houses, you can just look at them: romance, play, self-expression, creativity. That one, it tends to just be like, that's a lot easier, less tampered with, unless you haven't had a kind of incarnation where you could enjoy these things. Maybe you grew up really fast. Maybe you weren't encouraged to have fun and enjoy these aspects of your life. And this is where play, self-expression, creativity, sports, art, music. So it's sort of like it's an easier house in many ways. Health, fitness, organization, acts of service. So health, fitness, like what's happened to the medical industry. If you look at the opposite house, which is the 12th house, which is endings, healing, closure, spirituality, that is very much the multidimensional and the unseen realms. So everything that's opposite is all about integration and polarity. So if we're not in touch with what's in the unconscious or the unseen realms, it's going to impact our health. And this is where the infection of programs, indoctrination can remain hidden, and also our gifts and abilities. So our physical health is alerting us constantly to what we need to listen to in order to anchor and ground the multidimensional, the spiritual, and our creative imagination. So looking at that is really helpful. The first house to the 7th house of relationships. So I could go on and spend my whole 50 minutes on this, but these are the 12 houses representing the 12 signs: Aries to Taurus to Gemini to Cancer. And how has this been infected? So the rings of Saturn, according to David Icke, are a massive broadcast system broadcasting a fake reality. Saturn has very much to do with the inverted or lower vibrational expressions of how we experience life through a lot of these houses. So Saturn squares and challenges with Saturn tend to be the most repressive force, which is kind of conditioned into us. It's really, the mind control is dark Saturn. The higher octave of Saturn is self-mastery, going through these obstacles and hurdles and finding, our own rules and disciplines that help us to thrive instead of consent to the ones that repress us. So it breaks it down and it like rebuilds it, right? So the Tower card, Uranus, Pluto, the death, is a part of breaking down this Saturn, this fake reality. So anyway, DNA holds all the information we will ever need to build and maintain the human body. Researchers at Boston University and Harvard Medical School studied that 98% of our DNA that remains unable to be decoded is called trash DNA. So we all carry, this unique chart, and we all help each other to break this down. And that's why unity consciousness is so important, because we all are missing, pieces that help to switch on what's dormant that you might not even have in your chart, because it really holds the keys to the awakening of our 12th strand and beyond. So it'll take a while for the physical to catch up, but when the consciousness begins to perceive of it, the physical is more able to catch up. And that's what we're going through in this path of ascension, the healing of the planetary system, and including us. So humans on their soul journey are being faced with needing to break up with an inverted system in the same way we need to divorce or break up with an energy vampire, narcissist, or deceiver. We are in a relationship with creation, and we grow together. We go through thick and thin to remain committed and loyal to this path. To allow the lesser partner to take your time and energy is delaying your greater destiny. The false parents are what society has been built upon: dark mother, patriarchal father. And so all those pillars of, society and our own self-development has been, very tampered with. So what is disclosure? What is this world needing? What does that mean? Like what are the key points of disclosure? Well, the ES material and just my own, life path has really shown me these things. And other researchers and connecting dots, and just all the enormity of the kind of information that's coming together that Portal to Ascension has really been a container for. So to understand different ET races and their guardianship and genetic modification programs, including breeding programs, secret space programs, MyLabs, transhumanism, and other ET agendas, malevolent and benevolent, involved in the grand Earth experiment, abductions and implanting, and what different agendas exist, and what is our relationship to them, crimes against humanity, using humans as currency, and the parasitic nature of those who are part of the Luciferian covenants. Also understanding our divine template and how harmonic universes exist in our DNA, which is not junk. How are higher harmonic universes and integration of polarity, sacred union, alchemical marriage junk? I mean, my gosh, right? So galactic wars, galactic history, hidden extraterrestrial involvement on Earth, and how they have been used. They have used the veil of secrecy to manipulate and influence all worldly human affairs, societies, and belief systems through mind control and social engineering, which is very much reflected in people's chart. Hidden advanced technologies made available that would completely change the Earth 3D paradigm. Free energy systems, reverse of aging and disease, end of poverty and slavery, human trafficking and pedophilia, and removal of cabal members. Quantum mechanics as the basic foundation to comprehend ascension and the reality of multidimensional consciousness existing throughout all living intelligent energy systems. Also knowing about the true nature of reality, such as the truth about our junk DNA, stargates, ley lines, geomantic structures, and the sacred geometry and our connection to zero-point unified field. The sciences that remind us about how we shift from carbon-based to crystalline. So some of this was inspired by the ES material. So the zodiac alchemical laws. The zodiac structural principles are both energetic and geometric blueprints based upon lunar zodiacal imprints that were generated by the invading races to suppress human consciousness with the lunar matrix, which is currently being dismantled and realigned with the alchemical laws inherent in 3 natural laws of God. So at least it's the source. And, we're talking about the moon, but there are higher octaves of the lunar energy. When we look at the shadow lunar and how that relates to the Saturn moon matrix, then we're dealing with, the artificial programs that we've been infected by that have, created the duality, the imbalance of the masculine and feminine, the dark mother, the patriarchal father, and how that's been modeled to us for thousands of years. So mutations in DNA can occur as a natural or unnatural process. The unnatural is our exposure to mind control, weather weaponry, chemicals, artificial intelligence signals, vaccinations, laboratory-made viruses, and toxic elements. The 5th element, ether, was put into reversals on the Earth grids, and this has been corrected now. So our relationship to our inner spirit and ancestral clearing can help us align and integrate this energy. And I'll talk more about all of this, but, this can be healed. When we are able to transmute the toxic elements, we're able to shift the frequency that has been put into our bodies, that we have absorbed into our beings, that we've allowed to infect our minds and creativity. So, what trigger events happen that throw our vibration into a place of survival or fear is how these signals really start to get into the system. And now that the ether energy is available and the reversals have been corrected, it's really a miracle vibration in our capacity to alchemize. And a lot is clearing from the zodiac patternings because of this. The Saturn squares, a lot of the, difficult programmings that people carry, unconscious or conscious, are much more easily dissolved in this ascension window period. So the grid description, the platonic solids, which you can see I'll just say the air, fire, water, earth, which are the platonic solids, and the dodecahedron complete the global grid. There are reversals, though, in the dodecahedron reversals. So the DNA proteins, the nitrogenous base, is made up of nucleic acids, and you can just read those. Metaphysically, each of these nucleic acids is connected to the elemental substance of the planet. So our DNA, holds these elementals. When we pollute these 4 elements on the earth, we pollute the corresponding nucleic acid in our DNA. So husband and wife team, Hager and Becker. So think about that with the ether element and that purification that we do when we do the inner work. We're healing the planet from within, and we're clearing the elementals. When it becomes toxified, it's very much because we're under, mind control, or we're in survival, and the body's not able to process or clear. Everything becomes stagnant. It begins to accumulate and build up in the body, and disease on every level and imbalance just continues. And now, that is being, resolved. But the thing is, if you stay plugged into the inverse, and it's getting worse, right? So it's like, it's sort of like being with a partner where you keep making excuses. You don't want to see the red flags, but then the abuse gets worse and worse till you finally say enough. And that is unfortunately part of the rude awakening. The rude part of awakening is, having it hit so close to home and affecting you so much, or seeing family, that it's like, you just can't do it anymore. And once you break free of that, the energies that come to heal and restore and realign are tremendous. And this is the unconditional love of our true mother, father, creator. And it's encoded in us. So if you look at, in both DNA and RNA, the mitochondrial DNA serves as the 5th principle, which is connected to the dodecahedron and the element ether. So that mitochondrial DNA serves as the 5th principal element of cosmic ether, which is sourced only from the mother. Thus, through the mitochondrial DNA damage, humanity is grossly addicted to consuming everything in the external world to fill this energy void within our cells. And this is the loss of the mother. This is the loss of our connection with, our galactic heritage, who we truly are, what we're made of, who our true parents are. Genetic modification, the lower creator gods, the manipulation of ancient texts from the Anunnaki, not all aspects of the Anunnaki, but, it's caused us to be born with a certain trauma we can't quite put our finger on, because we're not locating it. We just are raised in amnesia, and we're just regurgitating everything that's coming at us from all, aspects of life, medical, entertainment industry, television, media, you name it. And this is part of a massive infiltration that got really out of hand after the Second World War. So the programmable alien AI has infected carbon material and is what has taken over the platonic solid dodecahedron and related pentagonal geometries that build time-space constructs. These time-space constructs are instruction sets in a morphogenetic field that run into the ley lines of the planetary body. This is how they built artificial realities and false timelines and projected them into false holograms. So that should say inspired by the ES material. It doesn't say it, but I'm just saying it. So this is further emphasizing that ether element. So it's symbolic of the inverted pentagram or 5-pointed star, so prevalent in Satanism. It's also symbolic of this unbroken time cycle, the vibrational prison. The 5th element connects to alchemy in our throat chakra and is the key to overcoming this. It comes down to the power of our words. So this inverted pentagram is the dark mother reversals, the Baphomet, and the harvest and siphoning of our energies. And the artificial timelines are what is generated as a result, and that fake reality, that junk DNA that is picking up on the falseness that we think is reality, that is actually dormant DNA connected to higher harmonic universes. So spiritual warfare and psychological warfare, bioharvesting methods are tactics that are used so that we keep feeding the inverted system that is parasitic. Our astrology chart can help us remove ourselves from the dark weaponry and manipulations that come through the news.
Laura, really quick, your slide is still on the disclosure secret space program slide. We didn't see it move forward.
Really? Because it's moving forward for me.
Oh, yeah, it's stuck on there. Stop the screen share and try just starting it again.
Oh,
Okay, let's do
bummer.
it again.
I'm doing entire screen. It's not letting me.
You should just select the entire screen. You got to actually click the window.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Okay, here we go. All right, go ahead and go to your presentation. All right, there we go.
So is that,
Yeah.
can you see the spiritual warfare?
Yeah. We see it.
Okay, so spiritual warfare and psychological warfare, bioharvesting methods are tactics that are used to keep, so that we keep feeding an inverted system that is parasitic. Our astrology chart can help remove ourselves from this. It's just a helpful way to, know what's going on. There are other tools and modalities, of course, that help. QHHT, a lot of the individuals that, Neil brings on board, Portal to Ascension. I mean, this is really, the great work, is to call our energy back, to recognize our creative power, to not feed into these storylines that require our energy and our creativity to manifest. That's why it's called artificial timelines, because it's the trickery, the artificial that is not authentic to what is actually happening on a cosmic and earthly level in this powerful ascension window period. So I talk about this a lot, in my Portal to Ascension conferences. And, so for those who haven't heard me speak yet, this is a huge theme, in my book and in my presentations. And I'll bring it into present time after I just share this. So that inverted pentagram, the mother energy, the divine feminine that exists within men and women is creating these corrections. So turning it upright, this is what's creating the corrections on a cosmic scale. When we move through these great initiations, we're able to integrate this love into our beings for purification. And if you see, the orbit of Venus creates this perfect pentagram and a sacred geometry of a rose. So the fifth element, and the correction of the reversals is a part of the planetary alignments. And also the guardian groups and the grid workers and the starseed missions and the earth warriors, we're all on a ground level doing this work and being conduits of this greater process by not being hooked into the inverted storylines that are hijacking our capacity to achieve this. So the diamond heart in the earth body is essentially the definition of the Sophionic body of mother. The feminine principle has needed to be grounded back into the earth body, because when not grounded, the dark mother reversals are in power. And it is the feminine enslaved and used by forces of domination and control, which is our womb energy, our creativity, and it's in men too. We have the masculine and feminine within us. So when that is exiled and we're not recognizing the power of our creativity, we allow thought forms and belief systems to come in that we end up generating as a reality that is a part of, society's control mechanisms to take us down a trajectory of the artificial timelines. So Ophiuchus is the 13th gate, the 0-point unified field. Sun started to move through the 13th sign in 2010. These are the dates when Ophiuchus is active, November 30th to December 17th. So the alchemical laws and the alterations of the zodiac are connected to this 13th sign. So this time of year is a really important time of year to really breathe and meditate and really hold space for this powerful transmission of energy. The creatrix connectivity, pure, transparent, crystalline light, divine mother, and the cleansing power of cosmic love, recoding the DNA, aligning to the cosmic heart of Lyra in Andromedan universal center, rebirthing, cleansing the blood, breath, and mitochondria. So look how it got targeted in 2019, 2020, and how they've been creating, events to really disconnect us from the breath of life and coming together in unity. It's what they're most frightened of. And they did not feel, this is what I've been told many times, they didn't think the mother would return. And that energy is coming in from the precession of the equinox, and this being the timing of the window of ascension, but also the fact that all life as we know it wasn't, hasn't been destroyed yet. And migrations of advanced souls coming in and guardian groups to prevent the inversions and the dark agendas from going too far. So there's multiple factors at play. So Ophiuchus is connected to Chiron, and it's that alchemical energy that comes in when we can see our wounds and traumas for what they are. We're not masking them. We're not in denial of them. We're not acting out. So when we connect with that Chiron energy, we're able to connect with unconditional love and forgiveness and compassion for others. And that is the cleansing power of ether and our true connection to, Mother God and Father God and the Christ Sophia divine template that emerges from that. So this is the phase of solar alignment with the cosmic ether that is the core of the galactic center, which represents pouring of healing spiritual waters into the earth and humanity from Mother God. Previously, these waters were corrupted by entrapping the mother principle and gold ray seraphim on earth, which, is everything I've discussed about the reversal grids and these different events that, have leveraged our amnesia and create trigger events to loop us into trauma patterns and false solutions that don't get to the root of our galactic history and what's really taken place. So in its highest expression, this constellation represents the potential blueprint of divine perfection in a human being and represents the pending birth of the Christ child growing in the womb of the divine mother. So the negative alien agenda had control over aspects of the 12 constellation transmissions. So when we saw those 12 houses, and the control mechanisms that have been placed on every sector of our life, this inner work, these greater activations are what is helping us, to heal. And so the astro data, can help us to move beyond this, transcending the wheel of time, having every single sector of the 12 houses and the 12 signs open us up to our connection with the 0 point unified field, the cosmic trinity, and these great purifying transmissions coming from cosmic ether. And that being in reversal is why there's been so much, so many epidemics and world wars. And it was very, very difficult for planetary ascension to really take place until now. Now the emphasis is, understanding the war on consciousness and how there's been consent, how there's been a dependency bond or, incredible victimhood and scandals covering up deeper crimes against humanity in the news, and just, people not wanting to listen to folks like us and how that's just a part of the archonic systems, attempt to, keep this hidden or laughed at and ridiculed. So Chiron helps us to understand our mission through wounds and afflictions and shows us what we're missing and longing for. So all of us were born, experiencing some level of adversity, but this is really where, we are shown, what are we here to heal? What are we here to rise above? And again, that's connected to Ophiuchus and the ether element. And, the planetary system connected to Tiamat and everything that's happened to this planet, its own healing journey with the Venus transits of anchoring the mother back into her body after so much trauma. And my other presentations go deep into all that. So the inversions of this Chiron and Aries that we're experiencing right now in the zodiac, the North Node that's been in Aries that's shifting to Pisces, has been, an attack on human identity. False movements, harming the ego through psyops and creating triggering events to disempower and hijack the soul-centered, intuitive, free-thinking, evolving human. Fear tactics are used to keep the trauma bond alive with this inverted system. So, we see such a huge amount of divide and conquer going on. Weather events, we have to, that are engineered, that are definitely influenced by something other than Mother Earth. We have to understand that we're the elemental beings, and it's a reflection of how much humans are still under, mind control. When we purify our inner elements, when we really start the healing process, we are much more in alignment with, higher Earth energies that are not weaponized. As long as we're weaponized, we are in a weaponized kind of world. And so it's not that if you experience it or you're in it, that's the case for you. So many people are anchoring light and experiencing these things, or are born into really, really difficult circumstances in order to rise above and be that leader, take that wound and turn it and transmute it into wisdom, into experience, into, the strength to override and overcome. And that really, really is what takes down the dark weapons. So this is just about, lower energies and, moving into the epigenetics. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but, lower emotions and low frequency energy stored in our cells from past experiences and traumas that we've encountered and never processed. Photon energy is a much higher frequency that pulls up the lower emotional frequency so it can calibrate to the higher frequency. Thus, we find ourselves releasing emotions such as sadness and grief without knowing why. So sometimes we find ourselves in the line of fire, or we're absorbing something that isn't ours, or we're clearing ancestral patterns, or we're, in a really, incredible predicament. But if we see ourselves as, taking that energy and raising its frequency, then, we're really, being, the alchemists and working with these laws of alchemy and this zodiac alteration into the purifying element of ether. And this is like, we're at a really critical phase with the necessity, just so in our face of needing to do this. So the artificial intelligence systems have been designed and weaponized and specialized for emotional and ultimately spiritual harassment. And that's to drop our energy so that we're in those lower vibrations. And in those lower vibrations, we're not creative. We're creating from fear. We're looking for outer solutions. We're not connected with ourselves. There's no real self-love or forgiveness or compassion. And we're going to visit those lower vibrations that we see here. But we have to, consciously raise it up. And that is the inner work. That is the alchemical part of all of this. So in every sector of our chart and the houses and the different aspects and progressions and transits we experience are all opportunities, no matter how hard it gets, to be the conscious and mindful person that is working with those laws of alchemy to transmute and raise a vibration. And it doesn't matter what we get thrown. We are connected to higher dimensional energies that AI cannot touch. And it's not all negative AI, of course. So anyway, these are the outer planets that help to remove us from dark Saturn, help us to bring Saturn back into alignment with self-mastery, with the law of structure that is a container for our experience and embodiment of these higher earth energies as we switch on these dormant aspects. So you can look at that. Like if you see, squared aspects of these outer planets in your chart, you might find yourself in some of these shadow expressions. And, we can get lost in those shadow expressions and this dependency bond, out of fear or loss of, a feeling of, control over your life can, really be leveraged when it's an initiation and a growth period that we really want to embrace and understand. The more we give it a voice, the more we're creative with it, the more we breathe through it, the more, we just embrace the process of purifying and clearing and bringing it unconditional love. We rise to the higher octaves, which are great awakening, consciousness freedom, death of the matrix controls. And this is actually an old slide. I was supposed to catch it up with, the movement into from Capricorn into Aquarius. And that is, going to be, really, huge. And it already is. I mean, it's entering in November and it's going to be there for 20 years. Chiron will be in Taurus on June 19th, 2026. And then, that's going to take us from this Aries of the wounded ego, the wounded warrior, the indoctrinated or groomed ego that's been compartmentalized, everything that surrounds those themes that is being weaponized and used against us so that we are more divided and conquered and fragmented than being conscious and aware of the need to heal together, which I love about Portal to Ascension, because this is, platforms like this is where we are able to do that mindfully and consciously. But what we see coming at us constantly is to keep us in the lower octave of Chiron so we cannot experience this ether purification and healing that the Ophiuchus energy represents. So when Chiron moves into Taurus, it's going to be a lot about healing self-worth, our connection to, money and abundance. We're going through a lot about ego identity healing, but then it's going to be like self-worth. Do we value ourselves? Do we walk the talk? Do we live in integrity? Are we breaking free from jobs or careers and manifesting abundance that comes from exploiting people or taking advantage of their vulnerabilities? Are we able to walk away from that and begin to join forces with people that are conscious and awakened and do not seek dependency, but look to empower so that we can, pull our resources together and all, recognize that each and every one of us hold a very unique and important purpose for this healing to take place. In all these activations, we begin to connect into our galactic chakras. A lot of people are already connecting to that or, working to really ground that energy in some, have those activations, and then they get a spiritual attack and they lose connection with it. But it's really, what sustains this infinite flow of energy that is moving us into ascension. And we are that shift. We are conduits of this. And that inner work is being encouraged by the cosmic alignments. If we can just allow ourselves the time and space to experience it without the infection of everything that's coming out at us from outside. So these are the different levels of, our DNA that relates to sacred union and sacred marriage, an integration of polarity, how that changes our life and our trajectory and the people we meet and the soul, family, soulmates, and significant relationships that, happen in our life. This is all, a process, and moving through the fences and gatekeepers are usually, times where adversity strikes, but it's an opportunity to reclaim these treasures. So scientists prove DNA can be programmed by words and frequencies. The human DNA is a biological internet and superior in many aspects to the artificial one. So that's important, right? If you're able to play this back, really, think about that one. Epigenetics, science is proving that our body's ability to heal and repair itself is greatly affected by our beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and intentions, for they have a profound vibrational effect upon our continually evolving genetic code. We can catch ourselves in every moment. Remember, Virgo is an earth sign, but it's ruled by Mercury, which connects to our physiology, connects to our physical health and the healing path. Mercury is the magician. What spells are we putting on ourselves? What spells from outside of us are infecting our minds that our body is retaliating against in the form of symptoms? Can we rewire that? Can we get into that place and rewrite the scripts, deprogram, and connect with our visions and dreams, which the opposite Neptune Pisces house is all about? And this is where the nodal axis is shifting to, which will be activated by the eclipses. So all of next year, and the nodal shift with the North Node Pisces, which is what we're here to step into and integrate, will be a lot about the Neptune energy. Neptune and Aries will be at 0 degrees, very soon in Aries. Pluto square Chiron is like an intensification of toxicity and death crisis and a lot of casualties too, and just a lot of, intensity surrounding the Plutonic energy in this transformation. The squared aspect, squares make things challenging and difficult, but the beautiful breakthrough is that, wow, this is an opening. This is an opening. This tension is helping us to see, I can see my wounds, I can be accountable to them, and I can allow this rebirth, this cleansing, this alchemy, this connection to, unconditional love, to be an embodied divine human with the Saturn and Neptune and Aries, which is ego identity, Saturn, the law of structure, Neptune, the creative imagination. So when we work with that ether element to purify the creative imagination, then we're manifesting and creating heaven on earth, and we are the conduits of this ascension. So I'm just going to end here. It's like when we talk about ascension and the divine human, we're moving into that. The initiations have taken us there. But if we still stay in this dependency bond, it's like the loss of the soul matrix and the modification of the human vessel assimilated into AI is the result of not breaking free and cutting those cords. So I'm sure my time is up. This is just a little bit of information about Eisenhower and what I've uncovered on my path and what took place that you don't hear about. You hear about rumors of the 1954 treaty with the Greada, or the Greada Treaty with the Greys. And in actual fact, there was an unconditional surrender agreement in 1952 under Truman. So Eisenhower was not in agreement to that, but had to comply on a surface level because there was threats of death and all sorts of things. Everybody was sort of like in the surrender zone of that in the Truman administration. But in light of this, he ordered a battle at the deep underground military base of Dulce to take out the Greys. And he created Ike's Force to take down the Nazi Draco Empire Alliance. He established the White Hats and appealed to the Guardians with the help of Val Thor. And my book goes really into detail. And it's really amazing because I met Dan Cooper, the senior advisor to the Earth Alliance, and we had a back and forth for a really long time. And when I see the Guardian forces and, coming in from this other book explain, this migration of souls, and that, some of us are representatives of this, and then the greater Guardian groups connected to Lisa Renee and the Keylontic science and, you know, just star seeds. You know who you are. You're all like in this audience, and other speakers here, you know, here we are the team. And what I love about Mike is this is what he really explains in his quotes and in the channelings that come through and in so much of his message. And I love this one. I think that people want peace so much that one of these days the governments had better get out of their way and let them have it. So the earth is a living organism. We're a part of her healing. And with assistance from the higher races of our galactic family and a deeper awareness of ourselves and the traps that have been put in place from these lower forces, we will be able to navigate our future with peace, clarity, and discernment. The same laws apply to our body as to the planet. Imbalance needs to be resolved to protect ourselves. We have to increase the love vibration on the planet and take our power back. The greatest threat to any service to self-being is our unification, sacred union, and our free minds and our connection to our higher self. Let us start to embrace the choices that we have to connect with the mother energy of the planet and source energy so that we can step fully into our multidimensional bodies and break free from the time loop and archonic false systems. So I'm just going to end it there. And there's so much more to share, but I hope that explains some things that are helpful to everybody.
That was so, so informative, Laura. I can see that you have an absolute wealth of knowledge, and you could probably do an entire day dedicated to yourself with all the things that you want to share. Just one thing that I want to wrap up with before we get our next guest on is, you know, you shared a lot of stuff about the different timelines, and the biggest piece that I took away from your presentation today is the word alchemy, in that we always have a choice that we can alchemize and we can lift up into that vibration anytime that we choose. So Laura, thank you so much for your incredible presentation today. I'm sure you saw some of the amazing comments that we had. There's just a lot of love pouring out to you, and I really appreciate you being here today.
Well, thank you so much. I wasn't able to look at the comments, but I appreciate, you know, being here. And yes, we do have a choice, and it's right there at all times. No matter what we're thrown, it's like we're going to rescue and reveal the treasures that have been dormant that are pushing us to awaken, and it's pushing us real hard. And the best place to go is in that direction. We do not need to consent and be tied into and entangled in these inversions anymore. So much love to you, and have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Laura. And I'm very excited to introduce our next guest as well. So our next guest is an amazing human. His name is Craig Campobasso. I hope I said that right. Campobasso. Sorry about that. But Craig is an amazing award-winning filmmaker, and 82 different races of ETs he's connected with. So, I mean, my biggest question is, how did you find 82 of them? So anyway, very excited to have you on, Craig, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here, and Laura was awesome.
She was, wasn't she? Gosh, she has so much information.
Yeah.
I wish I had more time to ask her more questions, but yeah, we filled up an entire hour with her.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so I do have a PowerPoint, but I'm not quite sure how to set it up here.
Yeah, Neil's going to help you with that.
Tech support has arrived, Craig.
Oh, you're awesome, Neil. Thank you.
Okay, click present, click share screen.
Present.
See at the bottom there?
Share screen. Okay.
Click entire screen.
Let's see. It says screen sharing is easiest with 2 monitors.
Yeah, accept that.
Like that
accept
one.
that.
Okay.
Click entire screen.
Wonderful. And just while you're getting that up, so for the people watching today, now Alan's already given a fabulous introduction. Alan and Neil gave a fabulous introduction before, but for the people that have just jumped in, so you've got a book that you've described these different extraterrestrial races, and you've also done a lot of shows. You've been on Coast to Coast AM with George Noory. Your latest book, The Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, The Ultimate Guide to Greys, Reptilians, Hybrids, and Nordics, has been a bestseller on Amazon. So, I really hope that during this presentation we can learn about all the different ET races, and take it away, Craig. I'm very excited to hear what you have to say.
I will. Neil, is it up?
No. So when you click present, you click share screen, you go to entire screen tab, and then you have to select the entire screen and click share. What do you see when you go there?
I got it. Okay. So now
there we go.
if I Now if I bring it up, you can
Perfect.
see
Yeah,
it.
go ahead and make your presentation full screen.
All right.
Okay, we see it.
And
Yep, there we go. Beautiful.
Is it full screen now?
No, if you can just click the present button, then it'll go full screen. Right now, we see your whole window.
All right. So where's the present button?
No, it's the slideshow, start slideshow. Just like you would do a regular slideshow and start it, make it full screen in there. We just see the whole of the PowerPoint.
Oh, I see. Well,
yeah, just start it normally. Click on slideshow. Click on the slideshow tab at the top near
at the top in the orange section. There's a tab called
slideshow.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Yeah,
and I wanna click the slides myself. I don't want them to go too fast.
Well,
so
yeah, but we'll see everything though. But
I mean, you're just seeing what's in the sidebar of the things that are coming up, right?
Yeah, if that's how you want to do it, that's fine. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do it that way. All right.
Give you a couple of suggestions. So there's a little arrow just above your slides where it says start slideshow, setup and monitors. Just click the arrow up so that we don't see that top bar. And then you can just make the main section bigger and then we'll still see some of the bits on the slide if you want to do it that way.
Okay. And sorry, I am PowerPoint stupid. So where's the button?
Do you see the section where it says start slideshow, setup and monitors? There's a little arrow right on the end there. It's like a little up arrow. No, go to your right a little bit more.
Oh,
yeah.
Did it just do it? Okay.
That's actually great though. Then you can use your space bar to get to the next slide.
Oh, I could just do it this way. I got it. Okay.
Perfect. All right, go for it, Craig.
All right. Thank you guys so much. All right. Can you still see me too a little bit? All right. So
yeah, we can see you. You're good. You're good.
All right. Good. All right, everybody. I'm Craig Campobasso. I've got about 7 books out. These are a few of them here. The 2 MUFON books are the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac and the UFO Hotspot Compendium. My other book series is a 4-part book series called The Autobiography of an Extraterrestrial Saga. And the first one is called I Am Tehran. So yes, it's about Pleiadians. Anyway, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background about myself, and then we're going to get into the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac since we only have, I think, 40 minutes today. So anyway, I've been a casting director for well over 30 years. I had a major spiritual awakening when I was 26 years old with 3 master teachers. And this is what led me to write The Autobiography of an Extraterrestrial Saga. My book agent knew how much that I had delved into the contactee phenomena since the age of 26, and that I was well versed on it. So they believed him that for me to write the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, which they already had the title for, which I thought was great. And I said, oh yeah, I can write that book because I had studied, oh man, so many contactee cases. I was friends with many hybrids. And of course, from my own encounters, being a experiencer and so on. So the interesting thing is in 2019, when I began to write the ET Species Almanac, I got a call from a woman in Canada who told me she was my cousin, I think 5th time over. And she said she just wanted some information on my mother's side. That's how we were related, my mother's father's side, which I gave to her. And I said, hey, I've got a biological father that I learned about when I was 12 years old. My father adopted me when I was 1. I said, do you think you can find him? Because I definitely could not find him on the internet, and I tried for so long. And she said, yes, I can find anybody. Anyway, long story short, she did find him. He had passed away already. And but finally, I was able to get a picture of him, which I did not have. And she told me where he was buried. I went there. I talked to them at the front desk. They gave me the name of the man that called to pick up his body. He had a different last name. I found the man living around the corner from me. I wrote him a letter, put my picture in there, and said, if you can get this to any of Fred's family, that'd be great. Anyway, I got a call a couple days later from the gentleman's son. And actually, the man was my biological father's half brother. And I thought, wow, that is so amazing. And of course, they didn't know anything of me. We did all the testing through DNA and all of that as well. And so I went to dinner with my uncle and my cousin. And I said, just tell me everything about Fred. It was a long 3-hour meeting. And he said, oh, he loved airplanes. He begged our mother to sign a piece of paper so he could get into the Air Guard because he was underage. And so she did. And then when he was 18, he was put into the Air Force. And he was telling me all the places that he was stationed. Anyway, long story short, then my uncle says in his next breath, and by the way, he was in Project Blue Book. Well, my face literally fell off. And I asked him, I said, well, do you know what that is? And anyway, he goes, well, kind of. He said, all my sons tried to get out of him UFO information, including the one that I was with. And he said he was always very tight-lipped about it. So here's the first coincidence, is that Fred Vero, my biological father, whose middle name was Warner, by the way, which has meaning, he was in Project Blue Book, which was the Air Force's study on UFOs that started in 1952 and was decommissioned in January of 1970, which investigated over 11,000 sightings. Its main study was to determine if UFOs were a threat to national security and to scientifically analyze UFO-related data. Now, here I am starting to write for MUFON, which is a US-based nonprofit comprised of civilian volunteers who study reported UFO sightings. So long story short, again, my uncle gave me everything that he had of his, which wasn't much, including his discharge papers. I know many people who are a little in the higher ups, and they said that his discharge number was one they've never seen. So he was in a classification all his own. Now, my uncle then went on to say he was there for many years. I think he went up to a first sergeant. And then he just decided he didn't want to be there anymore. He came back to LA. He ultimately became the head of construction at Warner Brothers for film and TV. Warner Brothers, middle name Warner. I'm a casting director, and here he is in the film business. So I like to bring that up because it is truly in the DNA, and I found him when I began to write the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac. Now the interesting thing about writing the almanac, I had come up with over 120 races that I had researched, but the publisher said the book had to come in under 300 pages. And so I wanted to see as many as I could fit in. Paul Hellyer, who was the former Canadian Minister of Defense, who was very much championed UFO information and talked candidly about it in public, said that he knew of 82 races that were visiting Earth. And I thought, well, wouldn't this be a great way to honor him and see if I can squeeze 82 races in there, which is exactly what I did. So anyway, let's just move on. These are a few movies I worked on early in my career. I worked on Dune for 4 years and Conan the Destroyer at the same time. Here is me as a young man wearing Sting's costume. Sting was very awesome. He was a fantastic guy. Then I went on to Amazing Stories, where I started my casting career with Spielberg. These are the 4 books that are out of my book series. Everything's at autobiography of on et.com. This is my mom when she was young. This is my dad, who adopted me when I was 1, Lou Campobasso. Of course, I consider him my father, always have. And of course, they're no longer with us, but I think of them fondly every day. This is my biological father, Fred. This is me when I was young. You can definitely see the resemblance a lot there. This is him in his Air Guard uniform. And then, of course, him working for Project Bluefoot Book and me for MUFON. So there's the cover. We call her Snake Girl. She's a benevolent snake girl. And so we start off with Grey, Zeta humans, and the positive races. Here's some of the positive races, the 3 on the bottom, we would call the Eben. There are so many different gray races. I can't even tell you. I remembered I was with a group at one time and a room filled up with all of them. And I've always been able to see into other dimensions since I was a boy. And I could see them all clearly. My friends could feel them. And the room literally escalated so high that you felt like you were levitating, because they were all very positive races. Of course, I know a lot of you know about Daryl Anka. And so we do have the Sasani in the book. And what's interesting is that there are 7 generations of hybrids with the Sasani. The first are the small grays that are known as the Maze. The taller grays are known as the Mazani. Sasani beings are half human and half gray, so they're Sasani. And the rest are going to be hard for me to pronounce. Shayael are beings that are more human looking. The Yayael begin to start looking very human-like. And then Earth humans becoming the 6th hybrid race, Anaka Inau Kina Nia. Boy, that's hard to say. And then the hybrid children who eventually live on Earth with human are the Shana. And then the 7th hybrid race, Anuhet, a blending of all 6 hybrid races in 1,000 years. Now, the reason I love to talk about this is Daryl is so, he is just a wealth of knowledge with his connection to Bashar. As a casting director, I cast both of Daryl's films, Bashar First Contact. So I know his story extremely well. And also, we did a little sci-fi feature called Alienated, which is on Amazon, if you guys would like to watch that. So I do have very soon, I'm excited to tell you all, I do have the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, the documentary, ready for release on DVD first around December 1st. And then The rest will roll out online on all the sites and the streamers and Apple and iTunes and Amazon by the end of the year or the very beginning of the year. So you saw my website. If you want to receive information when they're available, just subscribe to my website, or you can email me directly and I'll add you into excuse me, into the list. All right, let's see. All right, so we've got some malevolent grays. The one on the right side, the darker creature with these sort of orangish red eyes, are called the Orons. They've been spotted over the last several years doing abductions that are not congruent with the actual person. Meaning, if you're a star seed, part of your contract is that if they did want to take some of your DNA as a human, that you have already pre-allowed them to do it. But the contention with the bad grays, as we call them, is that they do it without consent. And there are so many horror stories. I mean, I met a gentleman who came to me in the 90s. People who were having all kinds of experiences, all my friends would bring them to me, and if I could help them in any way, I did. The grays actually put eye implants in his eyes, so when he lifted up his eyelids and below, you could see an apparatus through his eyes, and then like the camera or the viewing was behind. And he was so flipped out. He said, even, to get them removed, I knew that they would just put them back. A lot of other people who have had experiences with grays say that they know that they're looking through their eyes. They'd never talked of implants, but they said that they knew that they were seeing everything that they saw, which I found was interesting. And then a lot of people in my talks with Barbara Lamb and with Yvonne Smith, who have done so many regressions for abductees and things like that, they say it usually feels negative, and then as time goes by, they see what the purpose was, because they were true star seeds, and then they came to grips with their abduction scenarios and no longer felt that it was bad. I will tell you, because I'm in the film business, I do have actors, famous and who are TV stars as well. I will tell you one story of a woman who starred on a TV show. She told me when her daughter was little, they lived out in the canyon, so there was lots of land and homes were spread far apart, that she woke up to all these lights outside, and she ran into her daughter's room, and a gray had her hand and was starting to pull her through the wall, and she grabbed her other hand and she fought the gray and said, "You are not taking my child," and she forbid it, and the gray let go. And then she saw the ship out on their front lawn, and their neighbors next door actually saw the craft as well. That was the last that she ever had an experience with those grays. I haven't talked to her daughter, but anyway, it's just fascinating, all of these stories. All right, so let's get into reptilians. All right, there we go. All right, did I get it right? There we go. It's gone too fast now. Sorry, guys. It wants to restart the program. All right. I'm just going to let it do. All right. Well, we'll start off with the benevolent reptilians. Oh, there we go. All right. Nope, they want to talk about the bad reptilian. This is doing it by itself, by the way, you guys. All right. So the ones that we hear the most about are the draconians. Man, it would take a whole day just to do a seminar on all of the information that goes on with draconians. But a big part of it is that the bad grays do work in conjunction with the reptilians. And once they come and they do treaties and they sign things with worlds such as Earth, they are allowed to have bases underground. And then once they've established those bases, then the reptilians come in because they're invited by the grays. And so it becomes a whole nother game changer. Anyway, they're very tall. They're built really strongly. Most starseeds will have experiences with them because they will try to knock them off their game. And I mean, I had a very, oh man, amazing starseed family. The parents were just brilliant. So their two children that came through were able to step up their energy. And the one boy who was about 12 at the time could speak 5 star languages. And so he would decipher things. He would speak them for me. A few times I got other star languages on EVP, and he told me what they meant. I also knew another woman who knew many star languages, and I gave her the same recording, and they both said that they were Pleiadian. That was Pleiadian verse. So in the documentary, you will hear some of the languages of the star nations as we're going through all of them. So anyway, all right. So let's go to the next. So we've got our benevolent reptilians. A lot of people will have experiences also with benevolent reptilians. I've heard that some very advanced reptilian races, that they also too are a part of the Starseed program, and that that they are being visited by the counterparts that they left behind. And so they're very connected into the whole reptilian world in the positive realm as well. So I know a lot of starseeds will, especially when they're just waking up, they'll usually get bombarded with a lot of benevolent energy, and then the bad reptilians usually show up. And just going back to the family, the 2 young boys and the father were every night being harassed and chased by reptilians. And so they came to me and wanted to know what they should do. And I said, well, look, all they're doing is just trying to knock you off your game for you not to progress in your spiritual life. I mean, these boys were showing me inventions they were going to build to help the earth. And I know that they're going to build those things. I mean, they were just brilliant. Anyway, so they did. They started doing a meditation practice that helped to push these entities away, and also learning to shield yourself. Laura was talking about Lisa Renee. Lisa Renee's website, I can't remember what it is, but if you just type in Lisa Renee, her website will come up. She has a lot of amazing meditations to repel negative energies, and to also build your spiritual network in your body up so that you elevate on a quicker timeline. So I would definitely suggest that you do that. All right, let's move along. So let's do some hybrids. All right. All right, so this little green creature here is from the constellation Rodwell. This is from a Wendell Stevens book. And it, a Cherokee girl on the Indian reservation, I believe she was around 14. As we know, American Indians are very connected to off-world beings, and they had seen a craft around for some time, and they knew that this girl was going to be taken. And she was, and she had no fear. This being was very benevolent. And the reason they chose her was because of that. He was able to hook a neural thing up to her head and one to his so that they could talk from mind to mind. The little necklace around his neck, when he would touch it and point it on a wall, the wall would open up and go to a different section also on the ship. And anyway, he just wanted to share about who he is and who their race is, etc. And so when she came back, because he had her hooked up to this neural thing, she remembered everything in great vivid detail. So that's a great section in the ET Almanac, Rodwell. This is what a human hybrid with some reptilian DNA in her as well would look like. All right, I know I have more than that. No, that's it. All right. There we go. Okay, let's talk about Alpha Centaurians. There are many people in South America who are having contacts with Alpha Centaurians. They're a very tall Nordic race. This gentleman's name is Ontaral, and he is over 8 feet tall. This is his wife, Ivica. She is also tall. Now, two people that I garnered all my information from are Ricardo Gonzalez and Sixto Paz. Ricardo Gonzalez information is the information on what they call the Apunians, because the Alpha Centaurians always went to their mountain called Apu, and so they would always come to help the villagers. If somebody was sick, they would help heal them. If their crops needed tending to, with that, they would do whatever they could. So they made regular stops there and became, they were literally like star family to the earth family in this, around the mountain called Apu. Now, in the documentary, Sixto Paz has been on their craft over 100 times. And it's a very interesting way to do this, is that what they do is they open up a Zendra. Now, a Zendra could be on their home world, or it could be on their ship. And they can open up that Zendra, and if they invite you on their ship, if you cross that threshold, you are now on that ship, right? It's a portal in a sense. Now, an interesting fact, a friend of mine went to a group to Mount Shasta, and they were out in a big open field. They were told by Ricardo Gonzalez that Ontaral was going to come in a ship that night. So they all prepared by meditating, singing, chanting, dancing, because star people love people who are joyous and are very attracted to them. So the ship did come. My friend said it went over the pine trees and the lights illuminated the forest. He said it was so beautiful. And there were about 6 or 7 people that were pre-picked to come and meet on Tyrol. So my friend was not picked, but the rest of the people were told to go back to base camp because they were in the field. But my friend stayed behind and watched it all from afar. And he said, as each person returned, they looked like what Moses must have looked like when he walked off the mountain after talking to God. And, you know, they said it was just such a unique experience. That, and of course, some people, you know, had fear, and Tyrol was really trying to calm them down and keep them. So, you know, this is really interesting that a race like this, we haven't seen this quite so often, is contacting people directly, like back in the early 50s when all of the humans were coming here and having meeting with contactees, Valiant Thor, with Dr. Frank Strange's, Salganda, with George Adamski, and so many, not George Adamski, I'm sorry, George Van Tassel, Orthon with George Adamski. So anyway, it's really interesting that this is happening and this is still happening. So you will hear Sixto Paz's story, which is amazing, and in the document. All right, let's move on. All right. Let's see here. Come on. There we go. Yeah. All right, let's go back. There we go. Here's the Pleiadians. This is an actual artist's drawing of the being that I'm connected with. His name is Tehran. He usually has very long hair. At a certain point, he cut it all off, but again, it's long. This is another commander as well. And they're coming here and reconnecting their story, their ties, their DNA to our planet here. And I will say I've had so many beautiful, beautiful experiences with the Pleiadians. The teachings of spirituality and how to look at things and how to handle things and to explain exactly what your emotions are, that they really are the tools that are helping us to climb up out of duality and become fully conscious beings. So in other words, our heart and minds will work together, and then the ego is abolished. So anyway, you will love the section on them. There's also a great section in the E.T. Almanac book. And then let's see, Venusians. So this is Salganda. No artist rendering has ever been done of him. When I was writing the UFO hotspots, I did a giant segment on Giant Rock and the Integratron, because I've been in the Integratron many times. Dr. Frank used to actually MC all of the UFO space conventions there, because George was raising money to build the Integratron from the blueprints that Salganda gave him, who's a Venusian. They live on the interior of Venus, by the way. They say that all the planets are populated in our galaxy, and that everyone lives on the inside. This way they can control the elements. They have resonation fields that keeps their cells, everything young. Interestingly enough, Salganda came with the Integratron is when it was turned on and you walk in one door, walk across the Integratron, walk out the other door, your cells would be rejuvenated and that you would stay looking young. It would help to eliminate sickness and disease and to prolong your life. So that's why they also have very, very long lifespans. Valiant Thor came with a similar design, which he gave to Eisenhower. to eliminate sickness, disease, poverty as well. And of course, talk to them about all different kinds of things, you know, free energy, atomics, all of those things that are hurting the earth, hurting other worlds, hurting interdimensional worlds as well. So from all of George's descriptions, by the way, and I listened to every TV show he did, radio show, and all of that, and from the archives, he would describe a little piece of him in each thing. And so I had an artist create Salganda here. Now, he's 5'6", and what's interesting is I also met another gentleman who called me after I did Stranger at the Pentagon. If you guys want to learn more, watch a short film at strangeratthepentagon.com. He told me when he was 17 years old, he's in his late 70s now, that he was in Miami and he used to see the glint of a saucer craft. And then one day he said a gentleman approached him on the street and said, we've been hearing your thoughts about all the questions that you have about the universe. And he said, I'm here to actually answer those questions. And he explained what he looked like. He was very similar to Salganda, and he was also 5'6", but he said, I am a created being, and I created this facade just for you because this is what the least that you would be afraid of, right? So we know created beings, which are, in my opinion, and I had discussed this with Dr. Frank Stranges, is that they're pretty much seraphim, right? They're very high order of angels. In other words, we can say, you know, they say about Valiant Thor that people who knew him in the government would say, I work for the hammer and the hammer works for God. Isn't that interesting? So, all right. So this is in the UFO hotspot in Tegratron. If you've never been there, or Giant Rock, great place to see UFOs, great way to have experiences. You do have to make a reservation to go there. So make sure you do that online before you go to get a sound bath. All right, so let's go to Agartha. All right, so here's a map of Agartha. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of information. One of my contacts, who actually was with George Van Tassel when he began running the Giant Rock Airport, he went out there because he wanted a spiritual life. She was there with him when he began meditations under the rock, because that's where he lived with his family. And he began channeling. And he was also one of the very first people to channel Ashtar as well. So now she knows some of the most amazing people. She actually was best friends with the Telosian, which are the ancient Lemurians. Now, California, over 3/4 of California was one of the big parts of Lemuria back in the day. And when they knew that the destruction of Atlantis and all of that is that they went underground, and this is where they live today, below Mount Shasta. Everyone that goes there is very drawn to that mountain, including myself. It's also the home of the great I Am That I Am. That's where the I Am books came from, through Saint Germain to the Ballards as well. They have an I Am reading room. I'm not sure if it's still there, but it was pretty amazing. You get bathed in all the colors of the light. But so she was able to discern a lot of direct information about Agartha. Now, beneath the Matto Grosso is where the ancient Atlanteans live. And then also the capital of Agartha is the city of Shambhala. Now, what's interesting is people who have journeyed into the earth, when they have visited various lands, they always talked about a priest. Now, we know that in Telos, ancient Lemuria, that there is Adama, who is a Melchizedek priest of the high order, and also a Melchizedek priestess. People have talked about priest in these other things. Now, where there are, I can't remember the exact number, but there are a lot of Melchizedeks that are teaching star seeds, people like you. So if you want to open yourself up to learn that, you know, they can take you into night classes at night and that type of thing to learn more about it. So there is a great deal of protection from all areas. This is just a unique, different planet from anything else in the universe. And so everyone is here trying to help. We know that there's going to be the negative aspects as well. But again, if I was going to ever leave you with something, is work on yourself spiritually to raise your vibration. That's how we get all the negative beings off the planet who are doing harm to people, the environment, and various things like that. Because once we get to that point, that tipping point, they can no longer live on the planet because the vibration will be too high. All right, now, oh, and this is Mikos. He's the librarian of the library down there in Agartha. You can't just show up if you try and meditate and catapult yourself there. You would have to be invited. But he's a very incredible fellow. He is extremely tall as well. I can't remember, but I think he's well over 10, between 10 and 15 feet, something like that. All right, now this is Commander Anton of the Silver Fleets in Mount Shasta. He and the woman from Telos, and the woman from Telos and Commander Anton, at one point, it seems that a lot of these races, and I find it in other contactee stories, that when they come here, that they literally have to pick a place to live and live there for 2 years to learn how to be an earth person, so that they understand what it is to be an earth person. And so him and this other woman chose San Francisco and that kind of thing. But he commands the fleets there and in a lot of the general areas. My friend who I've told you about, she actually does the section on Agartha, which you guys will find extremely fascinating. All right, here we go. Now this is, I had this rendering done of Saint Germain. I myself had an amazing experience with the great I am that I am in Mount Shasta. And the very next day I drove up to Panther Meadows down here at the bottom, and I had a lovely meditation. And but this is the location where Saint Germain originally met with the Ballards. All right, let's see. All right, the Melchizedeks. We love the Melchizedeks. All right, here's Father Melchizedek. This is Macaventa Melchizedek. So the University of Melchizedek is 490 university spheres, and each planet teaches its own curriculum. So when we're like on Earth, we're learning duality. When we graduate from here, how many lifetimes we have here, then we go back to Melchizedek, and we will go to a learning sphere of where we might want to have our next incarnation. Maybe we want to learn science and spirituality combined. So then we would incarnate on a planet, and we would say, that's going to take me 3,000 years to assimilate. So you will choose a lifetime with that longer lifespan because those worlds are very advanced and you can stay living for that long. The only difference is created beings like Valiant Thor, they are eternal and they live forever. What's interesting, and I can't remember what it's called, but I have it written down, they can, after a certain period of time, change their whole persona, but everyone who knew them would still know that it's them because it's the inner body vibration. Because when you're telepathic, you share your inner soul, your inner body, and all your feelings, your emotions. When you're telling a story, everything gets conveyed, so the other person actually feels it as well. Of course, Father Melchizedek is the architect of Melchizedek. So he is in union with Michael, Gabriel, and also Metatron. All right, here we go. I know we're almost to the end point, but let me just get here. All right, so celestials, we will all become celestials. We're in the physical universe. When we actually graduate from all our physicality here, we will then go to the astral universe, and we will live out our long days there, learning from the astral realm, because there's many realms. Just we'll be in a higher realm, but we can learn about all the various levels, even going down to the netherverse as well. And then once we graduate from there, we then graduate into becoming a celestial. We are a part of the Godhead, and we are a part of creation, and we start creating from the Godhead, which I just love and find so fascinating. So the truth to we are co-creators of the creation is absolutely on the money. This is a paradise sun here. And this is Lourdes Iamatron. She's a teacher on the interior of Venus, and she had a Chinese lifetime on Earth. And so she decided she liked her appearance there, so she stayed there. So here it is. Physical is the creation of life and astral body development. Astral creation of life, worlds, and celestial body development. And then the celestial, then the creation of worlds, galaxy, and development of the Godhead. So anyway, I think our time is up, but let's just see if we can squeeze in. Here we go. Created beings are created from the Godhead. They have no belly buttons. They're magistrates of the heavens. Valiant Thor does look after our galaxy here. This picture was taken by August Roberts, a retired Air Force photographer. And it was actually Howard Menger's at Howard Menger's farm. Howard Menger was visited by many human extraterrestrials back in the day. And when they would meet him, they had a certain handshake, and the photographer was so drawn to Val and his two companions, he took a zillion pictures of them. And he went up to Howard afterwards and he said, "Did they give you the handshake?" And he said, "Yes." So that was fascinating. This was during his tenure of the 3 years at the Pentagon. Anyway, that's my time. Again, you can... let's see, there's where am I? There we go. Here's where you guys, my website's here. You can see my short film, learn more about Valiant Thor there, get Dr. Frank's out of print books, and you can get my books at the top one.
Amazing.
All right. All right. I don't think I can get this off my screen.
That was fabulous, Craig. I think Neil can help with that. Amazing. That was incredible. I just really enjoyed that presentation, and the pictures are so beautiful too. One thing I want to share with you, when you were talking about the Mount Shasta story, I had the biggest smile on my face because I was there that night when they met on Terrell, and I have the craziest story.
Oh, you did?
I was one of the 100
my
people
God. Can you...
there, yeah, in person. And I have the crazy story of how that happened, which is, it's a much longer story. Maybe if people want me to share it, I can do it on my own presentation tomorrow. But basically, I got guided to be on the mountain on a specific date, time, year, like everything, not knowing that that event was happening. And that picture that you shared of Panther Meadows is where I met someone. It's the craziest synchronicity. I mean, I'm from Australia. I don't know anyone in the United States, you know. I'd gone all the way over there. I met this one person who knew the only other person that I knew in America at the time. And he told me that there was this conference with Ricardo Gonzalez happening the next day. And so I was there for the whole thing when it unfolded. And then Paula Harris drove across the country, and I didn't meet the being myself. Like, this was really early days in my journey, but having seen since then all the books that have come out about it, and I just feel like so honored to have been part of that moment. I mean, there's only like 100 people there, you know. So yeah, wild that you brought it up, and I was thinking the whole time, like, I just have such fond memories of that experience.
Yeah, it's amazing. I wish I would have known. I would have totally gone. But
I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's a great story. You should try and share your story with everyone tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, mine's probably not as exciting as other people's, because I wasn't one of the ones who met the beings. But I was just there, like, as one of the participants. So yeah, really enjoyed it. And yeah, especially I love that you included the inner earth as well, because I think sometimes people, they separate, you know, you've got the galactics and you've got the inner earth, but they're all these extra dimensional beings, and I sort of lump them in a similar category as well. So I really love that you did that. I don't know if it's my internet or yours, but you're kind of freezing up a little on my end. I do have a quick question for you before we jump off. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll try and read this out to you. One of the guests has asked a question. Are you familiar with a race who are originally from a star near Scorpio's tail, who are illegal alien refugees?
You broke up. I couldn't hear it.
Maybe I'll type it in the chat box for you.
Okay.
It says, are you familiar with a race? Or maybe Neil can do it. I don't know if it's me or him.
No,
you can hear now, right?
Somebody just typed it in. No, I'm. What's that? What's that, Neil?
Oh, I didn't say anything. No, so someone was asking if you know about a race from the tail of Scorpio.
Oh, okay. I don't. I do not. But I do get a lot of people since I wrote the book telling me leopard Pleiadians. So, you know, they have little red things all over their skin, but you know, I know of beings that I've seen myself. There's rainbow washes of skin, and there's green skin, blue skin, violet skin, yellow skin, orange skin. And what's great is when an orange and maybe a yellow get together, the colors of skin, you know, that the babies have are just amazing.
Yeah. I bet there's thousands of races out there. I mean, I'm impressed even with just 82.
I don't think they can hear me anymore.
Oh, I don't even. I think it's just.
Yeah, I
don't. People can still hear me though, I think. But yeah, what I was gonna say is, like, I think there's thousands. There's probably thousands of races out there, and we're still so new to sort of uncovering, you know, what's really out there. So Craig, thank you so much for your incredible presentation. You've got a lot of love in the comments again, and it's been very, very informative.
Well, let me just leave you. I'm going to just leave you with this statistic really fast. The Alpha
Okay.
Centaurians say they know of 1,019,000 races. And in the Urantia book, it says that Earth's number in the Orvonton super universe is 5,304,482,337,666.
Wow.
How's that?
Whoa. That's in the Urantia
Yeah.
book, Greg?
That
Very
is, yes, yes.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Well, thank you guys so much for today. I'm sorry I couldn't see everybody else, but thank you for being here. And much love to everybody. Have a great rest of your Thursday.
Thank
you, brother. Appreciate you, man. See you later.
And
Amazing.
I believe we're handing back to you, Neil,
Yes.
to carry on. So
Yes. Thank you. All right. So before we bring on Ashlea, I want to show you once again the event that Craig was supposed to be part of. I think I forgot to put him on this. I'm going to put him on this flyer. Is the Moon, Mars, and Anomalies and Inner Earth conference. That's April 5th of next year, and you can find that on our website. I could have sworn I put Craig on it. I got to check with him. But this event's going to be amazing. We're going to go deep into so many different types of awareness here, looking at what's going on Mars, and just exploring the fact that we have definitely been, well, there's been civilizations on other planets, including dark side of the moon, like we had shared earlier today. And Constance Briggs, she's going to be coming up soon today. And hopefully she's going to be talking about the moon anomalies. And today is the super full moon. So what a perfect day. I couldn't have planned it better myself, which is kind of funny because I did plan it. So because today is the super full moon and we have moon anomalies. That's just the way it works. And we're also, today is the beginning of an annual alignment with Arcturus. And it's a galactic day, the most galactic of all the days. So keep that in the field as we're going through today. And there's also a third thing going on. There's something going on with Cryon today as well. So a lot of energetic and astronomical occurrences today to support this event and just the shift that's going on anyway. So I think that's really beautiful. Just want to share that with you. So now we're going to get into our next guest, and you have seen her on Portal to Ascension. She's been one of the main MCs here. She's going to be on the Galactic Origins cruise. She helped me MC the Lemurian conference and the Great Awakening conference that we just did 2 months ago. This is Ashlea Piefer, and Ashlea is known as Metaphysical Ash. She's a catalyst for personal and organizational transformation through customized events, workshops, speaking engagements, and she helps and works with people one-on-one. Her journey commenced with a transformative, spontaneous Kundalini awakening, navigating misunderstood physical ailments and making profound shifts in mindset, diet, and behavior over the years. This awakening, which included interdimensional and extraterrestrial contact, ignited her mission to help others experience similar paths. She spent years in self-study, and her journey began in childhood with experiences of psychic sensitivities, and as a teenager, she delved into the occult, which eventually led her to more practical applications as an adult. She studied neuroscience and the psychology of thought patterns. Through her understanding of how these patterns contribute to reality, Ashlea creates transformational workshops and events utilizing guided meditation to shift individuals at a foundational and frequency level. So let's go ahead and bring Ashlea on. Hey, Ashlea.
Hi, Neil. Thank you for that intro. I want to shout out Craig. I don't know if he's still here. I have his book and I want to show it to you. So somehow, I don't remember how I got this, but before it went to print, I came across it. And I've had this. I printed it out. I went to the library. So I have this giant folder of all these species. And it helped me navigate some of the challenges I experienced. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in my presentation today.
Whoa. And you knew it was Craig, and you knew he was the speaker today, right?
I knew, yeah. And I've had that book. I'll go through it sometimes and, reference who I've connected with, because I don't always see them physically. It's more like frequency intelligence within the realms. And I always check them off. Oh, that one's familiar. Oh, that one was there.
Wow. And the more we move forward into this awakening, the more we're going to realize that life is normal. This is the normality of the universe, not the other way around, you know?
Yeah, paranormal is the new normal.
Yep, exactly. So what are you sharing with us today?
I have some talking points on a presentation,
All right.
and I'm just going to kind of see what comes through.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. So I'm going to open up. Let's see. Share screen. Share screen. There we go.
Got it.
How are we looking?
Yeah, it looks great.
And you can see just my presentation?
Yeah, your presentation and yourself.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Ashlea, we're ready to receive.
All right. I'm ready to deliver. So I want to talk a little bit today about awakening your consciousness and strengthening your light body. Awakening your consciousness. Am I going crazy? Probably one of the most commonly asked questions by those experiencing a spiritual awakening. I like to say we are birthed of the earth, seeded from the cosmos, and then the human being has created something of its own, which is the matrix, which is the experience that we've all come together to have as an organism, an extension of our planet, and seeded from the cosmos. I'm going to share a little bit about myself, a bit about my personal journey. As Neil mentioned in my intro, as a child, I had some sensitivities. I felt very much connected to things beyond the veil. I used to play with things. I used to see things. I had an affinity for understanding people. As a child, I always wanted to be an FBI agent that studied the minds of criminals. 2016, we're just going to kind of move forward right here. This is before my Kundalini awakening. That photo was maybe a few months before I had a spontaneous Kundalini awakening. I was notified it was coming through my team, my guardians, my guides. Certain energies were coming towards me. I could see things. Past loved ones were coming back up. The word Kundalini kept showing up. So the awakening happened. It felt like something was rising up my spine, getting trapped in my heart, my throat. At times, my solar plexus, I could feel some vibrations there. The second image, that's 2018. That's around the time I was receiving significant interdimensional and galactic information. My body was having a hard time adjusting to the frequencies around me. So around this time, I was experiencing Pleiadian contact, Arcturian contact. I actually thought I was a Pleiadian starseed. Fast forward, knowing what I know now, we're all of it. Our DNA has the potential to connect with a lot of these angles of consciousness. So I like to consider them angles that when we reach certain levels of embodiment within our humanity, we can kind of reach these states of awareness, aware that we are deeply connected to the cosmos as well as connected to the earth. So 2018, I went through a ton of physical changes. The experience was an accelerated ascension, pushing me to the limit of what I think I could handle physically, mentally, emotionally. I remember at one point, I disassociated from my body and I was actually watching Ashlea operate these programs and these behaviors. I became everything that I once judged in others. And that taught me a lot about polarity and integration and the depth we're willing to go into the darkness. That is the collective field of information, the collective mind that has manifested everything we see around us. The beauty, the ugly, all of it. You're it as you're part of this organism that is humanity. That helped me understand the power of holding a unity field without judgment. Moving on to where I am now, 2024, that is the embodiment. So I knew this was going to be a 10-year cycle for me. I feel closer than ever to holding that embodiment, and I really want to talk about that on this presentation. Some of the tools, practical tools that have helped me, and I believe will help humanity as we come closer to disclosure. A huge part of that is our embodiment in our body. In order to impact the environment, to really be that pillar of unity, we have to expand into this space. So our potential to impact is our willingness to expand and accept the entire structure of reality as self, moving beyond some of the ideas of who you are and accepting the I am wherever you are, however you are, with exactly what is in front of you. Mastery over mental and emotional states provides you the ultimate freedom. When you realize your mind is a tool, you get to choose your thoughts. And this is the delicate game that we have happening here. There are so many thought forms that are actually feeding into paradigms that perpetuate the exact issues we hope to reconcile and dissolve. So acknowledging your mind is a tool. You choose your thoughts. You are not your thoughts. You get to choose them. So if you could imagine thought streams all around you, these are intelligent frequencies that seek to sustain themselves. They seek to be manifested and actualized. And going deeper into the foundational principles of the energy that we accept in and we participate in. One of the biggest challenges I see in the spiritual community is that 5D mindset. What we're doing here, connecting in community, this is easy. The real work comes in when you're navigating the world and someone cuts you off or you witness an injustice. Recognizing your thought stream. How do you think about that, first and foremost? And then how does it make you feel? Your body provides the electric that fuels some of these issues, some of these paradigms. So when we commit ourselves to knowing God and to embodying that fifth dimensional consciousness, there's a responsibility that comes with that. You cannot claim that you are a unity, a unifying force, and deny certain aspects of your reality. We have to find a way to reconcile that. So can you offer not just the victim, but the one who committed the crime, the same amount of compassion? That's your impact. Understanding the foundational principles of how we're creating our reality. So in the spiritual community, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot more integrating that needs to happen before we can hit that 5D, because even as you are on this path, you're going to come across things in your structure that are going to trigger you. They might have you thinking, well, they're stuck in the 3D. I'm over here in 5D. But what is the foundation of that thought form that then moves into your feeling body and is projected out? It's perpetuating the issue. So with everything going on in the world, there's a certain level of spiritual maturity that we as the leaders on the forefront of the awakening really need to embody. And it is the acceptance of what is. Creation does not make any mistakes, and we have free will. Once we know how to use the tools in our toolbox, understanding the foundational principles of reality, we can make those shifts a lot faster. Easing the discomfort of spiritual awakening. Now, these are general things that are going to support your neurobiological system for the star seeds. And these cannot be understated. Breath work. You can use your breath as an intelligent force to recognize when you are being manipulated, siphoned. So even right now, as I go through this presentation, bring awareness to your body, 360 degrees, the front of your body, the back of your body, the top of your head, the bottom of your feet, 360 degrees, that space within the skin. These foundational tools help empaths and starseeds tremendously as you navigate the energies around the planet. It really is a challenging time where only the masters are here doing this work and playing this game. But even the masters get trapped sometimes. They get trapped in the mind. And the key is to come into the body, to access those higher sensory perceptions, the awareness of the subtle energy fields around you, and literally hold your frequency. It's less fight and more solidifying yourself in space and time. So breath work, coming into the breath, that's one of your most powerful tools. And if you can take that breath in, move it up through your mind, down your spine, really following that channel of the breath, you can find areas where you might have stagnation, tension, areas within the body, within the skin that are not resonating in harmony with nature and the frequencies that we are now accessing as a planet. And then moving on to the fascia, releasing tension, improving your flow. Our fascia is such a powerful network. It's a network that holds so much information, which speaks to the instruction set, how the organs, create themselves, how the organs are resonating. Your fascia can help you tremendously. It helps you move beyond any dogmatic viewpoints you have and accept more of your structure of reality as self, as the I am state. There was a quote I read once. I don't know who said this quote, but it's always stuck with me. A healthy mind is a flexible mind. A healthy body is a flexible body. So on these 11 days of awakening, take what resonates, leave the rest. Don't allow your mind to use you if something doesn't fit, if you don't agree, because that in itself is a frequency intelligence, which has now made its way into you and feeds off your discomfort. So we have to cultivate perfect love and perfect peace in the now moment using our tools, using our awareness, redirecting our consciousness inward. Because from that inner space, we experience and we contribute to the external experience. Sound healing and organic frequencies, powerful, powerful tool, allowing those sounds to resonate within the body. One of my favorite sound channels on YouTube is Octurian Sound Healing. They have some amazing frequencies on that channel. And then organic tools that create sound that are not really manipulated by AI. Those are really powerful as well. And can you take that sound inward? Can you register where that sound is, where you are, take it into the body? Now, these are the secrets of the universe, energy, frequency, vibration. Use that to your advantage. So even as you go through these 11 days of awakening and you resonate with certain speakers, with what they're sharing, what they're providing you, take that inward to your inner space to help you adjust the world within, the universe within you. And now you're starting to really claim and command your humanity. This is your embodiment. Nutritional support. I can't talk enough about this. The nutritional support has been game changing as a sensitive, as a starseed, as a contactee. When you know how to support your cellular and the minerals in your body, when you know what you need when you need it, as you go through changes on this journey, that's a game changer. It's going to bring you into presence. You're going to feel less scattered. You're going to be able to integrate that information so much easier. And one thing I've noticed with a lot of starseeds is it's like a hypersensitivity or a type of ADHD where they're very non-linear, and that's totally fine. It's a superpower. But I can tell you from personal experience, when you have proper mineral support for your bones, your connective tissue, your cells, even moving into some of the herbal practices to cleanse and heal your blood and what information exists within the blood, this game of navigating these energies becomes so much easier. You're more present, you're more grounded, you're more embodied. And that is the gift. That is how we contribute to a new earth experience. It is through the embodiment, through harnessing that information, those energies into the physical form. And then dopamine detox. Are you comfortable sitting with yourself? Like getting really, really still, noticing your body and what's going on inside of you without distraction, without interference, without the need to listen to music, really redirecting that inward. I like to do this at least once a week where I don't watch TV. I'll turn my phone off. I'll disconnect from the outer world. And it's an extreme focus inward. It's a focus on every step I take, every breath I make, how my lungs expand, connecting with the heart, the fascia. It's a full day to know myself, where I am, how I am, what I'm resonating with, and any subtle distortions I feel, I take that time to focus on that, to reconnect those systems of my body with the living light, with the organic technology and the new plasma light spectrums that are coming on our planet to become that embodiment of the new human, the ultimate technology. And when you do this, when you have that embodiment, you can manifest so much faster. You can impact grids of the planet every step you take. You'll notice the things that come to you in your structure of reality are just alignment, synchronicities. You don't have as many accidents. You know that your needs are completely taken care of and provided for because you're in tune with that vibration and the reality responds to that. Okay, flow or fight. Referencing reality based on thought forms, navigating the complexities of timeline potentials and manipulation, saying goodbye to the spiritual warrior. And this is where your embodiment is your greatest gift. You secure yourself in that frequency. And from that place, you no longer have to fight. You're within a flow. It's a completely different way of securing yourself in space and time. And I also want to expand on the thought forms that we use to stabilize ourselves. And by stabilize, I mean your definitions of self, the ideas about who you are, the experiences that you've had, the concepts, even to the extent of, you know, I'm star-seeded, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. The greatest gift that we can provide to humanity is a full embodiment and a full acceptance of the I am state. So noticing your structure of reality. Once you've solidified yourself in your torus field, so you have a full awareness of the subtle fields of the body, 360 degrees, then you can start going inward and figure out where some of the connection links are between you and these external paradigms that are plaguing humanity. Some of these constructs of thought that have made their way into the world of form. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of things that still exist within our physical body because we have not reclaimed our humanity. We are not fully embodied. Some of the areas I see most manipulated are going to be the sexual centers, the space around the throat and the back of the neck, which is also known as the golden chalice, mouth of God. There's a lot of vulnerabilities within the human field. And sometimes when you're navigating, you pick things up. You know, you're doing your work, you're going into certain environments, having experiences, and stuff can stick to you. The starseeds experience so many more challenges than the average non-awakened human because of how you shine, because of the capabilities within your genetic code to manipulate the quantum fields. So our awareness is key. It's not a thought. It's not any concepts that are going to stabilize you. It's knowing where you are, how you are in space and time, connecting with your physical body, and in embodying your divinity. The reason I have this here and the DNA strand, the blood, understanding foundational constructs of how you resonate, what you're consuming physically, mentally, and emotionally, and then what you may have incarnated into, the blood. So our blood holds a lot of information, and you know you're not this body, but you incarnated into it. And there are feedback loops within your blood, feedback loops, connection links between you and external structures of consciousness, paradigms of creation, entities, constructs, you know, that we've been feeding, that have been plaguing humanity, that are not within a unity consciousness. They're not on that resonance. Some of that's within our blood. And it is my belief that some of the strongest souls have chosen the most challenging bloodlines, meaning you have incarnated into a lineage that has a lot of connection links between the physical body and these constructs of reality that create our matrix system. So understanding how to go so deeply inward into your blood, purifying your blood with herbs and the proper mineral support and detoxification, knowing that you have the capability to go into your DNA strand and reclaim those strands in service to God, to the living light, to the natural laws and the evolutionary cycle that we're moving into. You get to consent to that. And the more you go inward, that becomes your embodiment. It shifts your resonance. You become a code and a key, and the frequency that then provides that for the environment you navigate. You get to plug that also into the earth. Securing your foundation as a unity field and now presence. you want to integrate all aspects of yourself. So this is your past lives, your galactic and cosmic histories, all of those expressions into the now. This is how we hit that disclosure timeline faster. This is how we clear some of the information within the planetary grids. And this is how you truly take control over your life. And it starts by connecting with the physical body. This little image right here, I have sight, sound, taste, touch, smell. Those senses bring you into the now. When we have parts of ourselves spread through time and space, and you know we're a hologram, I'm sure you guys know that. You're on the 11 days of awakening. The holographic nature of the human body fragments. There are fragments of you spread throughout time and space. There are fragments of you that have been given to certain energies, entities, construct of consciousness. That's what I was mentioning when I talked about the blood. It's in your blood. Reeling all that back into the now with the power of your intent and participation with the body to fully embody your humanity, your all of it. Your inner world is going to impact the outer experience. So, we've had a lot of talk about the cosmos and the ETs and the galactics. The more you come into the now and you can reclaim all of you. So our nervous system, that nervous system, and you guys saw this image of me right there. My body was covered in these crazy rashes. I felt like a dragon. I would take my clothes off and I would just like flake. I would flake everywhere. They thought I had lupus. They thought I had an autoimmune disease. My body was not ready for the frequencies that I was accessing. We pushed Ashlea to the limit of what she could handle so that I could have an accelerated ascension and become the transmitter of certain energies. And I know there's some of you that are right there with me, probably, experiencing similar challenges. That's your nervous system. That is that system right here, that feedback system. So not only does your nervous system receive from the external, but your nervous system provides the external world information as well. Information that is genetically held within your organs. So the more you participate with reclaiming all aspects of yourself, we're going deep. So the embodiment, for those who resonate with this, your embodiment is key to New Earth. The reason I have these images here is to give you a better understanding. These were the closest things I could find. So as we go through the ascension process, those chakra wheels, they expand back. So we have now, but the chakra wheels actually carry information from the past and the future. And you have the potential to reclaim all those light aspects into the now, not to deny any part of you. So those aspects of self that you may view as dark or dangerous, or you want to avoid, those are keys to your embodiment. Those are keys to your ascension, not to deny them, but to fully integrate those light aspects into this present moment as you build your light field. There's a lot of power in that. And there's a way to do it with love, peace, and compassion. So there really is nothing to fear. The fear is often a story created by the mind. Remind yourself, my mind is a tool. I choose my thoughts. And really the only meaning anything has is the meaning you give to it. Easing the symptoms of spiritual awakening and cosmic contact, referencing realities. As we focus our attention outward, there's always a cost. There's always a cost to what we're focusing on. Well, there's a cost to you, and you're paying attention. So if you could imagine, you know, the holographic nature of the human body as you pay attention and notice, because there's a level of spiritual maturity that is needed to navigate some of what's going on the planet without feeding it. So as you pay attention, can you come into a place of sovereignty, of securing your frequency in the body? If you're paying attention to certain situations, happenings, atrocities that are going on around the planet, and it creates a feeling inside of you, you're feeding it. You want to hold that frequency. You want to hold neutrality, and you want to. It's a very kind of challenging thing to navigate. You want to become neutral. That's the only way to really dissolve what is happening on the planet. I think that's going to trigger some people. Like, how can you say that? You know, neutrality in these situations. Like, we see what's going on over in the Middle East. We know, you know, some of the things that are happening in the entertainment industry to the children. We know about this stuff. Can you hold neutrality? Can you hold compassion, not only for the victims, but for those who have made those crimes against humanity? This is ascension. And just as we are ascending, so are they, as they choose to. So there's a larger picture happening here, really recognizing the power you have to reference realities based on what you allow into the mind. Supporting your neurobiology with supplements and nutrition, I cannot emphasize this enough. Cellular support, mineral support, cell salts are game changers for the star seeds. This is going to help you solidify yourself in that sphere of energy. This is going to help you direct your attentions in the right way. When you see certain things and you feel that flush, you feel that activation, you feel the nerves being stimulated, and perhaps you feel an opening in the center of your chest and your solar plexus is now being manipulated. Having support for your neurobiology through nutrition is game changing. And then the third one, allowing for recalibration in stillness. This is where you get really, really still and you notice your body and you allow plasma light to come in through your crown and start regenerating some of your systems. So you're going to reclaim all your systems. You can actually go inward and communicate with your systems, your skin, your bones, your organs, your heart, your brain, noticing both hemispheres, front, back, side to side, top to bottom, really reclaiming all your aspects in service to God, reclaiming your divinity, embodying your humanity. Kundalini as a healing modality, and this is that life force that exists within you, knowing that you have the capability to regenerate yourself, finding that spark of the divine that exists within, expanding that bliss state. We had Dan Winter on yesterday, and he dove so deep into the physics of this, into the physics of that bliss and how you can actually reclaim, recenter yourself, really harmonize all internal structures of the body with the living light, with with the most divine connection possible for the human being as an ascension prototype. And it's done through the senses, through awareness, through pure presence and consent. And I just want to thank everybody for joining me. My little presentation. That is what I have for you. Let me go over. I'm going to read some comments. Hi, Neil.
Hey, Ashley. Beautiful presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you do have some time, so we can read some comments if you want.
I'm going to scroll up because I couldn't see them. Yeah.
You know,
go ahead.
Something I definitely love to talk about a lot is the divine neutrality, you know, being in that neutral state. And so getting to that state, right? So we definitely want to be there, but what are the steps to get to divine neutrality? And does it connect to the inner work? Is it almost like when we stop judging ourselves on these levels, when we accept and forgive ourselves more, then the solution, the consequence of that is that we don't have so much anger towards the other, especially those that are the oppressors, those that we consider the abusers. What would you consider is a good way for us to get to that point?
Well, I can speak of my experience, how I got to that point, and it was a deep dive into myself. The further I went into my heart space, the more I realized the interconnectedness of humanity and creation is getting to know itself. So how can I deny any aspect of creation if I am creation? I would have to accept all of me. So perhaps it did start with accepting, some of the ways that I've hurt others, how others have hurt me, accessing, some of those darker aspects of myself, some of what we have spread throughout time and space, our past lives, all available to you in the now. Like, how deep are you really willing to go into that light work? How deep are you willing to go into the darkness? The deeper you go, the more you're going to recognize that you're it. You're all of it.
Sometimes I often wonder, well, I had some past life regressions and I've seen myself doing things that people may consider atrocities at this point, or even things that I would judge in this life, right? So it's interesting how we've been everything. So that's another part of ourselves. It's like our past lives that we need to integrate, the darkness within ourselves, but coming to that realization that we've played many different roles, including the ones that we may not agree with in this life.
Absolutely. I feel that if we're going to, truly, and that's why this point in our evolution is it's so crazy, but it's also so powerful. And the masters are here, like to really master integration of the polarities, what humanity has done, with its free will and expanding out from that. We have our allies, our galactic allies, who are also experiencing ascension. And we've all played a part in this.
Right.
Can we accept the clarity of it?
If anyone has questions, go ahead and let us know. And, so Buddha had said, this is not the exact words, this is me paraphrasing it. But then when you get to a place of equanimity, was what he called it, which is divine neutrality, you begin to have so much compassion for all of humanity. And just like you said, is that you have compassion for those that have been victimized, but you have even more compassion for those who are the oppressors and those that are victimizing others, because you see how disconnected they are, that you can't help but have compassion for the level of disconnect people feel in order to do the things they do.
Yeah. There's a question. Francis asked, what is fascia? Fascia is really important because fascia actually communicates with the muscles and the organs. So fascia is that thin membrane that surrounds your connective tissue. It's, if you've ever like chicken has like that white thin membrane, that's your fascia. So when you stretch and you feel tension, that's your fascia. Your fascia actually holds a lot of information that speaks to the physical body. Your fascia is kind of like a highway network of frequencies that can make their way into the physical form.
So would you say that, because they say cellular memory, that our cells hold trauma, would you say that our fascia also holds trauma? And then from fascia release, we can, release different things that we're holding on to, whether it's physical or emotional?
Oh, absolutely, Neil. And we can release some of that cellular memory with cellular support. Like you can go into the depths of the structure of your cell and start adjusting what's going on in there, realigning. And naturally, as you go inward, you're going to get synchronicities in your external environment that provide you the tools and resources you need. The things you need when you go to your inner world are going to show up for you naturally, organically. Hi, Victor.
Hello, Ashley. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again.
Yes. I had shared that I had attended an organization called the New Seminary of New York back in the 1990s. It was one of the first interfaith seminaries. And the founder used to share an expression. He used to say, it's a Hebrew expression, Hakol Beseda. The literal translation is everything is in order. But he used to say, if you look with spiritual eyes, you'll understand that everything is unfolding in divine order. You may not agree with it. You may detest it. You may have really violent reactions to horrible things that are happening, but that ultimately, these are all part of the plan that we were born into. And I think that it describes what you were talking about before.
I love that, Victor. I love that. Can we move above our individual selves and try to look through the eyes of creation?
And ultimately develop the empathy and the compassion to forgive, which I think is one of the lessons for many of us in this lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something that's come up for me recently, or that I've heard from those in conversations about forgiveness, watching videos, is some people getting angry about how could I forgive them for what they've done because it was so terrible. And what I've realized is forgiveness isn't about the other person. It's about you. It's about how you feel. It's about your own mental health. Just like there could be all these atrocities happening outside, there could be all this fear. But if you've done the work to not be fearful from the external reality can be what it is, but you're still at peace. So forgiveness is really about your own self, your own inner peace.
Absolutely. One of the things that I share when I officiate funerals or officiate memorial services is that tomorrow is never guaranteed. If you want to forgive someone, forgive them today. If you think that you've hurt someone in some way, ask for forgiveness today and always express your love today.
That's beautiful. And actually, we have a question here from Starlight, if you want to read that.
Can you read it? I'm scrolling. I don't see it.
I got you. You mentioned herbs and how important foods are, which I agree with. If we go inward, can we give our body what it needs through meditation alone?
That's interesting. Like, can we feed ourselves just by frequencies? I'm going to say yes and no. It's probably dependent on the individual. Like, where are you? What have you accessed in your genetics? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Like some things you can regenerate, through that plasma, but some things you really need that mineral support.
Right. Have you heard Bashar and others talk about the path of least resistance? Right. It's a universal law. Okay. So universal law. Basically, you could sit here for a couple of days, meditate hardcore, and quite possibly on the second day, you might be able to teleport 2 inches from here, right? Or you can just get up and walk 2 inches and get there within a couple of seconds. So basically, when it comes to our belief systems, we have certain belief systems that are so ingrained that it takes a level of consciousness and awareness that is even beyond where a lot of people happen to be on this planet at this time to get there. Good example here is feeding ourselves all these nutrients just like that, because we can literally create harmony in our bodies. We can recreate our bodies. we can get to a level where we literally reprogram our own bodies. But right now, because of our collective belief systems on this planet, even if you know it, to be able to embody it may be a little challenging. So the path of least resistance is to take the mineral, right? And then, but eventually we can get to that point. But as you said, there are a lot of things like the placebo effect, for example. People heal from all types of things just from the belief that they can do it, or that they're receiving something that does that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be dependent on the individual. You know, how dense are they?
All right. So if we have any, do you want to take any last questions here if we have any? All right. As we close out, Ashlea, how about, did you have one there?
Yeah. Spirit, as someone that has suffered from rashes caused by etheric parasites attacks for the past 5 years, colloidal silver mixed with hydrogen peroxide. So I can resonate with that. My detox protocol was about 3 years detoxing from the internal parasites, stopped some of that external stuff from coming in. And colloidal silver helps you at a cellular level. And then you can actually bathe in peroxide, baking soda, apple cider vinegar to help the detox. If you're going through a significant detox or a purge, or everything around you is triggering you, you can support your physical body that way.
Beautiful. Ashlea, thank you so much for your amazing presentation. And, you know, I don't know if you shared what else you do. Like, can people work with you? You said you do one-on-one. So what's the best way for people to connect with you? What kind of services are you offering?
Yeah, so I work one-on-one with individuals. My website's ashleapiefer.com. I also do small events in my city of Columbus, Ohio. And my niche is inner alchemy, how you take any stressful situation and turn that into the momentum to elevate yourself to your highest potential. So if you want more information on that, you can definitely visit my website.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ashlea. We'll be seeing you a little bit later. Okay. Amazing. Hey, Victor.
Hey, Brother Neil.
Ready to bring on our next guest?
I am ready to bring on our next guest.
All right, let's do it.
Constance Victoria Briggs explores our cosmic connections with her talk, Earth's Galactic History and its Extraterrestrial Connection. In this presentation, she examines current research, theories, and evidence linking Earth and extraterrestrials past and present. Some of the topics that Constance covers include whether the Earth was terraformed by advanced extraterrestrials, the theory that the Earth was seeded with life by other worldly beings, possible extraterrestrial involvement in the creation of humans, and more. She looks at evidence of humans being visited by beings from other worlds and explores the idea that there was once a battle for Earth. She brings us signs, signals, messages, and clues showing evidence that extraterrestrials are trying to communicate with humanity. And she takes us on a journey beneath the oceans where she is believed to be, where she believes there is an extraterrestrial presence. She also investigates the possibility that other worldly beings may be residing within the Earth. She delves into how extraterrestrials may be traveling to Earth via stargates, portals, wormholes, using what she refers to as the cosmic freeway. Constance also examines the possibility that there are extraterrestrials living among us. Extraordinary events believed to be related to extraterrestrials are also revealed in her work. She takes a look at current research into the UFO, UAP, USO phenomenon, detailing descriptions of these enigmatic subjects. She talks about the possibility of there being authoritative hierarchies within our galaxy that may include other worldly federations and councils that are responsible for the galactic community. In the end, she ponders humanity's future and whether it will be an apocalyptic one with humanity struggling to survive, or a spacefaring global society where we are the ones exploring and possibly colonizing new worlds. Her website is constancevictoriabriggs.com. Please join me in welcoming Constance Victoria Briggs. Welcome, Constance.
Hi, how are you, Victor?
It's wonderful, so wonderful to see you again. Constance has been a guest on my Om Times podcast a couple of times, and everything she brings to us is fascinating and eye-opening. So there you go, Constance. It's all yours.
Thank you, Victor. Hi, everybody. Well, that was quite an introduction. I'm going to try to touch on all of those points today in the relatively short time that I have. That's a lot of information. I had prepared this presentation. I apologize for not having slides today. I hope it's not too boring for you if I just talk a little bit, okay? But I'm just gonna try to go as fast as I can and just kind of fill you with information. First of all, excuse me, when I was invited to be a part of this conference, Awakening of Humanity, I had to figure out what part, was the best to share. I've been asked a lot of questions about what is going on with Earth and extraterrestrials and UFOs by people, pardon me, people who are not in the know. In this audience, there are a lot of people, as we can see from the material that has been presented, who are in the know about extraterrestrials. They're involved, they're communicating, they've been in contact, and some of us are extraterrestrials embodied. But there is another group out there, most of the world, in fact, who are not aware. And I believe that if we're going to have the contact that we're looking for on a mass scale, if we're going to have disclosure the way we want, for us all to understand and hear the information of what has been kept from us in regard to extraterrestrials, then we have to slowly educate people, the ones that are not in the know, that we are being visited, that we have been since ancient times, and that some of us are embodiments of ETs. The fact that everyone on Earth is an ET is another show, but I do believe that, the soul does come from elsewhere, but that's another topic. So anyway, that's my intention when it comes to awakening humanity. I don't think we can really get there until more people know. And at that point, when most of the world, and hopefully all of the world and every part of the world understands that we're not alone in the universe, then maybe the ETs can have that kind of mass presentation that we're all hoping for. So I'm going to jump into this information, and hopefully it's not too boring and you can follow. Anyway, so I wrote this with that in mind, the new people out there, as well as you guys who know a little bit more. So bear with me. We have entered a time when information about Earth's galactic history and its connection to extraterrestrials is coming out very fast. As you've seen from the program, there's lots of information. The evidence suggests, as we know, that we are not alone, and we never have been. So that's a very important point, because there are some people who believe that this kind of started all, in the 1940s, 50s era. It's not true. We've been visited forever. In fact, whether there is other intelligent life in the universe is no longer a question. There is proof that shows that we have been visited by extraterrestrials from the beginning of human history, and that Earth is being visited today. The question is whether humanity will accept this reality. That's a big one. Because if you do talk to someone who's not aware, some of them brush it off, and some of them don't like the idea. They are not accepting of the reality, and it's a problem. But I believe that what we're going through when it comes to people who are denying the existence of UFOs and ETs, I think that we're going through what I call growing pains. I think that every galactic civilization that has started and that has entered the galactic community has gone through growing pains of denial and acceptance. Unfortunately for us, this is where we are right now with so many, or not only denial, but just people who are in the know who are keeping the information from us. Anyway, if we are to enter a time when we will evolve to be greater than we are now, then we need to examine Earth's galactic history and its extraterrestrial connection. Only then will we be able to move forward into a time when we can join the galactic community. Therefore, it behooves us to examine as much information from our past on the subject as possible, as well as explore the theories and possibilities of how we are connected to the stars. I would like to emphasize theories because there's a lot of information we have, those of us in contact, but there's a lot of information that is that's missing too. There are broken pieces to our history from the beginning. So sometimes we only have the theories, but the theories I have found are also ones that the space agency have, and I'll try to find the time to get into that. So as a world society, I think we should be having discussions on what evidence we have, but also the theories that are coming out, because sometimes we're just being guided and the theories are being given to us for publication, and we can talk about all of this. We need to explore the many aspects of humankind's interactions with extraterrestrials, starting with our ancient past to the present. Once the world understands that we are not alone in the universe, then perhaps we will be ready for that spacefaring Star Trek future that so many have been anticipating. I talk about Star Trek a lot, guys. In my writings, I talk a lot about science fiction because I find that for awakening people and those that are not in the know, like we are, some of us are, they can relate. They can relate to Star Trek and science fiction. So I do bring that up a lot. And while I have Star Trek here, I just have to interject something really quick. Gene Roddenberry, there's a story about the creator of Star Trek having sat in on channeling sessions from a woman who said that she was channeling extraterrestrials. The extraterrestrials told her that they were on a ship. There were several ships, in fact, and they were on a mission of peace. They were traveling the galaxy, and their ship was full of people from different worlds working together in harmony. The idea is that Gene Roddenberry was inspired, if not directed, he never said directed, but was inspired to create Star Trek. And even a lot of his scripts were, I heard, have been based upon that information. So that's a side note, just to let you know that extraterrestrials they are using our sci-fi for educating the masses. Anyway, so terraforming. Here is one of the interesting theories. It is kind of long, bear with me. So what is our extraterrestrial connection? And how far back in history does it go? Well, not only did I go back in history for the UFOs, I went all the way back to the beginning with the theory of terraforming in my Earth book, my Galactic Earth book. So when it comes to how life came to be on Earth, several hypotheses have been put forward in recent years. One such theory is that of the Earth having been terraformed by extraterrestrials that were highly advanced in the areas of science and technology. If true, then these beings could be eons of years old and have reached creator status, meaning that they have the capability to create, maintain, and sustain life on other worlds. Terraforming is a hypothetical method of transforming an environment that is unsuitable for humans to dwell on into one that has been created to be equipped for human habitation. It is hypothetical, of course, because we do not yet have the technology to terraform planets. However, this theory is not as unbelievable as it may seem. Scientists today are currently researching the possible terraforming of other planets and the various ways that we might one day do so. Interestingly, the idea is not lost on them that this is what may have happened with Earth billions of years ago. Some researchers today are considering the idea that advanced beings may have been responsible for incorporating life on Earth. In fact, it is thought by some that there may have been several extraterrestrial worlds that had a hand in the preparation, design, and development of life on Earth. It is believed that extraterrestrials could have planned everything from a breathable atmosphere to the creatures that would reside here. It has also been considered that large depositories may have been used for such a task. These depositories have been likened to a futuristic Noah's Ark. This means that extraterrestrials may have sent the seeds of life across the universe to plant life on Earth and perhaps other areas of our solar system as well. So, there you have it. Extraterrestrials, in my thinking, may have been there from the very beginning all the way back to, terraforming the Earth. So I'm going to get a little bit into human origins, if you're still with me. One of the areas when it comes to our galactic history to be looked at is human origins. And this is a big one. It's kind of a big no-no when it comes to the masses because people don't always want to hear this. They want to stay set in their traditional way of thinking, especially when it comes to, religion and myth. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to change that something else may have occurred at the beginning of our human history. So, but, I put it out there. Although this area of our history and extraterrestrial connection is wrought with theories, it is an area to be studied and examined if we are to understand our origins. Since the extraterrestrials have yet to have a sit-down conversation with us on this topic, we're on our own. And I tell you, some of the speculations are thought-provoking. The questions are, did we come from the stars? Is humanity an extraterrestrial creation? Well, many believe so. Interestingly, there have been scientists who have said that determining how life formed on Earth is a problem for them. Guys, this was news for me. I never knew that they were talking like this. They have said it is a problem because they don't know. They do not know definitively how life started. In an article from the Scientific American by John Horgan titled, "Psst, Don't Tell the Creationist, but Scientists Don't Have a Clue How Life Began," Horgan writes, Dennis Overby just wrote a status report for the New York Times on research into life's origin based on a conference on the topic at Arizona State University. Geologists, chemists, astronomers, and biologists are as stumped as ever by the riddle of life. That's what he said. So this kind of thinking has opened the doors for researchers to look at alternative answers to the question of human origins, including that of humanity being connected to extraterrestrials. In fact, some of the questions being brought forward today are, did humans come to Earth from a different world? Are we extraterrestrials that came from another world to live on Earth for reasons we do not remember or understand? There are theories about this. Unfortunately, I don't have time to cover them all, but I'm going to try to get into, at least 3 of them. All right. And they're a little complicated, but, I'm going to try to get through this. So theory number 1, colonization from another world hypothesis. The colonization from another world hypothesis is a theory that our ancestors originally came from somewhere else in the universe. I don't find that hard to believe, right? They may have come as explorers colonizing other planets. Maybe they had already, beat us to everything. Maybe Earth was a strange new world and they're like, whoa, okay, colonize. This looks pretty good. Anyway, they may have had a variety of people in specialized areas to start a colony, which would include scientists, engineers, and others to colonize the Earth, just as our scientists are planning to do with the moon and Mars, if they ever get to it. Anyway, some have speculated that there may have been more than one race of beings involved in the founding of this colony. And if this is true, then it appears that from other worlds and star systems that are far more advanced than humans, they've already achieved what we are just only beginning to think about and plan here on Earth. Life on Earth today just may be the result of colonizations from beings that were seeking to spread their race through the cosmos. So that is colonization from another world hypothesis 2. Number 1. I have the next one, which is colonization from another world hypothesis 2, which is very similar but slightly different. So in this one, we entertain a slightly different version of it, and it says, I wrote, we just may not be who we thought we were, which would be the original humans on Earth. There is a theory that we were fully developed Homo sapiens that were created on another world and transported here. According to this theory, humankind originated on a world that was better suited for us. And here's where it changes. But for some reason had to abandon it and traveled across the universe. What is most interesting about this summation is that it would make us the aliens. We just may be guests on Earth. Could humans have been added to the life that already existed on Earth? I was sitting in my garden one time and I was considering, in my garden, I have all of this greenery and trees and, flowers and all of this. And in the back is a big canyon. And I just thought, and, there's a lot of animals. And I just thought, this doesn't feel right. It doesn't look right. And could we have been placed here? It just felt like humanity and the houses and the cement and the cars just seemed out of place to me. So I wrote this. So in other words, was this a fully functioning planet before we arrived? It would appear so, as it does seem that humans do not belong here. Earth also seems to have suffered from the existence of humans living here. Humans seem completely foreign to Earth, in my opinion. If we can imagine a time before humans, we can visualize a lush world full of exotic plants and vegetation that grew as far and wide as the eyes can see. Imagine no roads, highways, or buildings, just a world rich in nature and the original animals that existed here. It seems obvious that the addition of humans changed all of that. The introduction of humans into Earth's environment has nearly destroyed it. So basically, this theory is about a group of humanoid people, extraterrestrials, that purposely left their home world for reasons unknown and felt compelled to come to live on Earth. Now, why? Why would they do that? Well, perhaps there was a threat on their world. Rather than allowing their species to be wiped out, they were searching for a planet similar to their own that they could escape to safely. The universe is volatile. Meteorites smash into planets. Suns explode. There may even be wars and political uproars of other civilizations in space. We don't always think that that could be a thing, but it is. Other civilizations exist. We don't know what's going on in their worlds. The possibilities as to why a group of people would leave their home world are endless. I have to take a sip of water. Okay. So I did find another person that had similar thinking, but way more better than I do. And he wrote a book. So on the subject of how humanity doesn't fit on Earth. So Dr. Ellis Silver is a chief environmentalist and ecologist who wrote extensively about humans not being from Earth in his book titled Humans Are Not From Earth, a Scientific Evaluation of the Evidence. Silver maintains that we are from elsewhere in the universe. In his book, he gives various ways in which humans struggle on Earth. Silver points out that humans are the most advanced species on the planet, as we know, but even so, we struggle to physically exist here. Have you ever felt like that? Because I know I have. I'm kind of getting tired. It's hard. We don't fit in physically, whereas the animal world around us lives quite easily. Silver believes that humans did not develop along with other animals and living organisms on Earth. One of the problems that Silver points out is that humans are shockingly incompatible with and unequipped for life on Earth and the various environments located here. losing my voice, guys. I'm sorry. Silver cites such issues as humans having difficulty with sunlight. We burn quite easily. How many animals do you know out there burning from the sun, right? He says there are high rates of disease and maladies, which of course we know. We're always sick. By the time we reach age, 50, we're going downhill quite rapidly. Even before that, of course, there's many diseases. We have problems during birth. The animals don't. We have severe back ailments. Sometimes we're just, bending over by the time we're a certain age and we feel the pain early, right? And there's a lot more in his book if you'd like to research it and look it up. So these issues, he maintains, are not problems often seen in the animal kingdom. Silver concludes that humans developed in a different world, then were later brought here sometime during the last 60,000 to 200,000 years. In both the colonization from another world hypothesis, the work of prominent researcher and author Lloyd Pye comes to mind. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but I was in contact with Lloyd Pye before he passed away. He was an amazing writer and researcher. Pye was recognized for his distinctive version of the intervention theory. It was a hypothesis that extraterrestrials had a role in the establishment of human life on Earth. In his book titled Everything You Know Is Wrong, he expounded upon his belief that life on Earth did not evolve but appeared here. He commented that after Earth-wide catastrophes, there was no evidence that anything had evolved, but the various forms of life on Earth appeared here fully developed and ready to procreate. He wrote, although there are modifications within species, nothing transforms into anything higher. It all simply appears somehow as fully functioning sexual units of males and females, ready to live and procreate. In his book, he even quoted renowned biologist Richard Dawkins as stating, "It is as though they were just planted here without any evolutionary history." Pye also wrote, after a typical sudden appearance, neither plants nor animals will show significant morphological change. He later states there is no way around it. We are talking about aliens. We humans have contemplated future colonization of the moon or even Mars, he says. So how can it be ridiculous to think that other advanced life might have had the same idea? Now, I'm going to read this last theory because it's just so interesting, and then I'm going to try to move through the rest of the material rather quickly so I can hit all those topics. So, AI theory from our human origins, from the beginning, we may be AIs. Were humans engineered by extraterrestrials? Are we artificially intelligent beings? There is a theory that humans were created by advanced extraterrestrial engineers that hold complex artificial intelligence technology and the capability of tissue cloning or some other science that is outside of the present human level of understanding. An even more amazing question is, could humans have been AIs that became self-aware and were later given free will? Kind of falls into that whole Anunnaki category, I think. Anyway, today, so far into the future, from the beginning of human history, we would not recognize that we could be a form of AI. If we are, then this might explain the possible extraterrestrial presence on Earth and all the UFOs in the skies. They may be observing our progress and keeping an eye on their AIs. Over time, it is possible that they have been giving special upgrades, such as extending our memories, lengthening our lives, introducing us to breakthroughs in medicine and science, and we didn't even know it. In the quest for determining our origins, the idea of humanity being a form of biological AI that became sentient and given the freedom to choose our own path is one of the most fascinating. So I'm going to move forward now to the extraterrestrials of the ancient past. I'm going to skip the introduction to that and just try to ad-lib a little bit here. So basically, we were visited, as I stated before, from the beginning of human history, and we have records that go back to our ancient history, where there have been writings and all of that, writings and cave drawings, and by word of mouth stories of extraterrestrial visitations. I will just get into that a little bit more. So, just who were these ancient visitors? What was their purpose in coming to Earth? Some researchers believe that these visitors came to Earth with the idea of helping humanity, and were mistaken for gods due to their technology. Another possibility is that we were visited early on because they may have been the same beings that placed humans on Earth in the first place, and they later returned to assist us. In the end, it appears that humanity was eventually left to their own devices, as it seems that the extraterrestrials either left or faded into the background. They may have been watching humanity this entire time, and some of them still may be here. So basically, the reason I say that is because in ancient history, humans and extraterrestrials, according to some of the stories, were interacting. They were living together. I mean, there are tales of I guess we would call these hybrid children born from the gods and humans, and those stories are all over the world. But at some point, they seem to have kind of disappeared. We hear about them in stories, but we're not living with them and, saying, this guy is an ET. Today, I think they may have faded into the background a little to give us a chance to kind of form our own society and civilization, and learn for ourselves how to be on Earth, and that they've been watching us quietly, trying to let us mature. And of course, we've gone, in a bad direction, and that's a whole other story. But anyway, so I'm going to move on. So if the extraterrestrials were here and they left, I believe that we had that early knowledge of our relationship with extraterrestrials, but for some reason, we forgot it. All right. So, forgotten knowledge of our extraterrestrial past. Has humankind forgotten its galactic extraterrestrial past? It appears that for the most part, yes. During an interview on October 21st, 2021, on the Theories of Everything podcast, former U.S. Army counterintelligence special agent Luis Elizondo stated, "Most of our history we have no idea about. It's like spending an entire day and having amnesia, except for the last 5 minutes before you go to bed." Indeed, there is a lot of information that has either been lost or forgotten, I think. In fact, it appears that nearly the complete knowledge of UFOs and extraterrestrials from our past is lost to humanity. So as a researcher, I'm grateful for the information we do have, because I can sit down and I can churn through this stuff and kind of come up with theories and ideas. But, how did this come about? How did we forget or lose most of this knowledge in the first place? It's complicated. Some information has been kept from us due to religious doctrine and manipulation. The religions don't want us saying that, we once had ETs living among us and that our human origins trace back to them. So they've, hidden it. In some cases, knowledge was kept from humanity, purposely hidden, distorted, and sometimes destroyed, either purposely or by accident. Some, such as the destruction of the Library of Alexandria, which is believed to have held a great deal of information, including that of Earth's extraterrestrial history. Some knowledge was lost due to worldwide disasters and other informations, and some was just lost through the long windings of time. Yet still, certain information was merged with cultural traditions and now are regarded as myth. A lot of our mythology is accurate extraterrestrial history. So I'm just going to run down some of the ancient civilizations, and there are quite a lot that had ET contact. Now, we all know that Egypt did. We know because of the Great Pyramids of Giza, because we all know the history by now that there's just no way in heck they could have made them on their own by moving these tons of monoliths and rocks and stones to fit together. Not monoliths, rocks and stones to fit together. We all know that story. That I believe they had help. I believe it was through the movement. I can't remember the word now of, I'm going through a brain freeze of how they move those things, but also the fact that, or the idea, some agree and some don't, that the Giza pyramids line up with the stars. The pyramids are said to align with certain stars, including those of Orion's belt. So this exhibits a degree of astronomical understanding that was far superior to others living during that period. But here are some other things that you may not know about Egypt. Pyramids discovered in Egypt also match the symbols or pyramids, the pyramidal symbol that were discovered on other planets such as Mars, Venus, and the Moon. There have been what look like pyramids located there. And so there is a theory that the pyramids themselves may be, if not a galactic, but also maybe a universal symbol, from extraterrestrials that are traveling, that are leaving their mark, and that, perhaps we can put it together to help understand eventually as we grow in our technology and can visit the other planets that we're not alone and there just may be one group working together, when it comes to, the galaxy. Anyway, that might be a message. I tie that into the pyramids. So there are hieroglyphs. You'll probably have heard this. The hieroglyphs in the Temple of Seti fascinate me because, people have tried to debunk them, but I'm not buying it. So there are hieroglyphs in the Temple of Seti that portray mysterious images that appear to be advanced aircraft, including a jetliner, a helicopter, and a spaceship. There's also what looks like a submarine. They tell us that the ancient Egyptians had far more experience with technology than we originally understood. The ancient Egyptians were thought to have electricity. So apparently ancient Egypt was lit up. I can't give all the detail. You can actually get my book if you want to read it, but it was lit up. It was not what we see today, but it was a bright city, and it was happening at night. Another thing that they have, and I'm going to read this to you, that they had was mysterious medicine. I don't know if you've heard it, but the Egyptians had knowledge of medical procedures as well. Eric von Däniken actually wrote about one of these in his book, where he told about a mummy of a boy that had some kind of false heart installed that allowed him to live for a longer time. They found this in the mummy. Where in the world would they have got that kind of technology to help a child live longer who had a heart disease? In Brazil, they have stories of legends and statues that appear to have had the capability of flight. They talked about, these beings that came and went in aerial craft. I'm trying to run through it now. Greece was another one. Oh, so in Greece, there was an island. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, but Rhodes. So Rhodes had artificial intelligence. They had statues. There was a writer by the name of Pindar, who was a poet, who wrote about these, what he called statues that moved. I'm going to liken them to robots that moved around. They were animated. And I was like, okay, where did the Greeks get that technology? And they had a lot of others. I can only, mention the one right now. But that was interesting that they had moving statues. Were those robots, AI, like, we know today? We've all heard about the Dogon tribe of West Africa, where there was a group of ETs that came in, the Nomo. Someone was discussing them here, who was giving astronomical knowledge way ahead of what we know today. So I won't spend a lot of time on that. The Incas of South America were thought to interact with extraterrestrials, and they call themselves the sons of the sun because of beings that came from above that helped them. In India has, so in the Charmer region, in the Kanker district of India, there was discovered images on their walls Scientists discovered a 10,000-year-old series of rock paintings and etchings that portray extraterrestrials that appeared on spacecraft. These images show a type of aliens commonly referred to as the Greys today. And they do have a story in India from the Rohilla people that wrote that there were these beings known as the small-sized ones that would come from the sky in spherical-shaped aerial spacecraft and land. The people claimed that they would take away one, sometimes two people from the village, never to be seen again. Guys, this is an ancient tale. This isn't modern. So this whole, I guess the whole abduction thing was going on a while ago. Perhaps they stopped and came back, who knows, but this story is very, very, very old. So I'm going to try to move quickly. The Earth's oceans. Okay, so basically extraterrestrials in our past have touched every part of the Earth. They've touched the skies, the waters, inner Earth, Earth's oceans. Today, as we know, are being seen by USOs, which are UFOs that fly and then they submerge. And I'm just going to make this a little shorter by just reading a quote by my publisher and editor who I think summed it up. It'll save me time. He says, as humans, we tend to believe that we have dominion over the earth, but in the vast oceans beneath us, there could be all kinds of advanced civilizations, even ones that have been here for much longer than we've been on this planet, and they've come here from other solar systems and then came to our planet where they're now living underwater, and it seems incredible to us, but we may be seeing their ships, these USOs, coming out of the water, and there may be some highly advanced civilization that's in these vast oceans that we have yet to explore. Anything can be down there, he says. David Hatcher Childress of Ancient Aliens fame. So he summed up what, I was going to kind of read my writing, but I'm trying to move through this. Sites on Earth that are hotspots for USOs include Argentina, Golfo Nuevo, Argentina, North Island, New Zealand, Puerto Rico, USA, Lake Titicaca, Peru, Lake Erie, Ohio, USA, Lake Baki, Russia, the Mariana Trench, Western Pacific Ocean, Point Doom, California, USA, Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia, Canada, Miami, Florida, USA, to name a few, but these are some of the hottest areas where you can see UFOs and USOs submerged and lights moving under the water. I want to quickly share with you a story that I came across. I call it One Strange Tale, where a lady, a woman, was working for a marine biology organization. They came across beached whales. The whales looked like someone had used a laser type weapon on them and had taken cylinders of meat out of them. Someone was eating the whale meat, and it was not the locals of this beach area. This was discovered by them from examining these beached whales. So they ordered what you call, I think it's called a hydrographic survey, which is a civil engineering service that collects information about a specific area of water, according to this tale. And I did look the lady up. I did see her name. I couldn't reach her. And I saw the organization. She said that they had discovered beings beneath the waters, and that these beings were sophisticated. They saw them interacting. They were fast. They did not swim like anything they'd ever seen. They were humanoid. They had a laser device that fired on the submersible with the camera. And she stated that there are habitats around the world, and that this is known by some people. They try to keep it hidden. But if you ask me, and I don't know if she wanted this, I guess she wanted it to get out. She did say she wanted the world to know, but I couldn't reach her. But if you ask me, this might account for some of the stories we've heard, because I've seen stories about humanoids standing on beaches and jumping in. I've seen stories where people were on cruises and they wrote, "Oh, I looked and there was someone's head up out of the water and looking back at me out on a cruise." But this also ties into an incident in Russia where the Russian Navy had sent down divers to practice. And they ran into extraterrestrials down there that, you know, they were humanoid, and they fired on these divers, because the divers were instructed, if you see them, you know, try to capture them. They try to, and you've probably heard this story, and they used this weapon that kind of propelled them out of the water. 3 of them died. That one is in declassified Russian files on UFOs. And the Russians also said that most of the files that they have on UFOs and USOs, most of them are over waters. So there, I'll just skim through Hollow Earth. It is believed, I believe, of course, that, you know, the Earth is hollow. There are beings down there. I believe there's a lot of different beings down there. There are extraterrestrials that have been there for ages in our history. Since I have to go back to history, that's what I'm talking about. Intraterrestrials and extraterrestrials. Intraterrestrials, I believe, are a group of people, humanoids, that have been developing beside us the entire time down there. They went inside the Earth, or were inside the Earth. And then there are, I believe, extraterrestrials that have come in, that have made a their residence for whatever reason on Earth eons ago. You know, it's sad that we're living inside out on planet Earth, that we should be beneath the Earth, because it's safer. Up here, we have the sun, we have, you know, radiation, we have the problem of a possible asteroid or meteor hitting us. We have storms that wipes out our civilization. And, you know, I said we had to start over, but there may be some in there that have been growing the whole alongside us the whole time in their technology advance, because they were never wiped out. I want to say quickly too that it looks like this is a thing in the universe, living inside a planet or a planetary body. The moon, I talk a lot about the moon. There are structures on the surface of the moon. There is something going on inside of the moon. I believe the moon was brought here and is connected to our extraterrestrial history. There are beings living inside the moon. The astronauts saw domes of light and energy coming from inside the moon. There have been scientists who said that the moon, we know, is hollow, and NASA said that when they sent a crash in the ascent stage into it, and it reverberated, or some say rang like a bell. And then the Russian scientists determined that this thing must be hollow, and there's someone inside. Why would they be inside? To be protected. That the hull of the moon is so strong. You know, the question would be, what is it protecting? Well, it looks like it's protecting a generational group of beings that traveled across the universe in the moon before it was placed here. And these people have been in there, and they're well protected, and they have been progressing in their technology. But that is a whole other show that I could get in, you know, too. But yes, there are structures on the moon. There's lights that they're finding on the moon today. It's lit up like in some areas around craters, like a parking lot. Structures on top. I guess they come up top. They can use the top, and they can go inside. So also Mars's moon Phobos is thought to have something going on inside, someone inside. All right. So apparently, I don't know how many other planetary bodies, but apparently that is beginning to look like a thing. We might find there are extraterrestrials inside other planetary bodies. Oh gosh, where are we? Signs, signals, messages, and clues. We have received communications from extraterrestrials in all kinds of ways. Now we have, you know, people who are in contact with beings that are able to communicate with them, right? You know, but there are others apparently that can't land and or communicate easily, or they came in the ancient past and left us messages through, like Stonehenge. Stonehenge is believed by researchers to have been created as a sign that we're not alone in the universe. My book talks about an incident at Stonehenge that involved possible ETs, and that's why it is gated off today. The Nazca lines we know about, possibly, well, I think they were placed there by extraterrestrials, these lines in Peru that we could not see, of symbols and drawings of animals and things that we couldn't see until we were able to fly. Who could have done that except for, you know, ET? So those were thought to be signs. But I wanted to give you some something else. Was a message from another world, according to Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla was experimenting in his lab one night when he received a strange signal he believed came from Mars, perhaps. So I'm going to just go through this one. Tesla had been sending signals into space to reach other intelligent beings in the cosmos. A very interesting thing happened one summer night of 1899. When he was working in Colorado Springs, he detected a sequence of mysterious signals that he referred to as counting codes. In an article published on December 10, 2009 in the Letters of Note newsletter, it states, having just detected cosmic radio signals for the first time, Tesla immediately believed them to be attempted communications from an intelligent life form on Venus or Mars. And in a letter he wrote to the Red Cross, Tesla, he wrote, says, "Brethren, we have a message from another world." So, and he was quite proud of himself. I could go on about this. He was really quite proud of that. There was a wow signal that was a signal from out of space heard by a Jerry R. Edmond. While searching for extraterrestrial life at Ohio State University, he heard a 72-second radio signal that came from the Sagittarius constellation. He called it the wow signal. They never heard it again. Some speculate that the transmission may have come from the extraterrestrial spacecraft, even a probe that had been passing over through the area. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Cassiopeia, signals from Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is a large constellation located in the northern sky. It is believed that there are beings from Cassiopeia that are attempting to communicate with Earth. In a video titled, Hidden in Plain Sight, Some Things the Public Must Not Know, distinguished author and researcher Jordan Maxwell, some of you may know him, stated that for the past 100 years, Earth has been receiving messages from someone in Cassiopeia. He stated that the problem is that we do not know how to interpret the messages. He said they are intelligent messages with sincere efforts to communicate with us, but we do not understand. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to, I've got to tell you about two crop circles formations, two of my favorite stories of communication. But the Arecibo message. The Arecibo message is an interstellar radio transmission signal that we sent out into space. All right. The message was transmitted in November 1974. The message contained a graphic showing our solar system, DNA, a stick figure of a human, and some of the biochemicals of earthly life. Shockingly, the message was answered in the form of a croc formation. We say that now, not crop circles, because they're all shapes and sizes now. A croc formation with two images. The formations appeared in the field next to the telescope of the Chilbolton Observatory in Hampshire, Great Britain. The Arecibo message was sent in 1974. I'm going to skip down to what it says. The answer was astounding. Scientists found the answers were virtually the same as ours, with a few notable differences. Whereas life on Earth is carbon-based, this group of extraterrestrials are silicon-based life forms. The number of chains in their DNA is over 4 billion. Also, there are 12 billion people on their world. Since the rest of the information was so similar to ours, we can deduce that they are humanoid. So we sent out a radio signal. It was answered by a crop formation. And it's quite interesting. You can Google that. Just look up Arecibo message, and you should be able to get information. My favorite story, and I thought this was a hoax until I had to do a deep dive into it, is the Crabwood alien crop formation. One of the most shocking and amazing crop formations to date is the Crabwood alien formation. The image depicts a humanoid extraterrestrial that is holding a large disc-shaped object. This materialized in a wheat field in Crabwood, England in 2002, and this formation was massive. It was estimated to be hundreds of feet long. The message was located inside of the large disc-shaped object. Experts were able to decipher the message. It said, "Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. There is good out there. We oppose deception. Believe. My question is, who were they talking to? I mean, who are they talking about? Beware the bearers of false gifts. They were giving humanity a warning. Unfortunately for us, most of humanity does not believe the crop circles formations are real. So this hasn't been, I think, broadcast enough. I suggest anybody listening to this stuff, go out and tell people. All right. So, there were early UFO sightings. I've got stories in my book that date back to, ancient times and just brings you up to date now. UFOs were seen in 1479 in Arabia. This thing was so close that they could see windows. And, no word as if they saw the extraterrestrials, but that was 1479, and they wrote it down. Historians around the earth have been very careful to write down history for future humanity. So we do have a lot of stuff that wasn't lost. The earliest recorded sighting of a UFO was discovered in China in 1661. The image was carved in stone and dates back to the time of the Neanderthals, some 47,000 years ago. It was a UFO. Ancient Egypt, England has had it, France. My favorite story, I wish I could go through them all, but my favorite UFO story in history involves Charlemagne of France, also known as Charles the Great. I don't have a date here, but we can date him, right? So Charles the Great had several encounters with UFOs. He was annoyed by them. He was so annoyed by them that he was compelled to issue edicts forbidding them from perturbing, and I quote, perturbing the air and provoking storms. He hated them. All right. As in other accounts from the Middle Ages, several of the chronicles from Charlemagne's reign list witnesses that had observed UFOs, referring to them as shields in the skies. Often during that period, they said shields or flying shields. They didn't know what they were. They didn't know what they were, but they looked like war shields to them. So, man, I could go on. I would like to just say that, if in hearing this information, I think for people, who know it, it's very, very, very important to get out there and, don't be shy about talking about it, because we need to spread the word that these things have been going on for a very long time. One of the things that I cover in my book is what I call the cosmic freeway, stargates, portals, and wormholes. I believe that extraterrestrials are traveling through those, and they have some sort of technology that we do not understand. But by the way, that NASA is talking about trying to figure out for the future. And they have been using these stargates for a long time, for centuries, millions of years even. But on Earth, we have what were called ancient doors, where in some of the writings, people would say the gods were coming and going through these doorways. And some of them were flying in. There would be an opening and they would see them come through, but there are also doorways on Earth where they were saying people were coming and going and the door would disappear, or it would be in like an opening, for example, in a cave where it would open and they would call them gods, would come out and somebody else would go in and disappear. So this has been going on for a long time. I call it the cosmic freeway. I think that they have wormhole technology. You can enter this thing and exit in another galaxy, universe, a location, wherever you want. We've seen it in science fiction in the show called Stargates. I believe it's a thing. Dr. Michael Sala, who is researcher ufologist, you're all familiar with him. He had stated that he thought there was one on the moon, because there is a picture of what looks exactly like a Stargate on the moon, and it was taken by one of the Apollo missions or lunar orbiter. And this thing is a circular and it's blue. It's so interesting. And I believe that may be one of the ways that, I believe ETs are there, as you know. I believe that they may be coming and going through a Stargate there, although I do believe ETs are also flying in, because we've seen ships and all of that. coming in. Stargates are believed to have been around the Earth, inactive or active now. Well, most of these are said to be inactive, but there is one that people think may be active. There was a gate in Bolivia, a Stargate in Sri Lanka, a Stargate in the lake of Lake Michigan. It's believed to have been a Stargate. They have an area that that's circular and it has symbology on it. Researchers have interpreted that as possibly a Stargate. Turkey, Arizona UFO, Arizona, USA, has stories wherein caves, people have gone in and disappeared, not because they went deeper into the cave, but they entered and, people followed them in, but they were gone, that the door of the cave was a Stargate. Florida has a place that they thought was an ancient Stargate. Iraq. Now, Iraq is very interesting because there is a conspiracy theory surrounding a Stargate in Iraq, which is thought to have prompted the Iraqi war with the U.S. That was said to be the real reason of going over there. And, the story is, I don't know, but the story is this thing is still active and that there have been people who are trying to get to it. So I don't know, but that's the story. South America, Stonehenge. There was a group of people that disappeared in Stonehenge. Blue light appeared, and this group of campers disappeared, and they were believed to have gone through a portal. The Bermuda Triangle, of course, is believed to be a portal in there. And like I said, NASA is talking about Stargate technology in our future. So, again, there may be extraterrestrials who have beaten us to another form of technology that we are beginning to think about. Now, I don't believe that UFOs are flying around up there bumping into each other. I kind of feel like there are galactic hierarchies. Somebody is in charge of a Stargate freeway. Someone out there is in charge a lot about the order of what's going on. Someone out there is in charge of what humanity is learning on Earth. So I'm going to switch a little bit. I believe that we do have galactic hierarchies. There are a number of different titles for them. I don't have them in front of me at the moment. But so, the question is, does the Earth belong to someone? Is the Earth a piece of real estate? Are sectors of our galaxy owned by someone? Are they in charge? Besides placing us here, are they in charge of when we will know who we are and have disclosure? I think they are. I think that there are hierarchies that are operating and in charge out there. So let's see. From elsewhere. So we know that there are ETs, right? And I covered some in my book, and I know groups of ETs have been covered here. But what I think the average person will not understand is that there are ETs that are being born here. We call them starseeds and light workers. There used to be a terminology called wanderers, people that have a mission to come in here to awaken humanity, enlighten the world, and that have a job to get this information out so that humanity can grow and become a part of that galactic community. There are those out there that have planned this from the beginning, and they're waiting on us. But the problem is we didn't go in a direction that they probably had hoped for. So they've had to come in, as far as wars over Earth, there's different kinds of wars going on. There's a war to save us from ourselves. And I think there's a war over Earth because Earth is full of resources. So there are those out there that would like to, I think, maybe take some of the resources on Earth. I think maybe some have come in here for that reason. But I think we're being protected by, there are stories of asteroids being moved that were going to hit the Earth that didn't. There are stories of missiles being disarmed. I think that there is someone watching out for us, and that's the war, the galactic war I'm talking about. But it could go further than that. So in our history, there are writings where people talked about there being wars in the sky. Yeah, they wrote it down, especially during the medieval times, there were rumors of writings of newspaper. We can call it a newspaper, although they were, different kind of paper that we do now. But it was how they recorded their writing, this form of art, and I'm forgetting the word. That's why I sound like I'm rambling. Anyway, so there were times where they heard clashing in the skies. There were a couple of stories where there was clashing in the skies, and people ran out to see what was going on, and they saw lights, and they saw shields, what they call shields, and basically they saw a war in the skies. And so there was one account where they very clearly heard after, this side was battling, this side was battling this side. And all this rumbling, all these lights, the people were fearful. Eventually this side was kicked out. They left or were destroyed. There was, they were gone. And they heard a voice say, "The gods are leaving." And I read this and I thought, oh, the gods are leaving. The gods are leaving. So I was wondering if someone was actually coming in to try to take hold of humanity or take hold of that area. Who knows, right? But I thought that was very interesting. So there have been battles in history listed involving UFOs, that they wrote about. There are also UFOs that during some of humanity's warring in the past, that UFOs appeared. And at a couple of occasions, they came between the armies that were advancing towards each other. They came in between them, and they ran away out of fear, stopping a war or, separating them. So we've had those kinds of things in history. So they've always been around. Talking about some of the interesting experiences that people have had in space. All of the Apollo missions were followed, I should say that they all experienced lights and UFOs and were followed by these lights or UFOs. They all had experiences. So they've been around, they've been watching. And not only did the Apollo mission astronauts see them, but ground control saw them. All right. So, they've been interacting with us, and they were trying to let us know, I think, in some of those cases that, that they're out there very subtly, so that we could reach this point now and be able to understand that we're not alone. There was one astronaut who said that he saw an ET on a space shuttle communicating with an astronaut. The ET, he said, he could tell he was an ET, humanoid, communicating. I don't think the astronauts lie. He's in my book. That I believe his name was Clark McKellen, and others. Story Musgrave saw something strange in space. He called them space worms or space tubes. These things were big, and something put them out there, right? He didn't know what it was, a biological entity or some kind of ship, but that was out there. So there have been interesting experiences. Again, I wrote them in my book. And so see, what did I not cover? Galactic hierarchies. Here's a few names of them. The Galactic Federation has become a popular one in recent times, I think, due to a gentleman by the name, I believe it was Ishmael Esmed. I could be mistaken on that, but he was the Israeli gentleman who wrote a book a couple of years ago, who said that he could tell this stuff because he was old and he had, all, degrees he needed, education. He was retiring and all of this, words to that effect. And he was going to talk about it. And he said that the Galactic Federation is on Mars with some of humanity, some astronauts. And they told them not to tell humanity yet because we are not ready. So that's when the term Galactic Federation became popular. You may have heard it. There's a Council of Nine. Ashtar Command is a popular one. Alliance for Peace. And my last words, because I see Victor, is that, spread the word so that we can move up our first contact of mass humanity. They need to know. People need this information. get the books. There's a lot of books on UFOs out there, extraterrestrials. Mine is a historical one where you can look it up, but let people know if you're interested and a believer.
Constance, thank you for sharing this amalgam of fascinating information. Please give the viewers the names of your books, please.
So, The Moon's Galactic History and its Extraterrestrial, a look at the Moon's extraterrestrial past and its connection to Earth. I am doing a program with Neil. I'm forgetting the date. I think it's April, doing a program with Neil. He has scheduled me to talk about that in the spring. You can just go to the portal of Ascension and look up Mars, Moon, and something event coming up. And Earth's Galactic History. This is the one I've been talking most about. Earth's Galactic History and its Extraterrestrial Connection. This was a blast to write. And yeah.
Are you going to write a book on Rebels 25, that new galaxy that the astronomers in Netherlands found that is virtually the same as the Milky Way?
I don't have a plan for that, but who knows?
Something to look into. Constance, thank you so much for all that you've given us today. Thank you.
Thank you for having me and for being patient and listening to all that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Neil, are we ready for Deborah? There's Deborah. Hi, Deborah.
Hi there.
Let me do your introduction really quickly. Okay. Deborah Catz, PhD, is co-author of Associative Remote Viewing, The Art and Science of Predicting Outcomes for Sports, Politics, Finances, and the Lottery. She's published several scientific papers on topics related to ARV and judging, scoring, rating reliability, remote viewing, and dreaming as an intentional precognitive tool. She's published other books on intuitive development, energy healing, and intentionality, including The Complete Clairvoyant, You Are Psychic, Extraordinary Psychic, and Freeing the Genie Within. She's the founder and director of the International School of Clairvoyance, the current president of the International Remote Viewing Association, and a member of several research-based organizations. She's an accomplished clairvoyant, remote viewer, and medium. Her website is deborahkatz.com. That's DebraKatz.com. Please join me in welcoming Deborah Catz. Welcome, Deborah.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that introduction and being here today. There's so much that we can talk about as far as remote viewing. And my plan is to just give you a tiny bit of background so you understand the context in which I'm coming from. And then I'm going to really spend most of the time leading you through an exercise where you get to do remote viewing yourself. And I have a unique and original target for everyone to work today, which I've never given to anyone. So this is a little bit experimental, but it'll give you a little bit of a chance to use your intuitive and remote viewing abilities to tune in. And I just want to make sure you guys can see my screen. Not that my presentation is going to be, I have a few PowerPoint slides that are not all that thrilling, but Victor, okay, great. You can see it here. Okay. So when I speak about remote viewing, I'm really talking about a particular practice that came out of a particular historical context, which would be the US government programs, remote viewing programs that started in the early 70s and went through the mid 90s. And there was both the military remote viewing aspect to the program, and then there was the scientific research program that not only tested people's abilities, but really looked to see how they could continue to develop people's abilities so that they could actually make practical use of them, particularly within the military and intelligence agency context. And so once the programs were disbanded, then some of the military remote viewers and researchers, they did a few things. One is they founded the International Remote Viewing Association, and now we're in our 25th year anniversary, celebrating the existence of that. So both some organizations started to pop up, some social media groups started to pop up. And in the early days, there was the first social media group was 10,000 Roads, which went on to have several thousands of people joining in on the remote viewing forum there. And that was really when the internet was just first coming about in really the late 80s or early 90s. And today we have so many different Facebook groups, Reddit groups, which I think has about like 60,000 people. We have other Facebook groups that have like 50,000 people. We have you name it, every social media platform. And those that are attending conferences like this or different UFO conferences, Irva just had a booth at Contact in the Desert. You're hearing about remote viewing everywhere. It's just exploding right now. And people are realizing that if they're really going to get more knowledge about anything in the whole universe, there's the former ways of, what can we discern from our limited technology, physical materials and technology and science, and what can we discern from our own intuitive abilities. And there's a lot going on that we're really only going to be able to get more knowledge if we're using our intuitive abilities. Now here, there's a lot of crossover between different modalities like mediumship, clairvoyance, and remote viewing. And really these intersect in many ways, but there are some things that make remote viewing unique from these other practices. All of these practices are useful and helpful to get information about the world around us on a practical, physical level, as well as the world outside, other planets, other solar systems, other dimensions, other intelligences. So there's pros and cons to working with different modalities. Remote viewing, because it comes from this particular historical context, does tend to be thought of as a bit more scientific. And the reason for that is because while there's a lot of submodalities within all of remote viewing historically was done in a way where people would receive a target number. Sometimes this number was initially they would use latitude, longitude coordinates. And then when people started to recognize those coordinates, or there might be something that didn't have coordinates, then they just assigned a random number. It could be any number. And the number is like the name of something, but there's no clues as to what it is. And so a number can be assigned to any subject matter. So let's say, and I'll move on to my next slide here if I can. I'm not sure how this system works, but let's see if my next slide comes up here. Okay, so we have all these different topics that we can use remote viewing for: crime solving, for finding things, for research, for future forecasting. And that would be like if we want to know who's going to be the next president, or when is there going to be a hurricane that devastates a particular area, or will the hurricane devastate a particular area? Irva just had a conference on a cruise during Hurricane Milton, and we knew that the hurricane was coming. And so I sent out an email to the people that were signed up for the cruise saying, hey, why don't you tune in advance and see what's going to happen to us when we're on the cruise? Will it happen? What's going to happen when we're on it? Will we be okay? And so these are just some things that we can use remote viewing for predicting the future, or for describing the past, for solving crimes, finding missing people, finding your missing wallet or your missing phone. I oftentimes use remote viewing for those things. We can also use it for medical applications and also for esoteric purposes. So getting back to the topic of, aliens, UFOs, anything we'd want to understand going on in the whole universe, we can use remote viewing for. We can set this up in a structured more scientific way by not telling anyone what it is we're trying to describe, but just giving the intuitive practitioner that we'll call the remote viewer here, we give them the target number. We say, go do a session. Here's a target number, go do a session. That's all I'm telling you. So this means that the remote viewer is blind. And if the person who's assigning the target is also blind to it, maybe someone else gave it to them and they're just the middle person, tasker who's working with the viewer, they might be blind too. So no one will even know what the subject matter is. They'll get the target number, they'll use their intuitive abilities to tune in, and then they will not just like speak about what they're getting, but they'll record it on paper. And a lot of times they'll record words and sketches, because even if sometimes the words may be somewhat off or very off, but a lot of times the sketches will be spot on to whatever it is they're describing. And a lot of times viewers are just tuning into photographs or pictures or objects. So it's very easy. If it's a physical object and there's going to be feedback, it's very easy to tell, is this a good match or not? And that's another thing that sets this apart from maybe like reading people with clairvoyance or mediumship, is that it's not always so easy to, when you're reading people, there's a lot of concepts and there's definitely things that are verifiable, but not everything is verifiable. Like if I'm doing a reading for a person, which I'm using a totally different modality from remote viewing, I'm reading someone and it's like, oh, you're having a hard day. Well, they could verify that, but like an outside researcher might not be able to verify that. But an outside researcher could take what you put on your transcript, like, okay, there's a building with a red roof and a green door, and they can compare it to the picture, and any other rater looking at the two could say, yes, there's a definite match here. So remote viewing really lends itself to research as well. And there's some people in the remote viewing communities who feel that you should only use remote viewing if you have verifiable targets and if you're going to be able to get your feedback, because they want to keep this a scientific process. However, there's a whole other camp of people who feel like, you know what, we don't want to limit ourselves. Like, we don't want to be policed by someone telling us like what kinds of targets we could use our remote viewing skills on. And even if we're not going to get hard feedback, we're not going to know, like, we may never know for sure what that light was in the sky. But rather than sitting here trying to like intellectually or logically figure it out, why not use remote viewing or whatever your intuitive practices are? Why not use that to at least try to get some extra data, even if we'll never know for sure if you were, totally right or not. At least I call this the intuitive advantage or the intuitive edge. And I know personally, I would much rather have additional tools open, even if they're not perfect. We know with the remote viewing from years, now 50 years, that remote viewing has been happening, and we have that research. We know that it's not 100% accurate for anyone, even the best remote viewers out there. Maybe the best remote viewers will have like 85% or 90% accuracy. So we have to be realistic. People can be off. They can be describing the wrong target. They can be, making things up. There's a lot of misinterpretation of data. All of that is present. And those that are involved in this field are very much working to see how can we improve that? How can we get percentage rates up for everyone and for the individuals that are really, training and working hard at this? But still, even with 70% accuracy, a 60% accuracy, we're going to be able to know more about things that we otherwise wouldn't. And that's definitely my perspective and why I'm here today, because we can use our remote viewing abilities on really anything. So that's what I just wanted to share what remote viewing is used for, because oftentimes that's a question. It is very practical, to have that advantage. So now what I would like to do is let's do a target. And I am going to lead you through a process. We have now maybe about, I think about 15 minutes. And so there are lots of different ways that we can do remote viewing. And I like to break down remote viewing, really all psychic practices, into 3 steps. No matter what modality you're doing, there's going to be the initial tuning in stage. So you have to make contact with the target. This is true whether your target's a location, an object, a photograph, or a person. And let's say, you're using clairvoyant techniques or mediumship, you still need to make contact, whether with the person or the spirit. So, it's just like in everyday life. You want to call your friend, you got to call the right number, right? You got to dial in, or you got to email them the right number. So that's the first step. And then the second step is getting the flow of information, like opening up to the information. And then the third step is, once you have a bit of information, you don't end there. Now, a lot of psychic tests and psychic research will ask people to get impressions, but as soon as they get impressions, they're either ending it right there, or they're like, okay, we'll get more impressions. But they don't really know how to get the participant to get more and more details. And that's where training comes in. How do you get more details other than the initial impressions? I'll just say too that a lot of times people will have spontaneous experiences. I'm sure you've heard over the last several days, people describing all sorts of spontaneous exceptional experiences they've had. And a lot of these did involve telepathic communications or visions coming in. And that's, all terrific. But it's how do you get more understanding of what those visuals were, or that additional information? That's the third step, is being able to focus on what you already got, not have your logical mind get in the way or not get distracted, but stay focused on that information so you can extract more and more details about what you just got. That can be hard when you're having a spontaneous experience. It's not impossible, but it's hard when it came in and you weren't expecting it. It can also be a challenge when you're doing intentional work, sitting down for a session. But what I'd like to do is kind of it's an exercise that I made up, and you're not really going to find this anywhere else. I like to delineate where my approaches come from. A lot of my remote viewing approaches I learned from other remote viewers or former military remote viewers. But this approach that I'm going to teach here right now is one that I would say combines reality, what's it called? Shoot, I'm drawing a blank. Remote viewing and there's a word I'm trying to come up with. Anyway, I'll come up with it in a minute. But let's get started with this. What I want you to do is close your eyes. I want you to close your eyes and go within. And I'm going to think of this as just a guided meditation. And I'm going to give you a few steps to do. Now, in this meditation, I'm going to be leading you on a path, and I'm going to be leading you through a few doors. And I am going to tell you, I'm going to give you a door color, and then I'm going to lead you through the door, and I'll tell you what's inside. And we're going to do that 2 or 3 times, where you're just going to follow along and just visualize whatever I'm saying. And then when we get to the last door, I'm going to help you to go through it, but I'm not going to tell you what's in there. The target is in there. So you will access the target for the final door. But the first few doors, just to get you in this, you could think of it like we're entering into this matrix. I'm going to lead you through and let you know what's in the door. But the final one, I won't. And we're also going to, for the final one, can use a technique of running where you stand way back and you run through the door. So I'll lead you through all of this right now. So just close your eyes. I'm going to close my eyes too. So, because I want to be right there with you visualizing. It's like when all of our consciousnesses are together, that's when we can do this the best. So I'd like you to just put your attention on your body right now and breathe. And let's just have you breathe for about 20 seconds. And as you breathe, think of it like each breath brings about a enormous feeling of relaxation and relief and release. And there's not going to be anything to look at on my screen until really the final, when I show you a door. So you can trust that you can just have your eyes closed here. And the deeper you go with this, the better. Now, I'd like you to now imagine that out in front of your third eye, and that's at your forehead area, and you could touch your forehead right at the third eye. Imagine that out in front of you, there is a path. And this path can look any way that you'd like it to, but you're going to just step out and you're going to step on the path and you're going to start to walk along the path. And as you walk along the path, look down at your feet and notice, what does this path look like? Notice if there's anything to the right or the left of the path. You might notice that the path is straight, or you might notice that it curves. You're going to come up to an archway, and as you approach it, you notice that it is a door. It's a little strange to have a door right there in the middle of your path, but in order to get to the other side of the door, you're going to open up the door. And as soon as you open up the door, you notice millions of beautiful butterflies. You can see them flying everywhere, and they have an intelligence about them, so they're not going to like hit you or touch you if you don't like butterflies touching you. But if you do, they'll land on your shoulder, and there are all these beautiful colors. And as you keep walking, a few continue to fly with you. And now you see that there's still more of the path to go. And so you're walking along again. And as you're walking down the path, you notice it starts to kind of turn into more of like yellow, like a yellow brick road. And you're going down these yellow bricks, and you're noticing that everything is getting a little brighter around you. And you're noticing there's flowers, beautiful blooming flowers on either side of your path. And then you come to a house or a little cabin, and there is a red door on the cabin. And so you try the doorknob, but at first it won't open. And when you do get the door to open up, you notice that there are many musicians sitting in the room, and they are playing the most beautiful music. They are playing violins and pianos, and there's the most beautiful music coming out of the room. And it's really, and there's even people dancing in the room. And so you see there's a door on the other side. You walk through, maybe wishing you could stay, but you still have more to do here. So you exit out that door, and now you're going down the path. And now you're coming along, and you see that the path is made up of just dirt. And you are walking along and you start to notice it gets a little colder. And now there is yet another door, and the door is attached just to what seems like a big rock. It's kind of weird. Like there's a big rock and a door. You open up the door, and as you open up the door, a rush of water comes pouring out. And you realize that this room or realm is filled with water. So you swim through the water and then you come out the other side. And now you're walking along one more path. And this is where now it is time to go to the final door. And you can look very far down, like you can see about a half a mile down, and there's nothing. There's just this plain path. And you can see way down, like maybe about half a mile away, is a final door. This is the end of your destination. And there's something about this door. You can see that the door way far away is opening and closing, opening and closing. And you're going to have to time this perfectly. You're going to have to run as fast as you can. Now, if you want to, like, get on a skateboard or a bike or something like that to go really fast, you can. Or you can just say, like, ready, set. And when I say go, you are going to go as fast as you've ever done anything in your life. And you're going to time it perfectly to go through the door. And when that door opens, you're going to rush through that door and you're going to go inside, and you're just going to experience whatever is in that door. And this is our target. And our target number is just today's date is 10/17/24. And as soon as you go in that door, you're going to have an experience, and we'll be quiet for just about 2 minutes for you to experience what's there. So again, you're going to run and you're going to time it perfectly, go through that door, and then we'll be silent for just a couple minutes and just notice what you notice and let yourself experience the target. 1, 2, 3, ready, set, go. Now, once you're in there, you can move around. You can look down, you can look up to your left or your right. Every time you look in a new direction or move to a different place within there, you will have a new flow of information or experience. You can also feel free to sketch or write anything down that you observe or experience. I do recommend writing down or sketching at least one thing, even if it's just an overall shape, and then touch that shape with your finger or your pen. And we'll just take one more minute. All right. Now, this is a very, very quick session. And I want you to know that sometimes remote viewing sessions can take several hours. Sometimes, like if it's a missing person case, we might do several hours across several days, describing so many different aspects. But we can also sometimes just get information quickly like this. So what I want to do is give you your feedback. And I don't know if there's a way for you to type into the chat in this event or anything like that. But I would love to hear from some of you when we're done. And if we can't do it here, you can always feel free to get in touch with me personally through my website. But right now, I'm going to give you, oh, yes, you can click on the comments tab. Excellent. So I would love for people to put in their comments of what they got. Now, if we had more time, I would wait. I'd have you put all your comments in and then give feedback. But I'm going to tell you what the target was now, and then you could say if this matched at all. Now, this is what I would call, and what others in the remote viewing community call, an esoteric target, meaning we're not going to have like hardcore feedback for it. But I'll tell you what the tasking was. And that was, I wanted you to meet God. So when the exact wording of the tasking is, go and meet God, particularly God when you pass on from this current lifetime. And if you meet God and are going to have the experience of meeting God now. So that was the target. I've never given this before. If this was like an official remote viewing conference from IRVA or a research organization, I would not give the esoteric target because, again, we can only say what our concepts are of God. We can't give you hardcore feedback. But perhaps from what you put in the, perhaps what we put into the comment section, we'll get to learn a little bit. So do look at each other's comments as we go from here. And so again, you only had a few minutes. This is not representative of how we typically would do a remote viewing session where we would get a lot more information, but it is typical of at least a start of a remote viewing target, with the exception, I wanted to do two things here. And the word I was thinking of before was reality shifting and remote viewing. So I kind of combined those two modalities. And I started off with giving you what was behind a few doors because I wanted to see if anybody also had a precognitive experience. When I teach other classes like clairvoyant development, and sometimes I'll do this exercise. And again, I'm saying what's behind the doors, but I often have students who will tell me what they got, like they got something ahead of time. So I'm also curious if anyone wants to put into the comments, and you could kind of do a poll to see how many people did experience this. How many people, before I said butterflies, started to see at least something moving, or maybe did see the butterflies, or before I said that there was going to be water. So sometimes when I do this exercise, people will see water even before they get to the door with the water. And I specifically don't know what I'm going to say in advance, because this way we can know for sure it's precognitive. If I already knew what I was going to say in advance, then you might just be reading my mind. But I actually came up with what was behind those doors, the butterflies and the water and the musicians in the room. I came up with that at the moment. So, of course, maybe you could say, well, was I reading one of your minds? Because I've never done the musicians in the room before. I have done the water and butterflies. So that was more kind of like a precognitive exercise to see if anyone would get that, and also visualization. But then when we got to the door with, you didn't know what was there, that's when it would be more of remote viewing. Now, the first visuals could be somewhat distracting for that. So again, if this was like a serious remote viewing project, I probably wouldn't want to give strong visuals. I would have another approach. But there's so many different approaches. You may have heard of controlled remote viewing, extended remote viewing, associative remote viewing, freestyle remote viewing. There's many different modalities. I wish we had more time, but we don't. So I'll just say thank you very much for being present. I hope you had fun. Let me just go to my final slide here. IRVA, International Remote Viewing Association, is having an online conference in a couple of weeks. Do check out the website. There's also classes there. And then also I have books on all sorts of psychic modalities. And I also teach classes in remote viewing, clairvoyance, and mediumship. And you can learn more by visiting my website at deborahcatz.com. All right, thank you. And I think
Deborah, go ahead and stop your screen share.
Okay.
And our next speaker isn't in yet, so if you want, look at the comments here, and you can kind of comment on some of what everybody is seeing.
Oh, that would be terrific.
So, it's not the private chat. It's 3 buttons above. It says comments.
Okay, great. I have to just plug in my computer, and then I'll. Is the person coming on right now? So should I do that while they're on?
No, I'm saying she's not here yet, so you still have some time.
Okay, great. Hopefully, I will not. I have 5% battery, but yes, I'll take a look here.
We have many comments here.
Okay. Wow. So I'm just going to start mentioning those. I see Bridget said that she did have a spiritual viewing experience. If you want to say anything more about that. CJ Wright said, in advance of the butterflies, I thought I saw flowers swaying in the breeze. Very cool. Let's see what else? Stars, moon, very peaceful and loving feelings. In the last room, a person saw a candle. A person named Spirit said, I saw a candle lit window. That's very cool. You know, the thing is with God, like so many of us believe in God, but we really don't know for sure what God is. So it would be really interesting for someone to take all these comments and see, you know, are there themes that can help us understand what God is? So, you know, yeah, there's going to be, you know, maybe some metaphor, some personal interpretations being put into this as well. But one way that we can work with esoteric targets where we're not going to have hardcore feedback, is to look for themes. We have a bunch of viewers giving comments and then looking for themes, and that will oftentimes help us to have more confidence that what is coming through is really representative of the target. Leilani said that she's in space, cosmos, watching the planets and the stars, and had a total freedom feeling of flight. That is super cool. Someone else, Spirit said, I saw pterodactyls, not butterflies. That's great. Yeah, these are really fun comments here. And, you know, again, some remote viewers might be like, oh, well, you know, you really should have started with like a hardcore physical target, a location, an object. And yeah, we can do that. That's what we, you know, I would typically do, like what's in the box or what object am I holding. But I thought for this group that you'd appreciate having an experience like this. And there's so many different types of targets that we can work with. Cass said, I saw a room full of family and began to receive hugs in a room full of love. Wow. Well, that is exactly what we'd experience too, if when you pass on and you're there to meet God. And I had wondered about that too. Like, you know, would people meet, you know, maybe it wouldn't be God, but it would be family and friends as well. Waving to passing spacecraft, but not having to be in that. Okay, great. Channing said, yes, met God, saw rainbows like Rainbow Bridge, but so large. I'm wondering too, if people like felt emotion, how many people felt emotion as part of this target? And, you know, we can't assume that everyone is going to have the same experience with God. You know, is God a stable thing even? Or, you know, is God some source that we're all going to have a different experience with? You know, it's kind of like if you meet a big dog on a path, are you going to some people are going to want to run up to the dog and hug it and just, you know, be so inclined to, so happy to see a dog on a path. And other people are going to run screaming and they're going to be like, yeah, that was a big, scary dog. I was like really frightened of it. And it doesn't even matter what the dog was doing. We're going to have these different reactions. And that will happen in remote viewing as well. And you know, that makes it really hard sometimes for external raters because, again, you know, bringing in with remote viewing being scientific, we're going to oftentimes have outside analysts or raters who are trying to make sense of the viewers' statements and sketches. And oftentimes they are going to have to try to interpret what's there. And, you know, if one person is saying, oh, I love this, whatever was on the path, I loved it. Because let's say it was like the dog image. I loved it. I wanted to be closer. And someone else says, this was scary. I wanted to be further. An external rater who is maybe doesn't even quite know yet too much about the target would be like, what's going on here? Why did one viewer say they loved it and the other said they hated it? Like, this is very inconsistent. And unfortunately, a lot of times information like that will just get dismissed because the analyst doesn't understand what's going on. This is really a conundrum in remote viewing, is that we're trying to use remote viewing to understand something like an unknown, but then we can only judge it by what we know. And so if we're, for example, I had a research project where we were having viewers tune into a virus to get understanding of what made this virus replicate. Actually, it was a bacteriophage, which is a virus that attacks bacteria, or it might be the other way around, I'm forgetting. But we wanted viewers to describe an important question to biologists is what is the trigger for replication? What causes it to replicate? And a lot of viewers were getting, we found that the most top repeating word was heat. But there were other words that a lot of people came up with. But the raters, who were all biologists and one an expert in bacteriophages, they said, yes, like a lot of the data totally matched, but then there was data in there that they just couldn't verify. And so they had to just either say incorrect or unknown. But that unknown information may very well have been the most important information to help solve the problem. And that's what we're up against constantly in remote viewing, especially, research or analysis, is how can we make sense of data that we don't even know yet? It's teaching us something. And so there might be something that you guys got in your sessions here telling you about God, but that you would just dismiss because it doesn't go to what your preconceived notions are. So, take a look at that. Of course, if we did a more in-depth session, you'd have a lot more to work with. At this point, I could probably talk for hours, but my battery is now at 1%. So I'm going to sign off here. And again, if you guys want to get in touch, you can do so at deborahcatz.com.
Deborah, thank you so much for that lovely presentation. And I saw a room filled with ancient bookshelves.
Wow. That is super cool. All right. You take care.
Bye, Deborah.
Bye.
Always love having you on. Appreciate you so much.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate the invite. And explore those ancient books further. You could possibly go into each one and get more and more information about each one.
There's a poem in there.
Yes.
There is.
Awesome.
Take care, Deborah.
Okay, bye.
Beautiful. That was a good little shift in the presentations, right?
Absolutely.
A little experiment with remote viewing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Getting people who are attending to participate, I think, is something really special.
Yeah, I love that. So everybody tuning in, Mary has not joined us, so I'm going to go ahead and do a presentation instead, and then we'll go into Nadia in a bit. So let's go ahead and do this. Victor, I appreciate you, brother. I love you so much, man.
Thank you. Thank you. This is wonderful. And tomorrow, obviously, I won't be able to join you because I have to go through the treatments again tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
we'll be in touch later.
Thank you so
well,
much.
Then this is goodbye for now. I appreciate you very much, and we'll speak soon, okay?
Absolutely. Take care.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So what we're going to do, Mary Rodwell is normally good with showing up, but I think she might have got the timings wrong or something. So what we'll do is we'll do a separate Mary Rodwell presentation at a separate time, specific interview with her, and we'll launch it on our YouTube and put it on our website. But since we have like 25 minutes or so before the next speaker, I'm going to do a little presentation. But I want you guys to choose since this is impromptu, let's take a vote here, okay? Do you want to have a mini presentation on what's outside the universe, philosophical presentation, or do you want a presentation of poetry on esoteric concepts, metaphysical, extraterrestrials, where we break down the poetry that I wrote, the spoken word? So number one will be, let's call it, number one is the universe, and then number two is the poetry. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay. I'll wait a good minute here. We got to get a good amount of votes in. There's a lot of us watching. So which one do you want? Poetry Poetry. Okay, the other one's outside the universe. Poetry. Okay. All right, we have one outside the universe. Okay. Keep going. Oh, now we got a bunch of ones coming in. So funny. Oh, okay. The poetry's outdoing the first one. I need someone to keep count for me. Hold on. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a tie, guys. Come on. Oh, okay. Now it's the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is poetry. But for fun, what I'll do is I'm going to do both of the presentations eventually. Okay, just because a lot of people want the other one too. Here we go. Okay, no more votes. The votes are in. We're going to do a little poetry. All right. So we're going to take a little journey together, everyone, a journey through spoken word. And my biggest passion really is poetry and hip hop and spoken word. So we're just going to get right into it because it's not too much time and break down some of this. So this first poem here is called The Sixth Sun, and it's based on Hopi prophecy, other prophecies around the world, Toltec prophecy, saying that we've been in the fifth sun for quite some time, and this age is called the sixth sun. So here we go. The sixth sun has risen. We're now in the sixth world. Spread for years by our human peers. The sixth sun has risen. We're now in the sixth world. Passed down for years by our human peers to oral tradition. Information about our collective mission. What a new reality would envision. Spoken through Toltec and Aztec wisdom, we discuss and perceive larger cycles of time than even the Maya depicted. It was known we're in a transition that started in 1991 as we moved from the fifth to the sixth sun. What are we waiting for? What have we waited for? These wars will stop. The sunspots increase in diameter and frequency as the frequency of this planetary body shifts and changes. So does the neural networks within our brains, kids, adults, animals, family. We've been blinded, you see, to the vibratory energy that the universe breathes. In the last of the 9 hells, exiting the solar plexus, humans unable to think for themselves, we're at a nexus point. A decision shall anoint the sun god I point out is the Son of God. That resurrects and reflects over water, including the second ocean known as space, where the cosmic rays during this transitory phase will encase and wash over the solar system. And in the skies, we may see both stars become one as we enter the sixth sun. The sixth sun has risen. We're now in the sixth world, spread for years by our human peers. The sixth sun has risen. We're now in the sixth world, spread for years by human peers. All right. So this next one here, fragmentation. I wrote this many years ago. And this is when I was understanding or getting to a point of exploring what the void is. And I've started realizing, and you might have heard me say it during this conference, the singularity, the void, the oneness splitting into duality. And then the duality eventually becoming darkness and light. And then darkness and light getting so dense that we ended up projecting our own agendas on it. And darkness ended up becoming like evil, light became good. But this poem is about the original split from the void. So it's broken into 3 parts. We got the void, we got the darkness, and then we got the light. In the beginning, there were no words. No concept, no winning. No place, no time, no description, no label, and no finishing. Until awareness became conscious of itself. Separation from the source. No east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical essence except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation of what only the 5 senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill, full of fright, in my bed, insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus I stare and recite my cosmic prayers, self-empowered, the fabric of victim consciousness. I tear. The light. The destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. We're going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. I took the psychedelic potion, and now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word, fly high, levitate the God inside. I'm free like a bird, cosmic oneness integrating in my being, a full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined in, ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body. Fuel my light body. For the ether, I am fiending. So this one here is called All I Want to Do Is Be. And this was at a time where, I was realizing we're human beings, yet we focus so much on human doings, being human doings, that quite often we forget the art of being. And I went on for one side of human, like from human doing to all the other side of human being, and realizing now it's really a balance of being the doers and also being able to be at the same time. So this was at a point where all I wanted to do was be, but there was just so many wounds, so many not thinking I'm good enough, not being seen, having to prove myself to my family. And it was just so overwhelming that all I ever wanted to do was be. And this was a spoken word piece that I wrote about it. I have the world at my fingertips, but I don't grasp. Infinite possibilities, asking the universe, what is the next task? All I want to do is be. All I want to do is breathe. Conceptual knowledge made manifest, take action to myself. I confess. I am all that is. I have moments of ecstatic bliss, and I thank the universe for this with utmost gratitude. Elude the confines of a cerebral, masculine energy that defines the path we are upon, moving into the feminine, the earth, the moon, the shone down upon, cast eclipse over the sun. A pathway to union when we all finally feel one. I have the world at my fingertips, but I don't grasp. Infinite possibilities accelerated. Time is moving fast. All I want to do is be. All I want to do is be free. From self-expectations, projections of false promises, achieving through external operation, hope is misplaced in changing the earth without doing the inner work. My soul will be gone soon, heading back to Saturn's moon. Contractually living a lie, created a fragmented reality based on who, what, where, and why, so I fry my mind to numb out the fake. But it's all a game, and we're all playing a role in every moment. I know I'm an old soul, but it's not just about what I know. Orion War, karmic balancing on planet Earth, forgetting our simultaneous lives, universal worth, history repeats. Like when in Rome. All I wanted to do was go home to Arcturus. Density got me on my knees, was so furious, questioning my own creation. Who is this and who am I? An internal fight at the end of the Earth tunnel. There is something that shines bright. Embody the darkness, full spectrum being, so I can transcend and live in the light. Pretty cool that this poem actually happened to have Arcturus in it, and we're aligning with Arcturus today. So I'll do one more poem. Let's see which one we'll do here. Let's see. Ooh, let's do this one. The Traveler. The Resurrected One. Many times faced incarnation. Simultaneously happening, the desolation, sun explosion, implosion, creating a rip in space-time. For me to travel with the universal mind into planetary systems faster than the galactic kind, where the laws of physics no longer apply, where the energetic beings reside. Going faster than the speed of light, mass increases to infinity, omnipresence of my energy, one with the celestial melody. Harmoniously find the frequencies that are hidden from sight. I left the density of struggle, resistance, and fight. The lessons have been learned, so it's time to climb up the dimensional ladder onto the next multiversal ride. As a quasi-physical being, half flesh and half light. The metaphysical, metaphorical, quantum theoretical truth of mankind, full disclosure of the cosmic kind. Resurrect the Christ consciousness. Let the bliss flow and undergo the transition into the fifth world. Prophesies to be the end of human karmic woe and the duality of friends and foes. Know this. We are about to shift the human consciousness to the dimension that is next. Allow the vortex to appear. When people start to disappear, melt and dissolve the fear, the time is near. The revolution of consciousness is here to steer us into the galactic arms of the Milky Way. Swim into the ether with abundance, to the universe we pray. Eradicating the lack mentality, creating technology holistically that has never been seen through alchemy. Order is the result of anarchy. Throwing off your center of gravity only temporarily during the ascension of our galaxy and all sentient beings. During the ascension of our galaxy and all sentient beings. So it is. All right. Oh, Mary came in. See you, Mary. All right. Sorry, Mary. I thought you weren't going to make it, but you're here, so it's perfect. Okay. All right. We are blessed because Mary made it, and so I'm going to do an intro for her now. Hope you guys enjoyed the poetry there. I just had to tap dance a little bit for a bit. Okay. So everybody, I'm extremely excited to bring on Mary Rodwell. Let me pull up her official bio here. So Mary has been on Portal Ascension quite a few times, and we've done many amazing events. Past life contact with non-human intelligences, the Star Children of Planet Incarnations, which I think is the next one coming up. She's been on Walk-ins Conference, our Hybrids Conference. We even did one called The Key to DNA Activation. And she's an amazing researcher. And Mary is recognized internationally as one of Australia's leading researchers in the UFO and contact phenomena. She is the author of Awakening, How Extraterrestrials Can Transform Your Life, and producer of EBE award-winning documentaries, Expression of ET Contact, A Visual Blueprint in 2000, and Expressions of ET Contact, A Communication and Healing Blueprint, which was in 2004. She's researched over 3,000 cases and that suggests there is a global phenomenon. The Star Children exhibit a maturity and wisdom beyond their years and awareness and connection to spiritual realms. Indigos, or crystal children, as they're often labeled, have telepathic abilities, are spiritually awakened, describing many species of non-human visitors with a feeling that they are as real to them as their real family because they feel supported by them. Her research also explores evidence from a scientific, biological, and psychological, anthropological, spiritual, and historical perspective to support from a holistic perspective what Mary believes is a genetic engineering program for upgrading the Homo sapiens, leading to a paradigm shift in human consciousness. Data suggests children are being altered and transformed on many levels through extraterrestrial encounters. So let's go ahead and bring Mary on. Hey, Mary.
Hello, Neil. I actually
Welcome.
was an hour. I thought it was another hour yet, so I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Time zones. Good to see you.
Thank you. I've got a short presentation. I'm just going
Okay,
to
let's
hope
do it.
that it works.
All right. So it's
so I guess
you
under
click present and share screen.
Share screen.
Are you using a Mac, or I think you're a Mac user, right?
Yeah, I've made it into a PowerPoint though.
Okay.
Choose one.
So I sent instructions about Mac settings before, so maybe, hopefully it works. Otherwise, you got to change the setting. But click share screen and then click entire screen.
Hold on a minute.
And then you should just be able to click it right there.
Oh, okay.
Do you see it?
Entire screen.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not finding my screen come up.
What do you see?
Hold on. I'm seeing screen and system audio recording, Google and Chrome. So that's not right, is it?
Screen. So
System
you clicked. No, you click present, right? And then you click share screen.
Yeah, I did.
And then
Hold
what
on.
do you see next?
I'll go back and entire screen is what I should click.
Yeah, exactly.
And nothing's coming up.
What do you see there? What does it say?
It says open system preferences, Google.
Yeah, yeah. I had emailed about Mac preferences because you got to change the security. So what we could do is we could have our next speaker who is supposed to go on in a few minutes, and then I can text you the Mac security preferences, and then you can go on in 40 minutes. Does that work?
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that.
Perfect. So I'll go ahead and introduce Nadia, and then I'll text you, and we'll get you set up. All right?
Okay, fine. Yeah.
All right, everybody. So you heard what we're going to do. So let me go ahead and bring on Nadia. And Nadia, give me a nod. Yes, you're in Australia too, right, Nadia? Right? I believe Nadia is in Australia as well, which is why I booked her as well. QHHT Australia. And it is Nadia's debut presentation on Portal to Ascension. Really excited to have her on. She's a passionate QHHT practitioner who enjoys assisting individuals in establishing a profound connection with their higher self to unlock answers and gain clarity on their life questions. Her mission is to help those who aspire to explore and heal through transformative power of QHHT hypnosis. She's located in southeast of Melbourne, and Nadia is known for her quantum healing hypnosis technique sessions in Melbourne and her group past life regression meditation workshops. She's a certified level 2 QHHT practitioner. And here we go. Let's bring Nadia on. Hey, Nadia, welcome.
Thank you, Neil. Thanks for having me. And yeah, thanks to the whole Portal to Ascension team for inviting me on. I feel really honored.
You're very welcome. I'm honored to have you here as well. And what are you sharing today? Are you presenting a PowerPoint or are you just talking directly? Yeah, PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'll have a little bit on a PowerPoint. Okay.
Okay, so click present, share screen. Are you on a Mac or a PC?
PC.
All right, cool.
So I can up there. So that should
Got it
work.
coming up.
Do you have that up?
Yep. Perfect. Yes, here we go. Okay, it's up and ready to go. It's all yours.
Lovely. Thank you, Neil, and thanks again to the whole Portal to Ascension team. I again just feel really honoured to be here amongst so many amazing people. And you know, I've been watching a lot of the replays. With my time zone, it's hard to log in live all the time. Although I'm currently in Rome at the moment. I'm in French Polynesia, working at a retreat. So the time zone's a little bit more generous by a couple of hours, but I've been loving watching all of the replays. I think they're just amazing. And I just also want to, before I get into it, just send, you know, I heard about what happened to Tyler, the accident, the surgery he has to have. So yeah, just want to send lots of love and healing energy to him for a very, very speedy recovery. I know he'll be in Germany for a few weeks following surgery, but yeah, hoping that he recovers very, very quickly. So I'll get into my presentation. And as Neil mentioned, I am a QHHT practitioner, which is quantum healing hypnosis technique. And I know that there's been at least one other practitioner on that I know of on this journey, you know, on this event that Neil has organised along with his team. And so I suppose a lot of you already know what QHHT is, but I'll go into a little bit on that later in case that wasn't covered off, or it may answer something else for you. But today, you know, I really love exploring, I suppose, human consciousness and alternate dimensions. And, you know, I use hypnosis and even guided meditations and things like that to take clients through that journey and to connect with their higher self. Something I really enjoy because it empowers people to really know that they can go within themselves to find the answers that they need. They don't need to seek anything external. It's just really learning how to reconnect, and it's remembering how to reconnect with that all-knowing part, that all-knowing, you know, part of ourselves that is connected really to that collective consciousness and holds all of that information. And so I just absolutely love it. Obviously, the hypnosis method I use is QHHT. And for those who aren't aware, you know, QHHT was developed by the late, great Dolores Cannon. In fact, I think tomorrow, if I don't have my dates mixed up, will be 10 years since she passed. So it's been a long time, and a lot has happened in that time, in that space as well. But, you know, it's a modality that's now performed by thousands across the world. So I know if you go to the QHHT official website, you can find a practitioner near you. There are so many around. But today I'd like to really focus on, I suppose, consciousness and awakening, and particularly around how through exploring our own consciousness, we can peel back even more layers of truth. You know, I see the awakening process not as, you know, it's not, definitely not a one step, you know, you have an awakening and it's done. You know, in the words of Shrek, it's like an onion, you know, you peel back the layers and it's layer by layer. And each time you come to a different realization, a different understanding, and you just go deeper and deeper into that. Or at least that's, you know, my experience and everyone else that I know that I've spoken to. But there are many different truths. Oh, can you guys hear that beeping? Or is that just me?
Yeah, I hear it. There's some sort of beeping there.
I don't know. It's gone now. Okay. I don't know. That was weird. First time it's happened. I was actually going to say a lot of the time during It's quite funny actually, because a lot of the time when I'm doing online things, weird electrical things happen. I didn't expect it to happen here. I thought it would stay at home because I'm currently in French Polynesia, as I said. So there you go. Something's followed me, but that's okay. But yeah, I think there are many different layers of truths, different realities, different possibilities. And really, we have the ability to control our own realities as well, which, is fascinating. And I believe it's one of the reasons we're here to learn. And it's one of the reasons we come to Earth and we reincarnate. But before I sort of get into even more of that, what I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about my awakening journey, because I feel that, everyone's story is so different, but they do share some similarities with our own journeys. And in the process of awakening, as I said, there's many different layers, and we all unpeel a different layer at different times and in different ways. Different things will present themselves to us to spark that awakening. But really, an awakening is what I like to say, like, it's any profound experience that raises your consciousness and shifts your understanding of reality. And as I said, that can present itself in many different ways, and it happens multiple times. So a little bit about me, I was raised in a Catholic home. Wasn't overly, strict or religious, but, we had to attend religious classes and go through all of those sacraments, etc. And, unfortunately, I also inherited the guilt that can come with that. So we also, I also felt very uncomfortable, I suppose, going to church when I was a child. So ever since I was a child, I felt like something wasn't right. I wasn't getting the whole truth. But, at the time I thought something's wrong with me, because why don't I like going to church? I must be a bad person. But that's probably that guilt coming through, to be honest. But I always knew there was more to what I was being told, always very curious, always felt the stories I was told weren't true, or, they do have some elements of truth, but manipulated somewhat. I would question everything that didn't make sense to me. I even remember, being kicked out of religious class on a few times because I would ask questions to try and understand what they were teaching, and it just didn't. Yeah, I think looking back, they were very frustrated. They couldn't answer, and they would just kick me out. So, I also took that on board. Always a keen interest in metaphysics, things beyond what is perceivable to our 3D senses or our human senses. And even in, extraterrestrial life, that's something I've always done. My childhood was spent reading, books, because, before the internet, books on, unexplained phenomena and, psychic things, UFOs. So there weren't many other kids that would that would share that experience with me. But, my father at the time, he's still my father, but my father at the time would nurture that. I didn't realize it at the time, the benefit of hindsight. He was the one who had a lot of those books and would talk to me about a lot of those things, and we'd spend, nights out with a telescope looking out at the stars and the planets and talking about what could possibly be out there and how everything is connected. And it was quite actually profound, now that I think about it, just to have that experience at such a young age. But I wouldn't even say that was really part of the awakening, but I was very always in tune with my intuition, and I would follow it, and even if things didn't make sense, I would do them anyway, and they always worked out in my favor. And then, as they usually do, but we don't always listen to that, do we? So when I got probably late teens, early 20s, I threw that out the window a little bit. I suppose you could say I was sucked into the vacuum of modern society. You think, you've got to fall in line. You have to, have a good job, get married, have nice things, tick all of those boxes. And I did all of that. But I also then became very depressed. I realized, eventually realized, it takes a long time sometimes, but realized I wasn't living authentically. And that was, contributing to my depression. And that's when I would say I had my first awakening. I started to see things very differently, see life very differently to outside of what we are told or programmed that life should be. And so I left my marriage, my home, I left everything behind. Like, I think I took my clothes and that was pretty much it, and a couple of belongings, but left everything behind. And to be honest, it was terrifying and liberating, but it was the best thing I did at the time. That would be my first little shove. But, as the story goes, you meet someone else, you fall in love, you get married, you have a good job again, everything's perfect. Still living more authentically to myself, though. But in around 2011 or 2012, things started really falling down around me. I had some very close friends that betrayed me, and it broke my heart. And at the time, I didn't see it. I thought I was blaming myself. What have I done, etc., as you tend to do. But really again, in hindsight, you look back and realize that, these people were being removed from my life. They no longer really resonated with where I was at. And so, whilst the relationships were good at the time, they had no purpose in my future. So that they were removed. And, during that time, I was very stressed at work as well. I was blaming work for everything. But I still loved my job. I think I knew deep down that I loved what I was doing, but I blamed it for a lot of my, I suppose, stress and anxiety and depression. And it was a stressful job, really, I made it that way. But my second real awakening was one day I had a massive breakdown in front of my boss, embarrassingly, and told him I can't do it anymore. I'm stressed. And he actually, a couple of you said this, and I feel like he almost channeled this because it's not normally something he would say. He actually said, you know what? He said, the problem's not the job, it's you. And I was a bit taken aback. And he went on to explain to me that we need to be doing things that bring us joy and that make us feel good. And, at the time I knew that it was essentially, when you do things with joy and make you feel good, it lifts your vibration. He didn't use those words, but for me, that's what it meant. And I knew he was right. So that was really my second awakening. I was blaming things around me again, but it wasn't them. They were a reflection of me and my inner reality, or what was going on with me. And so, stayed in that job, actually still there today doing things for him. So I've been there a long time, and he supports, me running away like now to French Polynesia to run retreats and things like that. And it's good. It's really good. He was right. I was the problem. But then a few years later, 2016, my dad passed away. And although I knew it was coming, my whole world fell apart. So I was, he was my rock. He was the one from when I was a child would, entertain my curious nature, didn't, think I was weird for asking certain questions or look into certain things. And ever since he passed, I felt this massive just push that I just could not fight. This massive push to just find out even more about myself and the world around me and how it works. And, I actually think he's behind a lot of that. And, I wanted to really know what happens when we leave this 3D world, where we go, what happens to our souls. And, I delved into things like psychic development, and I was even running a charity, volunteer charity, helping out animals, especially animals belonging to homeless people, and helping to support them so that the homeless people could support themselves. And yeah, that was just one of the things I tried to do, I suppose, to channel or find out where my passions were. But then I think, like this happens to a lot of people, you know, on my journey, I came across a video of Dolores Cannon, and she was talking about what happens when we die, what happens when we pass on from this realm. And watching it, I still recall to this day, I was absolutely just reduced to tears, because I felt it in the depths of my soul that what I was hearing was truth. I can't explain why I knew it was true, other than I just felt it. It's like that inner knowing, I suppose, that we all have. And it was, I suppose really it was like a remembrance. You know, I was hearing these words and it triggered a remembrance within me of, yeah, where I was before I came here. And so they were happy tears and tears of relief. But then, of course, you know, that's really when I started my deep dive into learning about how we can expand our consciousness through hypnosis by tapping into that quantum field of consciousness, that field that has all the information. And, you know, I had plenty of questions at this point in my life. So I actually went and had a QHHT session. I found a practitioner near me, and the session was eye-opening. It provided, you know, a lot of clarity around things that had happened in my life. And with that clarity came healing, because I was able to look at things from a different perspective and understand why they happened, why they had to happen. And even some things that happened in my life, probably a little bit more harshly than I would have liked, but, you know, realizing that, again, you know, that was my own doing, because I wasn't listening to the little shoves from the universe. And we all know that, you know, when you don't listen to the nudges, you know, the little nudge becomes a push, and a push becomes a shove, and then a shove becomes a baseball bat over the head. So, you know, I had a few baseball bats in my time. But following that experience, I was probably, I don't know, several months later, I still remember this, driving down the highway, zoning out as you do. And often they're the times when we do get these downloads and this information, when our conscious mind is almost not present. And it hit me like, you know, a ton of bricks. I realized that ever since I had my QHHT session, my life had changed dramatically, just in a space of a few months. You know, it was like all things, nothing happens overnight. It was gradual, but I was in a much better place, you know, emotionally, mentally. Things were just falling into line for me. You know, I was listening more to my intuition again, and those nudges that we get. You know, our higher self is always trying to communicate with us. It's always there. We just don't always listen, because it's, you know, it's that gentle voice. It's not that human monkey brain that's constantly like nagging and going at you, and the loud one and wants attention. I call it, it's like a petulant child. But I realized how much my life had changed, and my whole life as well, I was searching for that meaning. I wanted to help people. You know, I wanted to, you know, even when I was younger, I thought I wanted to be a nurse or a counselor or a psychologist. Oh, there's that beeping again. No idea what that is. Might just give that a moment. Okay. Don't know what that is. Sorry about that. But yeah, and it really hit me like a sledgehammer, like one after the other, driving along, realizing, my life had changed, and then smacked me over the head with, oh my gosh, this is what I need to be doing. This is how I can help people. Because I thought, if it can help me, it can help anyone. And of course, it helps everyone in a different way. Everyone gets what they need. But that's what I decided I wanted to do. So then, of course, you know, you go down the path of then facilitating sessions. But I'll go into a little bit about what is QHHT. And so QHHT, it stands for Quantum Healing Hypnosis Technique. It's a form of hypnosis. It's similar to past life regression in that it can incorporate past life regression, but it does delve a lot deeper than that. The client would come to a session with a list of questions that they want answers to. And really, there are no questions, off limits. So usually, questions would revolve around, relationships, family, work, life purpose, spiritual growth, anything at all. It could even include, I've had clients who have had what they would deem at the time suspected ET experiences, and they want to explore that even further. So we can, ask the higher self about those occasions, or even take them back to that time to play out and see what happened, to bring those memories forward into their conscious mind. So it does incorporate some past life regression, but as I said, it goes a lot deeper. A session would last anywhere from usually 4 to 7 hours on average. I'd say 6 or 7 is the average, but the client's not regressed that whole time. So we spend the first little while having a chat, working out, why they're coming in for a session, what they want to get out of it. And also I find out all about their lives. And I love that part because everyone has such an amazing story. And yeah, everyone is so different and unique, and just learning about their lives is phenomenal. So they tell me everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, what shaped them. And it's funny, I always say to people, and this is very true, I have the memory of a sieve. So they could tell me something and I'd forget it a week. I've even bumped into clients, I think it was 1 or 2 months after their session, and I don't even recognize their face. I'm like, who are you? And they know me. So it's quite embarrassing, but we do joke about it because I do. And, and in the beginning that used to frustrate me. I used to think, why don't I remember? But then I realized I don't have to. It's not for me. So I think it's actually, now I look at it as a good thing. And so it was funny when I was doing this presentation and I was just making some notes, I had to actually go back and look at some sessions because I can remember vaguely, but yeah, specifics I don't remember, which is funny. But we get to the regression part, and that's just a beautiful, really beautiful light state of relaxation that the client gets into. It's, the client really goes as far deep into the experience as they want. The client and the client's higher self is always in control. So it's not like hypnosis you see on TV where someone takes control and next minute you're clucking like a chicken. That doesn't happen. You're always in control. It's not falling asleep or anything like that. But it is that deep state of relaxation where they do have access to that all-knowing part of themselves and connecting also to that collective consciousness. And the higher self will always bring forward for that client the most relevant experience, whether it's a past life, or I should say whether it's a past human life, whether it's an ET life, or even a time where they were just consciousness. And that's always a really interesting space to explore, because if their higher self takes them to that point, of course, there's always a reason. So I like to know, what's the consciousness doing? Where is it? What's it experiencing? So there's so many different experiences. And when we do get to that state, we actually enter the theta brainwave state, which I find this fascinating. It makes me look at it a little bit differently, is that, children spend the majority of their lives, or up till about the age of 6 or 7, give or take, predominantly in the theta state. And so that really explains why young children really more often easily remember their past lives, and they have these recollections coming through because they do spend a lot of their time in that theta state. And it makes me also think that, we say children are very, they have great imagination. you know, and we tend to lose that as an adult, but it makes me wonder whether it's their imagination at all, or whether they're having recollections or even pulling on information and knowledge from previous incarnations and using that in this reality. So I find that very, very fascinating. I know of a lot of people as well who have children who have randomly come out with strange things like, you know, when I was your mum, we went to this place, or, you know, they would have these little remembrances. But we often think of past lives, you know, as something that happened many years ago, you know, on this planet, the 1800s or something like that. But, you know, what is a past life? Well, I always explain to people that a past life really goes beyond the human body. So, yes, people can go to a past life as a human in the 1800s, for example, or back to the time of Egypt or the pyramids. But consciousness does exist in many different forms. It exists in, well, now we know it exists in everything, and many forms, many states. You know, Dolores used to always say the majority of clients do go back to what she called a digging potato life, which is essentially your regular past life experience. But of course, you know, I think most of us, if you haven't had a session yourself, or know many people who have had sessions, you tend to think of a lot of otherworldly experiences, ET experiences, you know, going back to, you know, time of creation, things like that. Actually, I did have a client go back to time of creation. I'll talk about that later. But, you know, I suppose they're the smaller percentage of sessions because, you know, but they're the ones you know about, because they're the ones that I suppose get video views and make books sell. But they're the really interesting ones, and we learn a lot from those as well. So they're really good to share, because often in those there is information there that can help the collective, that helps everyone. But, you know, there have been, I know for myself, some really interesting sessions that clients have had. But whatever the higher self chooses to bring through, whatever experience that is, whether it's a human past life or anything else, there'll always be a reason. You know, they're not big on bringing things through just for entertainment value. There's a reason why they come through, and the higher self actually will clarify that as well later in the session, because during the regression, there's a lot of things that won't make sense to the client. You know, the higher self's presenting a lot of information, doesn't always make sense. But it always will bring through, I suppose, what they need. And it will always impact their life in such a profound way, because it's almost like it gives you that next step, that next bit of information that you need. You know, I've had clients who, for example, you know, just to think of some interesting ones, I was actually reviewing some more this morning, but, you know, I had a client go back to the time of creation as she was consciousness. She saw herself as a white ball of light. And what I found really interesting was it was the time of creation, but it was also the time where they were watching the creation of time. You know, in order to, as we know, time exists in our 3D reality and not outside of that. And it was the creation of time. And she saw this, when I say machine, it wasn't a mechanical machine, but a machine of sorts that had all these beautiful threads of different colors, different light, each one a different color. And each thread represented, being the thread of light, represented a different timeline. And there were all of these souls that she saw like stars around, waiting to join in the timeline, so they could jump in on a timeline and go there. And she said that the timeline was created, and the machine timeline was created by a group of souls, essentially tasked by source energy to help create this machine that would then create time to create the 3D reality. Because it wanted to help, or the purpose was to help with the ascension of not just Earth, but for all and for everything. So bringing these, or the souls then coming to 3D world, was to help with that. And it was located, I think she said, right at the doorway of Source. So right there, it was created. And, you know, she said that souls, you can join anytime you like. You know, you can join any timeline as well that you like. It's always a choice. And she ran through how they work through all of that. And she was sort of, in that experience, she was observing and taking it all in and explaining to me what was happening. And I know we've all heard of this concept before as well, or many of us would have, but she said that when we jump on that timeline, it's a fragment, it's only that fragment of our soul that joins that timeline. Or you can split into multiple and join multiple timelines, but the bulk, the majority of your soul remains there at Source. And so that is, I suppose, why we have this connection with Source. We have this ability to tap back because we are still there as well as we are here, and we could be in other places as well. And we probably are. And I asked her in the session why. Like, why did Source ask you to do this? Why head out, create this timeline, you know, as well as helping the Ascension, or some souls were coming out to help the Ascension. She said it was so that the Source could essentially, through souls that join, because we are all one, we're connected to Source, can have all of these different experiences. It can gather all of this information from all these experiences, and having more information allows Source to grow as well. And so it's this, although we are also growing and expanding, it was really, I suppose, fascinating I never thought of it prior to this, that, well, Source as well can grow and expand and become, I suppose, a better version, if that's even possible. It's hard to sort of wrap your head around that. And these threads of light that we jump on and we're still connected to are, well, they send information back as well. So not just when we pass, we take the information back, but it happens straight away. So it's instantaneous. So really quickly run through this part. So basically, yeah, with QHHT, it utilizes the theta brainwave state. It explores past lives and other dimensions as well, but as well as connects at the end of the regression with the higher self to get that clarity, that healing, which is also possible. You know, I had a client once as well who had, I can never pronounce this, fibromyalgia. And I do recall this one. She was a he in a past life, human life, who had a very hard life, had to fight for everything, work hard for everything. And towards the end, his body was so tired and so exhausted, essentially died from exhaustion. And that energy actually carried through to this life, which caused her fibromyalgia. And now the high self clarified that it actually was like a remnant of that energy. And now that she can see, and there were some lessons involved in that for her as well, to learn about how she applies herself in this lifetime. And now that she had received that message, it was able to remove that from her. And it was quite, it was fascinating to watch, because she came in hobbling a little bit, a bit uncomfortable. Her legs were swollen. By the time she left, she was, she was sitting there bending her legs, touching her legs, saying, oh my gosh, it's gone. She had never felt so good in her life. So, you know, that's one of the reasons as well people can have sessions, is to see whether any physical ailments are attached to past lives or something else, and it's come through. But, you know, we always say, people probably hear the term, you know, higher self, subconscious, oversoul, source. There's so many, oh, not source, sorry, but so many different things. Collective consciousness, subconscious. Dolores calls it the subconscious a lot. And so I'll just go to this next slide. There's a video here of Dolores talking about the subconscious, and that's, you know, what she called it and how they sort of described it. So I'll play that now for you.
So this is the part that I work with. And I didn't know what to call it. I began calling it the subconscious because I didn't have a name for it. And they said, we don't care what you call us. We don't have a name anyway. We'll work with you. But some people say we are communicating with the higher self, the oversoul, the higher consciousness. Some people call it the universal consciousness. But all of those names mean something big and huge. And that's what we found a way to communicate with that. So I call it the subconscious.
And what's really interesting as well is that, you know, there are so many different names for it, but it's essentially the same thing. I know a lot of people these days, myself included, I use terms interchangeably. So often if you hear those terms being spoken within that community, they're referring to the same thing. It's just same, but different. But in terms of even with QHHT, a lot's changed, you know, even since Dolores passed 10 years ago now. We look at the evolution, especially as a collective, you know, it's evolved so much. So in the beginning, when Dolores was doing this work, she would have clients who had zero recollection of their sessions. You know, they had what we called, you know, sort of the amnesia that would come from it. And towards the end of her career, she was noticing less and less people were experiencing this amnesia in sessions. And, you know, it's actually a good thing because it shows that people, you know, our frequency is rising. We don't need that amnesia anymore. We are closer, you know, in alignment, closer in frequency to our higher self. So you don't, it's not such a jump. You don't need that amnesia anymore. And also, you know, in the beginning, people would almost need that amnesia because without it, they would wonder if they were making it up. And, you know, now though, people are a lot more aware of these other realms, these other dimensions. And so it's not needed anymore. You know, although people do sometimes, you know, remember only snippets or bits and pieces, and that's normal. You know, you're very relaxed. I'm sure if, you know, you've done a guided meditation and, you know, you or even a dream, you know, you wake up and you think, oh, that was cool, I'll remember that. And 2 hours later, you've forgotten. So it can be very much like that still, but they're a lot more conscious currently. And I think that's well, it really is a representation of the collective. You know, we're really noticing that. And I think in, you know, roughly, you know, 2012, we had that other little catapult where I think that collective awakening really began on a much bigger scale. And especially, I would say, in 2020, where it was, you know, put in a cannon and shot out. And what I find really fascinating about the more recent collective awakening in 2020 is that it really allowed people to become much more aware of all of the multiple realities going on around them. So, you know, we can see that although even in the physical world, you know, you can see people are living very different lives, very different, you know, a lot of people are still very fear-based, and there's absolutely no judgment in that at all, because I believe we are all on our own journey and on our own timeline. And, you know, some people didn't come here to awaken. You know, my work has taught me that some people are here or chose to come and have a purely 3D experience to see what that's like, to see and experience what not having a connection is like. And so we can't judge those people. You know, they're on their own journey, but it's certainly gone through a lot of different phases over time. You know, we even know now about parallel lives. You know, and I believe all of us really are living parallel lives without the existence of time outside of our 3D space. You know, our past lives, future lives, extraterrestrial lives, the consciousness, it's all happening at once, and we're all just fragments out experiencing our own thing. And in this reality, this is the one that we are aware of. But as we know, there's lots of different realities. And I think of it like a TV, you know, or TV and TV stations. There are so many images and audio being sent through the air from radio networks. But which channel or which station are you tuned into? Because that is the experience you're going to have, is what you're tuned into. And that's the thing with QHHT. It allows you to tune in to a different station for that short period of time to get information. But, you know, how can you yourself expand your consciousness to help tune into these stations? You know, definitely meditation. You know, it does heighten our awareness to perceive and connect with these unseen realities. And the more you do it, the more you will experience. And I'm sure for anyone who meditates on a, you know, regularly, or even every now and again, you may sometimes have little things come through. I've heard of people have these remembrances from past lives, or Lemuria, or, you know, Atlantis, just through a meditation. So definitely that can be a way to connect. Of course, hypnosis, which we've covered off on. And with hypnosis, obviously the benefit there is also connecting to the higher self, to speak to it directly and to get that channel directly, to really uncover the answers that they need as well. And I'm a big fan of energy work too, you know, things like Reiki and things like that. It really does help to balance and attune our energy fields, chakra work, things like that. Getting our, you know, we have our energy bodies as well as our physical bodies, and getting that all cleaned up and in line, I suppose, so you can connect much more clearly. And I just love this. I just want to play this quick clip from Dolores where she's talking about, you know, the fact we aren't our bodies. You know, a lot of people, you know, I wouldn't even say our soul is in our body is in our soul. You know, it's like a projection, a puppet, essentially. So I'll just quickly play this one.
You are not a body. You have a body. This is just a suit of clothes, a costume you're wearing right now to play this part, this role in this stage play that you're involved in. Everything is an illusion. Nothing is real. I've had people go through the death experiences, and after they've died and they're on the spirit side, they look back at the life and they'll say, it was just a play. I can see all the actors on stage getting ready to come out and play their parts. I can see the actors in the wings getting ready to come on. And they said, but when I was there, it was so hard and so difficult. But now that I'm on the other side, it was like a blink of an eye. We get caught up in the illusion. So you are the producer, director, and actor in your own play.
And that's very, very true. It, you know, I know when, even if people go through traumatic experiences in past lives, they tend to see it from a very neutral place. There's no emotion attached. There's nothing going on there. When you get to the other side, it's a case of, oh, well, it is what it is. And I was just there to fulfill, you know, a mission or to learn a lesson. And, you know, did I do good? Did I not do so good? And how do I improve next time? And so, you know, a lot of people say, well, why even bother? You know, why go through the process of reincarnation? What's the point? But the thing is, there is no place like Earth. you know, Earth is one of the toughest places to be. It's a school for our souls, and of course it's to gain that information, that knowledge, to bring back to source, right? So this is like the high school or the university of the universe. And also, you know, I believe that's why a lot of the ETs are so interested in us and visit, because there's no other planet like this. It's fascinating for them. And, you know, a lot of people will also say, well, why come in with amnesia? Why make it hard? Well, you know, I always say to people, well, why play a game if you get all the cheat codes and you have all the answers, or you get to just finish the game real easy? There's no challenge involved. So, you know, you don't learn without challenges. And, you know, Earth is a school.
You go through
yeah. I'll just rewind that. I'll let this video explain a little bit of that.
Earth is nothing but a school. You go through the different grades and learn lessons in order to progress onward. But one of the major things with this school on Earth is when you come in, the veil comes down and you forget your plan. You forget your connections. And the ETs say, this is most amazing because they don't forget. They said, you're the only planet that forgets when they come in, have to find their way back. And I asked them one time when we were doing the sessions, why this happens? Wouldn't it be better if we remembered our contracts, if we remembered our plan of what we were supposed to be doing? They said it wouldn't be a test if you knew the answers.
So it's put quite simply, but it's very true. You know, it wouldn't be a test, but, you know, it's, you know, yeah, it's like I said, it's like playing a game and having all the answers. It's what's the point, you know? I'm sure there's some people who probably would like that, but, you know, and how QHHT supports people on their awakening journey. Well, obviously it helps to access memories of past lives and other lives that they may have lived that, you know, will have information they need to help in their present life. It connects them to their higher self, to that collective consciousness. It uncovers the lessons that we're here to learn. You know, often the higher self will make it very obvious to people whether, you know, and we see it in our lives. We could have repeating patterns in our lives. We're always attracting the same person. We're always finding ourselves in the same situations. You know, one of my examples was I was always blaming everything for my problems and what's going on with me, but I had to learn, that was my big lesson in, well, the outside is a mirror of the inside, and I had to learn that. So once you learn the lesson, it never has to repeat again. So it makes life easier. And throughout all of those and throughout the experience, it really does enhance that sense of connection that we have with everything and everyone, and that knowing that we are all connected. So, you know, for me, it's a very fascinating topic. I love exploring consciousness and how we are all connected, what our souls do, the adventures that they go on. But yes, that's me for today. Thank you very much for having me.
Beautiful, Nadia. Thank you so much for being here. I loved your presentation. You know, I absolutely love Dolores Cannon so much that she's instrumental in my life. I quote her at least twice a day for probably over a decade. And you really, you really honored her memory with all of what you did there and showing her quotes and everything. And you're continuing her work. And there's so many, you know, amazing people that are doing that. It's interesting. It's almost like there's specific themes for different QHHT practitioners that they're bringing into the world, like Sarah Brexman, Atlantis, Avalon, Lemuria. And it's like you all have your own little things, you know. Of course, there's a lot of general information. I loved what you shared about the amnesia and how people used to forget and now they're starting to remember. And that just goes into, like, if there's one thing that we're doing, I feel like the bottom line is we're healing amnesia. Because once we know who we are and what we are, who knows what's next?
Well, that's part of the, correct. Well, that's part of, isn't it, part of the awakening process? And, you know, we get this remembrance of who we are, truly who we are. You know, not I'm Nadia, this is where I live, this is what I do. That's not who we are. You know, so it's that remembrance coming back to us. And, you know, as I said, not everyone will have that. Not everyone's here to have that. But on the whole, collectively, we're at that point where it's, you know, it's coming up. And generally people who aren't ready for that, they're not the people going for QHHT sessions. You know, they're not interested. So in the QHHT world, we're definitely seeing more and more people who are more aware. And, you know, even Dolores noticed it towards the end of her career as well with her clients. So she was sort of first noticed it, and it's continued, which I think is great. Because, you know, to be conscious and to consciously hear the information as it's coming through, it's amazing.
And regressing someone back to creation, the moment of creation.
Oh yeah. I actually had there's two that I recall. That was the creation. It was creation, but it was creation of time. Whereas I also had someone once go back to the creation of energy, which was quite fascinating because they were generating energy to be used on behalf of everyone in the universe, every dimension. And the idea was that, or what he explained, was that we as humans, you know, we don't actually create energy. We may think we do at times, but we don't. We're just drawing upon energy that they have created for us. We're able to manipulate that energy to our advantage or to how we need it. When I say to our advantage, we could also do it to our disadvantage. You know, we have the power to go either way, but we can manipulate it, but we can't create it. It gets created there for all of us to use. So that was interesting. I had those two different aspects of the creation, the timeline and the energy. Yeah, the two different clients.
Cool. Any books coming from you anytime soon?
No, maybe I should. I do have a lot of interesting information.
Putting out this information in these ways, or at least creating presentations on like all the stories on creation, all the stories of this, you know, it's just, there's so much that we can get from it, you know, no pressure.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, I probably need a ghostwriter, but it's interesting you said that people, you know, everyone has their own sort of little niche, I suppose. And it's not, you don't choose it, it chooses you. And the clients actually come to you and they almost create it because, you know, we don't obviously choose what experience they have. It's, yes,
it'll be interesting.
It's an energetic thing.
To have all the QHHT practitioners regress through QHHT to find out why they're attracting specific themes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes. So the practitioner have the regression to find out, oh, that's a good one.
Because I work with Paul Williams, now you, Sarah Brexman Cosme, Bridget Renee Holiday, all some of the best QHHT practitioners in the world, I would say. And they all have the niches. Like, it's just crazy. It's like they're being chosen for specific things to be disclosed.
Yeah, and we don't do it intentionally. Well, I know I certainly don't. It just comes to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Nadia, thank you so much. Before you leave, I'd love for you to share anything else you'd like to share. And are you taking clients still? How can they get a hold of you? How can they work with you?
Yeah. So definitely taking clients. I'm booked up for this year, but I do have availability in January and February. I've just recently opened those dates. And they can reach me through my Instagram, which is qhht.australia, or my website, which is qhhtaustralia.com.au. And yeah, reach out to me. I love having chats with people.
Beautiful. Nadia, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it.
Talk soon.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. It's been a big day. It's almost midnight here in Central Europe, and so we're going to get into our grand finale for the day. Mary Rodwell already did the introduction, so I will be bringing her on in a second, but I'm thinking it's a good moment to reset. We've been nonstop for quite a few presentations. So let's just take a moment here, and I invite you just to kind of stretch maybe roll your neck a little bit. Let's go, everybody. Come on. Roll your neck. And then raise your shoulders. Drop them down. Raise them up again. Drop them down. Now let's take a deep reset breath in. Just an integrative breath of all we've experienced. as we get ready for the final transmission for today. Let's take a deep breath in. And let it go. All right. Maybe do a little bit of shaking. This is more for me than it is for you, everybody. But I figured we can do it together. All right. Okay, everybody. So join me in welcoming Mary Rodwell for our last presentation of today. Hey, Mary. Welcome back.
Thank you, Neil. Let's hope it all works this time.
I think it will. I saw it come in the back room. So let's go ahead and click share screen. Bring it up.
Right. Hold on. Where is share screen? Hold on. Present. Slides. Share screen. Share screen. Select tab to share. Entire screen. Screen. Come on, up you come, please.
There we go. It's coming.
I can't see it.
So navigate. So I see your whole screen. So navigate towards your presentation.
I can't see it. I can't see it on my screen.
You just pull up your presentation. You see your whole screen, right? Just go to your PowerPoint like you normally would.
I can't see it to actually do that. I can just see myself.
Yeah, but you're looking at the browser, right? You have your whole computer.
Oh, hold on. So I just need to.
Basically, we see your whole computer. So you just go to your PowerPoint like you would normally and open it up.
So that's it now.
Yeah. Now you can click Start PowerPoint. Yep, we see it. You can start from. Yeah,
you can
perfect.
see that. You can
we
see
got
that.
It. Yeah, we're ready to go. All right.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Neil, and hi, everyone. I put this together as to give you an overview of what I'm seeing happening globally. This is not just one or two countries. This is across the globe. I picked out a couple of stories to help us understand part of what this awakening is all about, and to give you some idea of where my research has gone. Let's look at what I'm well known for now is working with the Star Kids or the new generations of human. And this has been something that many experiencers, like the young lady Tracy Taylor here, who I've known, 25 years now, told me in, the late 1990s to 2000 that there's a race of beings on the planet increasing in number, visually and physically indistinguishable to most humans. They're the bringers of light. They're here to guide the awakening of terrestrial consciousness. The new children are born without programs and bring a global awakening. So have I, in fact, come across this awareness, this understanding of what's happening on the planet? Absolutely. Dr. Lena Olson, who I mention in my second book, who is a molecular biologist, also an experiencer, also has labels such as ADHD, etc. She says this: the new human is a combination of genetically improved bodies in combination with souls from different places in the universe, incarnating in these improved bodies. The souls have different frequencies and vibrations depending on their evolutionary status that plays a role in activation of DNA in that particular body. I believe we have to take into account the collective soul in that particular body. So this is really about all of us. Let's go. Here we go. So what is the awakening to the greater part of who we are? And this is what you've heard about in all these wonderful presentations, waking up to the fact we're more than a 3D, living in a 3D paradigm. What starts this awakening may very well be a sighting of a spacecraft or having encounters with these non-human intelligences. We may have downloads of information, past life connections and recall of these ancestors or non-human intelligences. The downloads can be via music, artwork, scripts, symbols, light languages, healing frequencies, channeling and telepathic communications. We may go to a sacred site and be activated. Crop circles can activate you. Shamanic encounters can activate you. a near-death experience, hypnosis, artwork, all of these different ways, depending on the soul journey, depends on what you've chosen to wake up to. So the new human indicators: extreme empathy to emotions and feelings of their parents, telepathic abilities, the children that are without question having the ability to tap into thoughts around them. And I have many, many stories of that. Awareness and knowledge of past lives, mentioned that they're not from here, that they're, that they come from somewhere else, that Earth isn't their home. They communicate with non-physical beings. They have the ability to perceive energies and have healing abilities. And I'm going to mention a story in my presentation of a young 7-year-old that talks about her healing abilities. They communicate with animals, plants, minerals, crystals, a whole range of abilities to connect to everything around them. Sensitive to sound, may see more of the visual spectrum. They identify with a mission. They feel very different to their peers, struggle to integrate with their own age, mature beyond their years, and bored by conventional learning. So Dr. Olson talks about 12 new groups of human in part of the activation. She said, if my information download is correct, there will be 12 different main groups of new DNA people. It corresponds to 12 different main groups of ET alien DNA donors, so 9 more to go, she says. I do wonder what their different features will be and if they will be allowed to go public. There, our DNA is activated mainly by remote control and frequencies. So it's like putting a virus in software. When they're using their DNA, as long as they're alive, they'll give off an energy pattern that spreads to their surroundings, almost like flu or GMO genes that contaminate via frequency patterns. And this is how everyone that's activated and awake is assisting to wake up others around them and the planet itself. So it's pretty fascinating. And just to confirm that, Dr. William Brown, a molecular biologist, many years ago, 20 years ago, sent me an email saying this: I believe genetic modification is occurring right now in utero and producing new humans. The exponential increase in autistic, ADD, indigo show these children have new genetic architecture, which allows them to see the world in a multidimensional fashion. I believe research would show dormant genetic regions are being reintegrated into the biological systems and occurring in all of us to produce expanded awareness. Their brains work faster. They have access to more information in the beginning. In the classroom, learning is much faster than normal. I believe they know what is being taught. And this is exactly the case. How do they know what's being taught? Because in their experience, many of them go off planet or in craft. They have multi-dimensional education taught, which both adults and children are taught on board craft. Shown how to pilot spacecraft, how to navigate star maps, shown advanced technologies, consciousness, soul, spirit moved into another form that's non-human, shown genetic engineering of different species, both on and off world, healing procedures on board craft, the nature of black holes and wormholes, to decode and understand scripts, symbols, light languages, time travel technologies, taken on missions on Earth and off world, taught advanced physics, technologies to create non-polluting energy sources, ecological friendly environments, and interstellar capabilities. This is some of the reason the kids and the new generation of humans and adult humans are operating differently, because they have this in their psyche. They have this as part of the downloads. They have this as what they're being taught on the craft. It changes the way their perception of reality. The space schools, children taught by special friends, and many, many stories of this I've come across the globe. This is not just particular countries. This is parents across the globe that will explain their children are different. And here we've got a 3-year-old complaining and saying, Mummy, I no go to school. I already went to school. I was at school with my special friends. When she asked him when he was at school, he said nighttime. I got back just now. I asked him what the school looked like, and he said it was a small class and the boy that was teaching them. But the boy had really big black eyes and white clothes. So this is the kind of stories I hear time and time again. This is a recent one about a young boy who's 3 years old in Australia. And he was saying, when was asking what he would like to buy as a toy, he said, I don't want cars. I want aliens that fly up. I want aliens that fly up and down. He drew a picture of who he calls his funny daddy. And there you can see the picture. He showed me the picture, laughing and saying, this is funny daddy, mummy, look. He can't draw much at all, but this is a very clear picture of a face. Now, that's a 3-year-old drawing a face of funny daddy. So the indicators are often in front of us, but we don't always realize that our child is showing us more of what is going on in their lives. And this is what she asked him. This is the face of funny daddy, arms and legs like us, and they look different. He says his dog is always there with him and sits and watches him while he plays and talks to them. The face of funny daddy, 2 big circles for eyes and a V-shaped nose and head. He goes like this and it's funny. He puts his hand to his mouth and pretends he's eating something like an insect or talking perhaps. He has long hands back like this part on the left. He has more arms like this, so you can see the drawing. He kept saying funny daddy is funny and making faces and laughing and putting his hands to his mouth as if eating. I asked him if funny daddy was also on the moon, and he resolutely said, no, only me and my pet, only we go. When I asked him where funny daddy lives, I could not understand him properly. So there's many indicators, once you understand what you're looking at, that tell us these children are having extraordinary experiences. The older sibling, Amy, not a real name, and said, wouldn't it be nice to fly in a spaceship? She said to her younger brother, and the 3-year-old said, but I did. My son explained that he wanted aliens that come up and down for his birthday. I said that I will go and look for some for him. He says, Mammy, I go up to the moon with aliens. I asked what he did there, and he said, I go there and sleep there, and I talk and I play with aliens. I go with our dog, also with 2 of my friends, but I always come back to you and give you a hug. I love you, Mummy. I always come back to you. What about the rest of the family? She says. They go later. 2 aliens come and get me and we fly up and up and up all the way to the moon. What do they look like? And he points to a deep aqua color. So there's a great deal of detail there that also gives you a certain credibility to everything the child is saying. And that for me is very important. I'm now going to talk about a young 7-year-old, and I'm going to explain a little bit. It came to my awareness, another little girl who talks about the fact she's a hybrid and has healing abilities. And I'm going to hope that this plays.
I'll be doing a healing activation for nerve pain. One of our beautiful, amazing fans requested this, so we're going to do this. تذكرني اشتوي أنا ما ألا تكني على ولادك لا تكني أشكني على تكني على تكني على ما تكوني أشكني إلا ما تكني على تكني ما تكوني إلا ما تكني على وين تكني على تكني جوتنا إلا ما دي أدورة أنا رأي أكون على إلا ما تكني أشكني على إني على تكني إلا أدورة ما دي أتكني إلا تكني تاني على ما كني أنا ما تكني على تكني أنا ما تكني تكني على تكني أشكني على ما تكني أشكني على تكني إلا ما تكني أشكني على تكني.
Oh, that was really good, babe. My back started to calm down. My back totally went. Ah. Thank you, love.
Guys, to the moon and.
So that's a young lady showing how she brings in the healing frequencies. Remember that she's 7 years old. And she shared that when she was 4 years old was when she understood she was part human and part blue avian. So some of the children are aware that they would term themselves, if you like, as hybrids. And here is a picture that she's drawn of her part herself as part human, part ET. I'm not sure. I can't remember whether this was.
How do you see yourself in the world, and how do you see what you want to do in the world?
I I see myself as a human and a blue alien.
And what do you want to do in the world?
I want to heal people. And I also want to heal animals and lots of things. I like to heal people.
What do you want
I
to
like
be
heal
when?
things.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a doctor.
So again, it's really inspiring to see how the children are coming in with these frequencies and understanding and awareness of themselves, fully awake to their mission and purpose. So I got asked if Seven would draw me some more understanding of what she's experiencing. And she draws the avians when they appear on Earth. She explains they are blurry at first and look like angels after a while. And that's what she's on the right of the screen is what she calls her alien family. You can see the images there quite clearly that look like blue avian intelligences. So it's quite profound and very, very affirming that there is a young lady there with great detail of her experiences, which give it a great deal of validation and what I would call an important pattern to this experience. Severin speaking light language to another child who understood the light language after experiencing a near-death experience. They fully understood one another.
Seven and I were recently introduced to a young lady who had a near-death experience and learned to speak light language in heaven. And Seven and her got on the phone, and this is absolutely mind-blowing. They had a full-on conversation, they both understood what each other was saying in this language. This is their native language. As I said to you guys before, this is light language, but this is actually their native language. Like, this is what they have understood, and turns out they actually know each other. So this is completely, like, I was completely blown away because they had a full conversation in the car, and then I recorded them when we got home. And as you can see, they're having a full-on conversation. They understand each other.
La fida è una mulirana, lei che non voleva dare a freddo, non voleva neanche.
E so che il nome del guy?
E con la madre, ma che ne la.
E so che so fatto?
Era mi della era mo fira di la ne che ne la tona.
E so che la osha the kapseka. But I know that in the house and the is young.
But
That's just a small sample where many that are downloading light languages because they're working with the frequencies for healing. Sometimes the languages it appears can be translated. Sometimes they are not able to be translated and seem to be packets of information or codes. Just to clarify a little bit, as I'm learning more, I'm realizing the complexity of it. But here's some more compelling information about the reality of the child's experiences. And that's really one of the questions so many ask. Are you sure that it's not their imagination? Has the parent said anything? And I can categorically say that many parents have no idea that their children are having these experiences. And often it's only until they come out with certain things that they start to highlight the fact that something extraordinary is going on here. As you see from these images, the first picture, she worked on this one for a long time. Her mother said, it's the technology they use to heal humans and other beings that are not in alignment. So as you can see there, that's that particular image, the first image from left to right. The next one is what it looks like when they come to visit her in the middle of the night. They're coming through what appears to be a portal in the room. And the third one from the right is her avian form healing blackness from humans and waking them up from being dead, as she says. These are different beings that she loves. So in other words, she's helping those that are unwell to bring in their own healing abilities, which is really fascinating. And the final one is beings that are very different that she loves. So very fascinating, detailed images that are very hard to dismiss and just call imagination. And now she's going to explain how she heals.
What I will do is I take a tiny piece of white light. I take the white light, throw it into the tiny, well, not like throw, but like put it into their body. Mm-hmm. After I do that, I pull it out, and there's something. Once I pull out the white light, there's something that's stuck to it. Why I put in the white light is because it will stick to the bad stuff that's in your body. And then once I pull it out, the bad stuff comes out. I throw the bad stuff out of it. I wash the white. I look at the white light and make sure there's none more left. I wash it, kind of like. Do you know what I mean by wash? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't wash it, but I wash it. Do you know what I mean?
I do, baby.
I don't wash it with water. So
with
then
white light, yeah, I understand. Okay.
So then I wash it. I put it back out there, and I add some more energy. I fill more of it. I add some more energy, and after I add more energy, I just I lift up the badness that I washed. I lift up the badness, and I talk to it and say like something, I usually like say like something like this, like something like something that it needs to do better. It needs the badness that was in the body. It needs to do way better and turn into white light so I can put it back up there. After I turn it better and it clean.
So she's explaining the process, which to me is extremely fascinating, given how it's very similar to what many healers will talk about when they're working in this way energetically. And I think that again gives it a great deal of credibility in terms of how she understands it, and quite fascinating. Now she's talking about the blue avian teacher on the spacecraft.
Yeah, when you first arrive on the ship, who comes and greets you?
Actually, first the blue avian teacher comes, and he walks. Just pretend I'm the blue avian teacher, and he's like this. Once I come, he walks very sweetly, and he bows to me in a very kind way, and I come in the room, and I start to do all my work that I have to do.
Okay.
Once again, when you're looking at the credibility there, what is fascinating for me is the understanding that she has and the detail that she comes out with. So some more of her drawings here, which I think are really wonderful. This is everyone living together very soon, happily, she's saying. She talks about leaving the earth with the beings of light that are going to be coming either in 2025 to 2026. She says her body won't stay here on earth, that she will leave. And I don't quite understand what she means, says her mother. This was a little book that she sent me that she put together. I am a blue avian. We're a species of interdimensional beings. When I was 2, I was visited by my family and they showed me who I was. We are a race, very loving, very kind and helpful beings. You can't always see us while you're on the earth. But if you open your heart and ask us to come and visit you, sometimes we will. You're all special aliens in your own way. And if you read this book, it might help you remember where you are from. She explains in these wonderful drawings. On the left, she's saying, just like an ice cream cone has many layers and flavors, we have many layers and flavors. The ice cream cone has different flavors stacked up on it, just like Earth has other dimensions stacked on it too, that you can't always see. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. She talks about her family. This is my family on my planet, just like I have a human mum and dad. We also have a mum and a dad and a brother on my planet. In my dimension, my dad is a dad to all of the kids, so it's different than here on Earth. If you look out into the stars at night, you might remember where you're from. My other body, she talks about. If you see me on my planet, this is what I sometimes look like. This is the image on the left. I have wings, 4 fingers, and feathers that look like fur on a cat. Sometimes I look like a pure blue light too. I can take on many forms. I love to visit other kids on the earth to remind them how special they are and that they are never alone. You can call on me in your dreams to come and visit you, and we can go on adventures. I love making new friends with all the beautiful kids on earth, and I'd love to be friends with you. At night, in the other picture, my family comes through my window while I'm in bed, and they take me on journeys all around the galaxy. I love it when they come to take me. I get to see so many amazing things. You can do this too. Dimensions and space travel. Again, on the left, this is what my home looks like on my dimension. It's really beautiful. And then the second picture to the right, this is what it looks like when my spaceship picks me up. It looks really small, but then it becomes really big once you're inside. It's almost like magic, but it's real magic. The healing room that she talks about here on the left, this is one of my healing rooms we have on my planet in my dimension. We can help people to learn how to heal themselves, and we can do this here. The second picture to the right, when I travel through the stars, I see many different types of beings that look very different from us. They are all beautiful. Her planet, she talks about, this is what her planet looks like when you land on it. It's one of the buildings that she works in and where we do really important things, she says. I love the flowers outside of this building because it reminds me that I'm home. The second picture, this is what my planet looks like from far away. You see how it looks like a box. It's really a special box that has a whole world inside it, and you can't see it until you get inside the box. And this is Earth. This is what Earth looks like from where I live, she says. We think Mother Earth is a superhero. When I'm from, because people don't always treat her the way they should, we know she's alive and feels everything. Try talking to her and you will see.
So, me,
here is a
well, I'm back, and I'm going to actually show you that rocks seem like they're actually living. This little meteor, it is a meteor, told me, because here are the things that they have. One, they can actually communicate. They're not like actually like living like we are, like breathing or sneezing or coughing. They communicate through your mind. So if you find like the key, this one, it is right here. And so you can put a finger on it, and then you can actually hear it talking in your head. It sounds like your own voice, but it's really the rock. 2, they have feelings. This rock told me when I was crashing down to earth and people were scared, it made it feel sad. And it got happy when I was in the water rolling from it for an adventure. And it was also, and now I'm getting ahead of myself. So number 3 is to actually have friends. The meteor told me it made friends with a pufferfish and a shark.
Why don't you tell them where we found that meteor?
So that's giving you a very brief overview of some of the awareness of the new generations of human that I write about in my book, The New Human. The awareness and abilities are extraordinary, and only now I think we're coming to understand more of how these children operate multidimensionally and often given labels because they're not understood, such as ADHD, Asperger's, some forms of autism, dyslexia, and maybe even bipolar. It's coming to my awareness that what these are considered so-called conditions are may very well be the manifestation of a new multi-dimensional aware human. But I'm going to briefly go into the codes and frequencies for the short time I have left in this awakening presentation, just to give you an idea of how the adults are now operating as they wake up and are activated. Hypercommunication, it should be borne in mind the nature of extraterrestrial communication, that in a majority of instances, star visitors communicate with humans by telepathic transfer of mental images, concepts, rather than words and speech. Everything is made up of the same matter, resonating at different harmonics. So the ETs are able to communicate with us, directing thought on subatomic levels, and so activate the subconscious. The symbols are meant to communicate the nature of the macrocosm. That's Tracy Taylor's, in fact. So scripts and codes designed as access tools. Tracy talks about what their purpose is, and it's very complex and multidimensional in its nature. So bringing in the codes, bringing in the languages, bringing in the different frequencies through music, etc., clears and opens our higher consciousness, opens doorways. It heals damage done through learning and use of English language in particular, healing of physical structures of human technology, receiving and integrating brain hemispheres, bringing people into a state of alignment within the present moment. Process of writing the script assists and awakens access to multidimensional realms of creation, enabling proper downloading of information, clearing out dense frequencies. So it's got many purposes and many more than that, as Tracy actually told me. So human DNA has the ability to transform. As a reminder, the information of the donors and their background is there, a hidden key. And like PC programmers hide their work, the key can be activated. The programmers know the person is ready to be contacted. The activated ones spread a signal to wake others up. I feel they are speeding this up. So here we have in Australia, I'm keeping this as a, just to show you a bit more of the cultural side of knowing that the Indigenous population are very aware, First Nations. And this is live on a connection of an Indigenous artist who explains that the planets are half a day's journey. The beings are friendly and just watch the Aboriginal way of life. They have no guns, spears, weapons. The air on their planet is food. The green uniforms protect from Earth diseases. These space people speak all languages. The elders say the space people showed them how to grow food, find water, and showed them amethyst stones for healing. And this was an interesting drawing because Tracy Taylor, an Australian lady in a dream, was shown the Wandjina holding an amethyst crystal, very similar to the drawings and cave drawings in Australia, where you have the drawing of the Wandjina. So I'm now mentioning an Indigenous grandmother who told me that the star people have always been here before dream time. In painting and stories, they help connect to the land, Mother Earth, and crystals. Connection through music, art, plant essences, nature, crystals, and healing, helping to recharge the land and the portals at energy points. The drawing on the right with codes was something I noticed that she'd been doing so much of this in a book, where she was downloading all these images and she had absolutely no idea what they were or why she was driven almost to produce them, until I told her that they were the codes she was bringing in from these intelligences. And this is what she told me. She also was speaking the language as a small child, these star languages, and she said, I saw them. Some were blue, some tall and green, different shapes, and some very alien looking ones. Saw the greens and the blues most. I was closed down for a while due to other cultures with religions that impacted on me. It blocked me and I couldn't get home. It began again when I started soul healing, meditation, crystal bowl frequencies, crystals. Told to put pen to paper and get my head out of the way. It came in up and down, across, around the page. It came in fast. I felt I needed more hands to keep up. I didn't know what I was doing until I spoke to you. which was meaning myself. When I actually saw what she was doing, I explained to her that I'd seen many, many, many pages of such downloads. These were the drawings that she is an artist, and these are some of her incredibly beautiful drawings, and, or should I say paintings. And fascinating, after she brings in the codes, she then adds the codes to the paintings. She found herself adding codes to these wonderful paintings that she had created. And she was just drawn to doing it a little bit later once she started drawing the codes. These are more of her different codes. I've seen these examples and some similar to it time and time and time again. It's happening globally and tells me far more about the awakening by those that are producing them. Here's some more of what she was doing. Again, very similar to so many I've seen. And the personal song lines, in 2008, she created the painting you see to the right. She believes that this seems to be more personal to her on one level. She's now identified many more. It may be these lines of energy power, maybe as we understand them to be ley lines or power points across the globe. But what's fascinating is that when we were talking about this, she suddenly was drawn to create more of those song lines in the present, including the strange drawing you see to the right, which she put in the center of the drawing, which we'd call Central Australia. And we believe it's Uluru. And she went to Uluru a few months ago and took some pictures of Uluru. And fascinatingly, she came across images that suggest certain craft in the sky, which she couldn't see physically. But as soon as she took the images over Uluru, there were the images of craft. She said, I asked her about the source of some of her information, and she said, Venus, Algoria, Andromeda, Pleiades, Lemuria, and Manta. The new children can understand and transcribe the codes, she said. So the cosmic agenda, 78% believe changes they've undergone are part of an evolutionary unfolding of humanity. This is in the survey we did with the Dr. Ed Mitchell Free Foundation. 86% had a sense of purpose and mission. 73% is highly positive contact. 74% more holistically oriented. 54% feelings of compassion strongly increased. 91% felt more connected to all living things. 67% believe there are powerful cosmic forces to spiritualize the planet. 73% believe we're now living through a time of greatly accelerated spiritual evolution. 72% believe their encounters occurred to awaken them to the existence of a larger cosmic force. 72% evolutionary forces are at work to transform humanity to a more self-aware, spiritually sensitive species. 85% experienced a psycho-spiritual transformation. 79% that we are on the verge of a huge change and activation in humanity. So when we look at the outcomes of contact, to really understand that 85% stated they had a psycho-spiritual transformation after their experiences. So we know now that the clearing and opening to higher consciousness comes through these codes, doorways to heal damage done by conventional learning, etc. We know what they are for now. And the children are showing us the way. We focus on love. I never taught my son meditation, but my son placed a pyramid and crystals in a configuration. In front of him, he said that each corner of the pyramid represented feelings. He placed a clear quartz crystal bead ball at the point of the pyramid and said it represents love, and said that it's what he was focusing on during his meditation. They are showing the way. There is a cosmic agenda, and Lee Capitelli, a wonderful young lady I mentioned in The New Human, she says we're a species in transition. We're being upgraded to Homo noeticus, and explains her own interactions and the wonderful drawings of the many, many beings she interacts with. And she says the new human, Homo novus, a mix of Homo sapien and ET genes, Homo novus purpose to uplift, alter the offspring of sapiens into the next evolutionary step in humanity, into Homo noeticus. Homo novus being a subtle way of mutating humanity to the next stage of our parent ET race, Nebulosaurus. We, the Novas, have our primary objective to awaken humanity. The individuals, we have different roles to play to ensure this happens. We have many talents, such in sport, art, language, dancing, science, philosophy, mechanics, maths, and politics. So those that are ultra awake, ultra aware of who they are, with the ability to help others to awaken to their true nature. So in essence, and I'm sorry about rushing through this a little bit, but I hope it's given everyone an idea of not only are the children coming in, assisting us to understand and awaken, but we have many of the older models, such as I mentioned, that are bringing in the frequencies too, as they also get activated and awaken to their true nature. And I've mentioned this a few times from a wonderful lady many years ago that said to me, I can only come to the conclusion we're becoming conscious co-participants in our own evolution. And with that in mind, they'd better give us a brochure, which is, I guess, what they are doing. Now.
Beautiful, Mary. You can click stop share right there at the bottom. See that stop share?
Yeah, see it.
There we go. Amazing, Mary. Wow, that story with Seven's incredible. Is she the daughter of Kristen from the Psychic Babes? Because I saw the business card.
She got into she got in touch with me, and what was interesting is I was able to get a lot more information, which I think is really important because it gives you a real sense of that young girl and her awareness and her understanding. And the detail is very, very compelling. When people say, oh, well, you know, it's just a child imagining things, you can't dismiss the amount of detail this young lady is talking about when she talks about her abilities, her awareness, and her connection as a hybrid. And that's what I wanted to highlight.
Right. Well, if there's one or two things, maybe you can have some doubts, but there's so many different things that were going on with her, the conversation, and then she wrote that book with all that information. It's like, it gets to a point where you just can't deny it. Right. And then I'm curious because Kristen obviously is spiritual. She has a podcast. Right. So do you notice that most of these kids that are awake are from parents that are already in this world and they kind of cultivate that curiosity from an early age?
I think the soul of that Seven decided that she needed a mum that would understand. What's interesting is when I get, you know, like the little boy who drew the unusual face like the mantis and whatever. What I've found is that often the parents don't fully understand what's going on until I send them a questionnaire for the children. And then the child says, yes, I experienced this. Yes, I experienced because the parents haven't known what questions to ask, but Kristen does. So she's, you know, she picked well to have a mum that was tuned in enough to help her grow and expand with her awareness.
Do you have, do you have parents that aren't in our world? If, you know, that's a broad term, but in this world, but they're just curious about what's going on with their daughter and they find you and then, you know, they start discovering things afterwards. What we know, Neil, as you know, is that often it's intergenerational. So they may have had some unusual experiences themselves, but never, and make a point of telling me they've never discussed their experiences with their child until certain things will come up. And then it's, why does my child talk about this? Why are they saying it this way? Just like the first story about the little 3-year-old that's talking about his new daddy, his funny daddy and whatever. And it's only recently the mother realized that she was having experiences. And her daughter also then starts coming out, but him saying, no, I want spaceships. I don't want cars and whatever. And it's those things that intrigue them. And they write to me and say, this is what my child's saying. And then I'll send the questionnaire. And then we find out all sorts of things that are going on with that child that their parents hadn't even realized. Do they find you by just Googling like someone that can help them?
Yeah, sometimes it's that, or they're chatting to somebody, or they come across, as I say, a podcast. I do so many interviews of all different kinds. And I just think, people are helped, or the soul helps them find the connection when the time is right.
Right. How many children on the level where you're like convinced, like 7, have you had the opportunity to connect with?
Oh, it's hard to say because I've worked with so many hundreds of families. But I would say it would be several hundred, I would think by now. And that's the tip, it's so much the tip of the iceberg, because there are so many there that the parents don't realize that this is going on. And, I'll be contacted by clinical psychologists, for example, that are aware and awake, that are saying, I'm seeing another one come to my practice, but the parents haven't a clue what's going on with them, but I understand. And that surprised me, because I never expected my book to be read by the more conventional 3D psychology. But it's amazing how many go into psychology that are starseeds, that are recognizing these children because they're starseeds themselves.
Right. Have you created a documentary on this yet? I don't think you have, right? Specifically on have you created a documentary, or would you ever create a documentary specifically on the children and their past incarnations as ETs?
Well, it's not come up as such. I've been asked about certain little interviews maybe to do with that, but nothing has ever really come up that would do that in the way that I think it needs to be done. And maybe that's something that will at some point present itself. I certainly think, when you get stories like Seven, for example, there's so many others that, like the little boy who communicates with meteorites. He talks to him and you know what I mean? This is not unusual. They talk about talking to trees, talking to animals, talking to crystals, the children to the wind, talking to the elements. I can control the elements, this kind of thing. We have no idea yet of the potential of what some of these children are bringing in. And I think we're just at the tip of the beginning of all of that, which is quite amazing.
I see this as a series. Like I see maybe eventually in the future, like a documentary series with different things that the children are experiencing. Because, I watch documentaries on Amazon Prime and Netflix on reincarnation, right? And it's and in those fields, it's like fundamental Christians, it's people that don't believe in spirituality, but they can't deny that their son or daughter is having an experience. They go and do the research. You might have heard of these stories. And then they find out like, oh, the kid having a dream of being burnt every single night was because he was in World War II and his plane burned and he crashed, right? And I see like this is similar, but this goes down to the universe, So this is really the next level. Like if we're admitting that we have past incarnations on Earth, then what's the next level is the fact that we've been living all over the universe, of incarnations everywhere.
Well, one of the interesting stories in The New Human is a young adult artist that said that he'd had these dreams of World War I, and he never knew why he had all these dreams where he was seeing mutilated soldiers and what have you. To cut the story short, he ultimately realized that was him, and it happened to be an uncle in his ancestry that had died in World War I, and he'd reincarnated because the information he was meant to bring in at that time, he ended up getting killed and had to now come back and do the mission in this lifetime because he failed because of being drawn into the war in World War I. So the potentials and what that is suggesting is incredible. And he said, my work is to actually activate perception from about other dimensions, was the way he explained it. But these kinds of stories, are quite astounding. And it's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. How long have you been doing this for now?
Nearly 30 years.
And you're still so passionate about it. But it's just like it keeps unfolding. There's just more and more information, right? There must be.
Well, I've said to the ones I chat to and whatever, keep it interesting on the planet and I'll hang around. So they know I don't like it. So they've kept me busy, But it's part of the passion is trying to understand the truth. What is the truth? What is it? We're all connecting the dots to a greater reality, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. Mary, thank you so much for your passion and dedication to this. I love you and appreciate you so much. You're doing such great work. And it really is I feel not only delving in esoteric, but you're also bridging with the logical mind, showing us so many pieces of evidence and information that you can't deny that there's something going on, So I just want to say that I appreciate you and thank you for being here. And do you want to share anything else? Where can people find out more about you? If they maybe have someone like a child in their life that's having these experiences and they need to connect with you, are you still taking people on? How does that work?
Oh, absolutely. They just need to go to my website and then contact me through that. I'm also on Telegram and I'm also on Facebook as well. So, you know, I'm pretty easy to find one way or another. And there's lots and lots of interviews too, if they want more information.
Beautiful. Thanks, Mary. I think we're doing an event in January, right? So I'll be seeing you then.
That's correct.
Online.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
you.
everything
Appreciate
you're
you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Talk later. Bye. So Mary will be back on Portal Ascension in January, and you guys are all part of the email list, so you will be getting the emails for all the events there. There we have it, everybody. Day 10 of 11 done. Just going to take a moment here and just check in with you guys and see the chat. It's getting, it's past midnight here in Spain. I'm getting a little tired. And tomorrow is the last day, day 11. And I just want to say that I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in and being here and checking this out. I've seen some of your names in the room for the whole 10 days, like Bridget Wolf, Bridget Renee Holiday, even just here the whole time. So thank you for your dedication and commitment and just being a part of what we're creating here. Thank you to all the speakers and all the MCs. And I think we'll just close out with one last breath. And I'll wait a second here and just see what you got to say in the chat room. And just engage with you guys for a few moments here before we close out for the day. Thank you, Bridget. So I'll share while you guys are chatting, I'll share the schedule for tomorrow. So tomorrow we have MCs are going to be Emilio, Lori, and Raji. And your speakers for tomorrow, Isha Patel, Bibu Mizra, who's going to be talking about the Yuga cycles. Isha, I'm not sure what she's talking about, but I think it might be something to do with galactics as well. Geraldine Orozco, good friend here at Portal Ascension. Andrew Genovesi, so we're going to do some breathwork embodiment practices towards the end. Bridget Renee Holiday. And then also we're going to have a sound experience with Vox again. And then I'm going to close out the day with the dragons presentation of my regression with the dragons. And that will be it. That will be day 11. So let's check in here. Thank you guys for some of your comments on air here. All right, so let's just all take one big breath in as we close out for today. Everybody, I'll give you a second to get ready for this breath. This is the breath of the day. Let's take a deep inhale. Thank you all. If you want to check out the replays, youtube.com/portal-to-ascension. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you want to donate, here is the link to donate for Portal Ascension so we can keep bringing you events like this. And I'm going to leave you guys with the Dragons trailer for the Dragons presentation because the Dragons conference. Oh, by the way, happy Arcturian Day. Today's the day we align with Arcturus. Happy Arcturian Day. In 2 days, we have the Dragons conference, the trailer I'm going to show you at portal-to-ascension.org. You can go and sign up there. The day after that, the Arcturians conference is being released. Same page that you're watching this on if you're on our website, same YouTube channel if you're on YouTube. Then it's 3 days of True World History. So come back, check it all out, and enjoy everything that's about to happen. So here we go with the Dragons trailer. And we'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. Appreciate every single one of you.
Years across continents and cultures, one presence has been with us, silently guiding, protecting, and revealing the way. From the sacred mountains of ancient China to the jungles of Mexico where the feathered serpent soared. In every corner of the earth, they have been with us. The dragons are not mere myth. They are the wisdom keepers. In East Asia, they symbolized power, strength, and the flow of life itself. In the ancient empires of Mesoamerica, the serpent god Quetzalcoatl embodied the essence of knowledge and renewal. Their energy flows throughout time, weaving humanity's fate with the divine realms. And now, In this pivotal moment of human history, they seek to reconnect back to humanity. But who exactly are they? And why have they never left the ancient seers, the shamans and mystics of every culture who knew their power? Join us on this sacred journey to the dragons with star codes and portal to Ascension as we uncover the truth of the dragons with channelers, historians and mystics in this one-day conference on October 19th. From light language to celestial guidance to the wisdom of ages past, this is your time to activate with the dragons.
Sarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat Intavoa Katianoa Yamuna Watina Kiamupa Ufania Katianoa Tina O kampalat kia kumpalaya ina muati na kania muata tsao ia katuwati yana ia makatu inze kawakala kumpali atara kumpala goes on for generations. The travels will disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what of the ones that didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves, the ego to control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, Dark One, into the lap of luxury full of my pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences creates a creature only exists in the mind. Our desires are one creates a full feature ego that keeps the low self everything divine. Intellect. On the perfect understanding we will have of one another, I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears you for duality back in ether's imagination. I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended just to gain these experiences. And I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure. Here's a social security card, you may live. Reincarnated to a kid and live and give it back to the society. And I'm locked in borders, I smolder through the ash comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost, a spirit, but just is. An enlightened individual, equality minus elitist political gold, the cynical flow, and pain and woes of shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise. The yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine lovers intertwined. Spit worse than the chocolate points in my spine. Relentless but still find inner peace, so down the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, getting drunk and high. About the consequence, know why am I really here? But now I know, is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. You remember the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future. The mass landings will help us souls really breathe. raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we've always been. Ya kuande neate. Ya muakine azina waha. Ina kne umana tialoa. Itang wakatina samuma kia. Ufana ianiaka. Inza uakne atsia. Uma vaya niaka. Ualeando ande kia. Uanamia niatanu. Iakawa.